In a barren, rocky expanse far from any city or town, a colossal structure shaped like a crescent moon rises from the land. This is the Bureau of Magical Development, a facility buried deep within the land of Isvan, on the continent of Ishgar. Outwardly, the Bureau is dedicated to magical research for the good of the continent. In truth, it harbors dark secrets. In the name of progress, they commit unspeakable acts, including using humans, even children, as test subjects. One such child is a silver-haired boy with dark skin. Taken from an orphanage under the Bureau's control, he was chosen for the experiments due to his potent magical potential. The public is unaware of these human trials. If they knew, they would surely rise in protest and demand the Bureau's dissolution. Within these metallic walls, countless adults and children endure endless experiments meant to advance the Bureau's magical ambitions. But the silver-haired boy stands apart. There's something extraordinary about him. His magic overflows with such intensity that it becomes unstable. When it spirals out of control, he transforms into a mysterious beast. To contain his outbursts, he is kept isolated in a reinforced chamber. Chains bind his limbs, neck, and torso to keep him from rampaging. He's been imprisoned here for 2 long years. Each day is torture, yet he endures, despite the persistent thoughts of ending his own life. But even in his darkest moments, he clings to one reason to live: to survive long enough to kill the ones who torment him. As part of their daily routine, the researchers inject vast amounts of magic power into his body, intentionally pushing him to his limits. They want to observe the beast he becomes, a form unlike anything documented in the known world of magic. They call it a form of takeover magic, a category that allows users to assimilate and transform using the powers of other beings. There are 5 known types: animal soul, beast soul, machina soul, Satan soul, and God soul. The boy's transformation is classified as beast soul, yet no record matches the creature he becomes. Even more baffling is the fact that he grew up in the Bureau's orphanage, with no training or knowledge of magic. His transformation comes with a shift in personality. More like the beast takes full control of his mind. His form resembles a humanoid brown hound with dark blue markings, a swollen belly, stubby legs, massive arms, and a thick tail. Its limbs and tail can change size at will. It also commands sand, a power that once nearly destroyed part of the facility, prompting the researchers to encase his room in solid metal. Each time he transforms, the researchers unleash attacks, magical and physical, to study his reactions. They don't stop until his magic is depleted, which takes hours due to the sheer volume of power he holds, especially with their forced injections. Today begins like any other, or so he thinks. After hours of torture, something unexpected happens. The researchers bring in another child, a young girl with black hair, and lock her in a cell across from his. Though the distance is great, he can see her clearly. The moment his eyes meet hers, a violent pain pierces his head. For the first time in years, he screams, not from torture, but from something deeper. The researchers, startled, watch with fascination, hoping this could lead to new results. The girl recoils in fear, already sensing the fate that awaits her. Eventually, the boy collapses and loses consciousness. Disappointed, the researchers leave, not realizing something monumental just occurred. 3 hours later he awakens, groggy, disoriented, and still in pain. Slowly sitting up, he surveys his surroundings. But something has changed. His gaze is sharper. His expression calmer. He exhales and mutters to himself. What a damn mess. To think I've been reincarnated into the world of fairy tale. Memories flood back. In his past life, he died in a traffic accident, struck head-on by a drunk driver while riding his scooter home from work. After death, he found himself in a dark void, where a beautiful woman claiming to be a goddess offered him another chance at life, in a fantasy world, no less. She never asked for anything in return. She promised him power and adventure in the world of fairy tale. It all sounded like a dream. TCH. Too good to be true. That damned goddess must be laughing her ass off. Instead of a grand journey, he ended up as a guinea pig. He clenches his teeth. I swear if I ever see her again, I'll punch her in the face. If she couldn't give me a good start, at least don't drop me straight into hell. He sighs, trying to calm himself. What's done is done. Now, he has to figure out what comes next. Across from him, the black-haired girl is crying quietly. Her presence is what triggered the return of his memories, but he doesn't know why. Curious, he calls out to her. Hey, crybaby. She looks up, still sobbing. Crying won't help here. His tone isn't harsh, it's tired, even gentle. But she continues to sob. Sigh. Do you have a name? No answer. Seriously? He tries to hold back his irritation. He knows the girl is scared and overwhelmed. He gives her time to collect herself while he begins organizing the chaos in his mind. His thoughts are jumbled, his memories disjointed. He remembers his hobbies, reading manga, watching anime, playing games, but not his past name or his family's faces. That damned goddess must have tampered with my mind. I remember the stories, but not my own damn life. At least his knowledge remains. That might be the key to survival. As he finally begins contemplating his powers, the girl speaks.
Yeah. Where are we?
Why am I here?
He hesitates, unsure how to explain.
How do I even begin? She seems his age, or a little younger.
Will she understand?
But one thing matters more right now, her name. Before that, can you tell me your name? If she's the reason his memories returned, maybe her name will unlock more truths. My name, it's Altair. His eyes widen in shock. A flood of realization crashes down on him.
Altair? As in, that Altair?
Everything changes in that moment. Altair, the daughter of Uar, the master of both Grey and Lion. Memories returned to the boy. In the fairy tale story, Uar had brought her daughter to a magic research facility in hopes of curing her uncontrollable magic. But those posing as doctors had deceived her. They never intended to help Altair. Instead, they turned her into just another experiment. They told Uar that her daughter had died. When Uar demanded her body back, they lied again, claiming the corpse was too disfigured to return. Also, they could keep using Altair for their own purposes. So this is the place, the boy thought grimly. This is where Altair was taken. Judging by her reaction, she must have just arrived. That meant she hadn't yet escaped, hadn't yet misunderstood her mother, hadn't yet felt abandoned after seeing Uar happily training Grey and Lion. That painful twist in her original story hadn't happened, yet. He still didn't know the exact name or location of this facility, but he was sure now, it was in the Ishgar continent. Altair is a little older than Grey, right? Then that means... I've been reincarnated right before the main timeline starts. Relief washed over him. If he lived during the era of the main story, his knowledge from his past life might still be useful. His thoughts were interrupted by a timid voice.
Are you okay?
It was Altair, watching him with concern.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just thinking. You still want to know what this place is, right? Listen closely and try not to panic, okay?
Okay.
This place is a research facility, he said flatly. The adults here, those bastards, they run experiments. Me, and many others, we're their test subjects. I know it's a lot to take in, but it's the truth. I've been here for nearly 2 years.
He didn't sugarcoat anything.
There was no point in trying to protect her from a reality she would soon experience herself. Better to prepare her now, even if it hurt.
No. Mommy.
Where's my mommy?
Wah.
She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. He could only watch, unsure how to comfort her. He simply let her cry until her sobs slowed.
Sniff.
Did my mom abandon me? Why am I here? Where is she?
Hey, listen to me, he said softly.
I don't know how you ended up here, but don't jump to conclusions like that. Most of the kids here were kidnapped. Maybe you were too.
Really?
Don't believe anything they tell you.
They lie.
They tell us we were sold or abandoned, but I've met kids from noble families, wealthy families.
They weren't abandoned. They were taken.
These people want us to lose hope. They want to break our spirits.
He clenched his fists.
But now that Altair was here, things could change. It wasn't just pity. He knew Altair would eventually escape in the original timeline. If he played this right, she might be the key to his own escape too. Still, I won't rely on her alone. I'll start planning my own way out. But if I build a strong bond with her, it'll increase my chances. She'll need someone too.
Someone she can trust.
Don't worry, he said aloud. We'll escape this place.
How?
Well, we'll find a way. If I knew, I wouldn't still be locked in this hellhole, he thought bitterly.
What's your name? He paused.
I don't have one, he admitted. At the orphanage, they just called me Silver. A code, not a name. It was run by this facility to raise kids like me for experiments. Now, they call me number 53. He gestured to the faded numbers stitched onto his ragged clothes.
Altair looked heartbroken.
Then let's give you a name.
Sure.
I'm not great at naming. Can you help?
Of course.
They spent time discussing possibilities, putting real thought into it. This wasn't just any name, it was the start of a new identity, a step toward reclaiming humanity. After much debate, they settled on Alexander Sterling. Alexander came from a story you are used to read to Altair, a tale of a brave, strong hero. She saw that same strength in him, the way he'd endured so much without breaking. He liked it too, it reminded him of Alexander the Great, a legend from his past life, a king remembered for centuries. Sterling meant high-quality silver. Altair didn't explain how she knew the word, but it fit. He was silver no more. He was Alexander Sterling. "Let's call you Alex for short," she smiled. They continued talking until Altair eventually drifted off to sleep, curled up in the corner of her cell. No one knew if it was day or night in this place. They slept when they could. Once she was asleep, Alex closed his eyes and focused inward. He wanted to understand his power better, wanted to connect with the force that surged inside him every time he transformed.
And then, darkness.
He found himself in a vast, empty void. A space deep within his subconscious. Before him stood a massive creature. A beast every Naruto fan would recognize.
Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Ha 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 ha.
"So you've finally shown up, kid.
Took you long enough.
No, we've been waiting." 8 glowing red orbs floated into view behind Shikaku.
No way. Are those?
"My brothers and sisters," Shikaku confirmed. "The other tailed beasts." Alex was stunned, even though he'd half suspected it. "Wait, why do they look like that?" "Just energy for now," Shikaku said. "You're too weak to handle their full power. Even controlling me is pushing it.
Any more, and you die.
When you grow stronger, they'll manifest."
Got it.
Second question. "You know who I really am, don't you?"
Of course.
"You're not from this world."
Just like us.
Shikaku explained everything. They weren't the original tailed beasts, they were clones, created by the same goddess who reincarnated Alex. With divine power, she copied them and placed them inside him. But this world didn't have chakra, it used magic. Specifically, ether nano. She wanted to see if beings like the tailed beasts could exist in such a world. To test that, she needed a vessel, someone who knew of their power. She chose Alex, a Naruto fan, to serve as their Jinchuriki. "So, we're all her test subjects?"
Alex asked. Yep.
"But unlike those bastards torturing you every day, she won't interfere. She just wants to observe. This world is the lab. You're the experiment. And you're okay with that? What choice do we have?"
Shikaku grunted.
"We tried to break free before she sent us here.
She was too powerful.
But this is better. Here in your body, we have some freedom."
Freedom?
"You can't even leave my body.
Not physically.
But we see what you see, hear what you hear. And when you transform, we get to breathe, even if just for a moment."
Shikaku chuckled.
"So transform more often, kid. Let us live." Alex smiled faintly. "So that's how it is. Even if this was all part of some cosmic experiment, I've been given life again.
And power.
I'll use both to survive and escape. All right then, Shikaku. Teach me everything. Help me master this power." Shikaku grinned, fangs gleaming.
Escape? No, kid.
"We're going to destroy this place."
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The next day, just as Alex thought, they started experimenting on Altair. He doesn't remember what kind of experiment they do to her, but it won't be pleasant at all. Though it doesn't seem to be as painful as his experiment. At least they don't attack her with powerful magic spells and physical attacks like him. But now, things have changed for him too. Shikaku has taught him a lot about his power and abilities. It surely will be difficult to use what Shikaku taught immediately, but now he knows what to do. As usual, the researchers inject ether nano into Alex's body through the tubes on the walls to trigger his transformation. Usually, Alex would do nothing because he couldn't do anything anyway. But today is different. Now, he is trying to feel and control the ether nano they inject into his body. He always feels the ether nano moves in his body when they inject it to him, but he never tries to do anything to it before. If he wants to escape, then he needs to be stronger. That's why he will use what they give him to destroy them instead. Alex tries to control the ether nano that enters his body. He is trying to suppress it and prevent himself from being forced to transform. Even after the usual amount of ether nano is injected into his body, only Alex's eyes are transforming into Shikaku's eyes, while his body doesn't change. The researchers are surprised, but they look very pleasant seeing a change in their test subject. Now they have more data and will be able to do more tests on him. They inject more ether nano into Alex's body until he finally can't hold it and is forced to transform. But again, he surprises the researchers. His personality usually changes into that of a beast when he transforms. He would roar angrily and try to attack them even though he is chained very strongly. But now, his eyes are clear and he seems to be sane. Alex is now in control of himself even after transforming because Shikaku doesn't take over his mind. Shikaku said that he needed to take over Alex's mind before whenever he transformed because Alex could go crazy. After all, they are torturing him when he transforms, and there's no way a small kid like him could bear it for 2 years. Alex is very thankful that this Shikaku is the Shikaku that has changed his view towards humans thanks to Naruto's talk no jutsu. Them being on the same boat also helps, but it would be difficult if this Shikaku is the violent one that appeared when Naruto was still a kid. Anyway, the researchers seem to be happy seeing the changes of one of their most valuable test subjects because this means they can do more experiments on him. They quickly move to the next stage, attacking the transformed Alex with magic spells and physical attacks. His changes make them curious whether he will show another change or not now. Of course, with Alex being in control of his own body instead of Shikaku, his reactions to the attacks will be different. As usual, he tries to defend himself from the attacks by dodging or blocking them. But his movements are clumsier than usual today and he gets hit more. It's because he doesn't have any fighting experience except some school fights that weren't that serious. That's why, unlike Shikaku, he doesn't know how to react to these attacks correctly. Furthermore, Shikaku also has a great instinct as a legendary beast that has lived for hundreds of years. So even with all the restrictions, he could react properly, unlike Alex. Still, the researchers are elated to see yet another change even though it's more of a downgrade. But they can guess that it's because Alex still has control over his body that his reactions to the attacks are not good. It must be because he needs to think first before moving, just like normal humans. Yeah, previously he only moved with instinct, just like a beast. Is it a good thing though?
Of course it is.
If he can control his beast soul, we can make him show more of the beast's abilities. His reactions to these attacks are not that important because we aren't training him.
Right.
These attacks are just tests to see his reactions and how the beast's body responds to attacks. Hee, the team leader will be happy with this. These scums really don't have a shred of pity even toward children. Alex swears he will give them painful death when he has enough power to crush them all. Today's experiment lasts longer because Alex is holding on longer than usual even though he can't react properly to the attacks. It's very painful, but he holds on because Shikaku tells him it's a good chance to gain more control over his transformed state. He also can train himself to react to attacks, so it's like a battle training. Altair returns to her room before Alex's experiment is over. So she sees Alex's beast form and sees how they torture him with powerful attacks that would have killed most people. Hey Alex, are you okay? After the researchers left and Alex returned to normal, Altair finally can ask him. Alex just lies on the floor because he doesn't have energy left to even sit. Not really. They are more intense today. Probably because they see my magic improved. I will be fine after sleeping as usual. Just like real Jinchuriki, Alex's body will recover from most damages just by resting. Shikaku won't take over his body to kill humans now anyway, unlike when he was still in Gaara's body, so Alex can just sleep comfortably.
How about you? Are you alright?
It was painful, but not as painful as what they did to you. Endure it. I promise I will get all of us out of this cursed place. Altair nods even though she doesn't seem too positive about it. But she remains hopeful because she really wants to go back to her mom again. Since that day, the experiments on Alex's are getting more and more intense. His improvement makes them want to test more things on him. Alex's control over Shikaku's power is getting better every day. His improvements also help Shikaku recover the abilities that were sealed before. Shikaku's true power was sealed and he could only use some of his abilities. If he had his full power, then he would have destroyed this place to escape already. Kid, don't reveal our full power until we have enough power to obliterate this place. Just show them minor improvements so they will keep you alive at least. If the researchers don't find him useful again as a test subject, then they will just kill him. That's why Shikaku says that.
I know.
We need to fool them so they won't expect us to attack. How much power have you recovered? Almost half of my full power. They increase the ether nano they inject into your body, so I can recover faster now. Shikaku has adapted with this world source of power, ether nano. He said that it's actually similar to the Naruto world's chakra. It's just that the method to use them is different. This world uses magic circles while the Naruto world uses seals. Though those with very high masteries over their abilities sometimes don't need either magic circles or seals. Thanks to Alex's returned memories, Shikaku can focus on adapting to this world's power and he can recover faster as he doesn't need to protect Alex as much as before. Alex keeps enduring the extremely painful experiment while trying to improve himself every day. He also keeps motivating Altair so she won't lose hope. Though it's also to keep motivating himself. Altair also helps Alex gather information outside of the isolated rooms. After all, while his experiments are done inside his room, Altair is always taken somewhere else, so he doesn't know anything that happens outside of his room and can only ask Altair to help him with it. Though Altair also can't gather too much information because what she sees is very limited. But at least she knows the way out of the prison rooms. There are other prisons other than theirs. Their rooms are actually located quite deep because their powers are deemed dangerous and can endanger other subjects, so they are put quite far. Just knowing the way out of this prison is great enough for their escape plan. That's why Alex is very thankful to Altair. Then, around 3 months after his memories returned, Alex is finally ready to get out of this place. He is ready to run amok and destroy the ones who have tortured him for 2 years. Alex doesn't tell Altair about his escape plan, so now she is sleeping in her room after her experiment is over. He doesn't tell her to avoid her acting suspiciously in front of the researchers. Besides, this escape plan depends on him, so it's fine even if she doesn't help. A few hours after the experiments on him are finished, Alex finally starts his plan. He has recovered almost all of his magic power, so he can start now. Are you ready, Shikaku?
Always am.
I'll help you anytime, so you can go all out, kid. Alex nods while getting ready to transform.
Take over. Beast Soul, Shikaku. Partial form.
Alex transforms into the usual Shikaku humanoid form. But now, even his legs are transforming even though they are still smaller than his arms. After transforming, he quickly breaks the cuffs and collar on his limbs and neck that are tied with chains to the wall. Breaking those things is easy now with his current power. They should be strong enough to even hold S-rank creatures, but Shikaku has the power to control metal to some extent because of his magnet release ability. His nature transformations are wind and earth. By combining them, he gains magnet release, so he can control metal with it. But now, Alex needs to break through the real obstacle, the walls and door of his room. The walls, door, and ceiling are coated with anti-magic materials to prevent any test subjects from escaping. He's sure that even the floor also has it, but it must be hidden beneath the top layer. If it's put on top, then they can't force Alex to transform in the room for the experiments. But doing that is your biggest mistake. Alex puts his hands on the floor that is made out of the same metals as the cuffs and chains he broke just now.
Break.
The top metal layer that doesn't negate his magic breaks apart, leaving only a tile beneath him. He controls the metal scraps and forms a big metal ball. Then he slams that metal ball to the door as strong as he can. While the door's materials can negate magic, it surely can't negate the force caused by the powerful throw, so it breaks open. The sound of the door breaking wakes up Altair because it's very loud. It also triggers the alarm of the facility and wakes up everyone there. Alex steps out of his room after making a path using the metal scraps to avoid stepping on the anti-magic layer beneath the floor. When he comes out of the isolated room, he feels his body very refreshed. Being surrounded by anti-magic materials all the time has suppressed his magic even if they didn't completely negate it. Now, he actually feels twice as strong as his usual self. The anti-magic materials around him actually suppressed half of his real power. I feel like flying in the cloud now. Alex moves toward Altair's room and tells her to get away because he will break the door. She moves to the side and Alex breaks it using the same method he used to break his door.
Let's go, Altair.
Let's get out of here. Alex extends his big beast hand to Altair and the little girl takes it while crying happily. He tells her to climb on his back and sits on his shoulder because now his body is bigger than adults. It's also easier to move if she is on his shoulders. After Altair sits on his shoulder, Alex breaks the floor in her room too. He needs more metal scraps for his escape plan. Alex then runs following Altair's direction because she knows the way out of the prison room. He breaks down the metal scraps into very small pieces until they become like sand. The metal sand moves around him and scrapes the metal floor, forming it into metal sands too, which increases his ammunition. On the way out, he also breaks open the doors of other prison cells to release the other test subjects using some metal balls he made with the metal sand. Follow me if you want to leave this place.
Adults help the children.
Don't lag behind too far or I won't be able to protect you. The test subjects are confused at first, but they all finally come to their senses after some of them run out of the prison cells. As Alex asked, the adults help the children or the ones who can't move well. They move behind Alex, who keeps breaking cell doors to help every test subject out of this cursed facility. But when they almost reach the exit, some layers of security doors are blocking the exit. Alex knows those layers must have been made of anti-magic materials, but he just grins. He forms the metal sand into a massive spearhead with a very sharp tip. Then he throws it as strong as he can and even shoots a powerful wind bullet from his mouth to push the giant metal spearhead faster. His metal spear hits the door and breaks it, even though it has some very thick layers of strong metals and even anti-magic layers. The power of that attack is stronger than what the researchers have anticipated if something like this happens. They can finally come out of the prison, but it's not over yet because they are still inside the facility. Kid, put your hands on the floor. Shikaku suddenly asks Alex to put his hands on the floor, and Alex just does it without asking the reason.
Good.
The only places with anti-magic materials that suppress our power are the prisons behind us and another place ahead of us.
How do you know?
I can feel the metal and bricks in this whole building. Bricks are made of earth, so I can feel them as well. But I can't feel those anti-magic materials, so they just feel like gaps between layers of metal and bricks.
I see.
That's why you couldn't check anything out of our prison cell. The anti-magic materials blocked your power, after all.
That's right.
Now let's destroy this place.
Ha ha ha. Wait.
We need to get these people out of here first. I also want to check the other place with anti-magic materials. Maybe there are more test subjects there.
TCH fine.
Where's the closest place for them to get out?
To your left.
Alex turns to the left and uses his metal release to break the metal walls in front of him. Shikaku has detected that this building is mostly made out of metal instead of bricks like normal buildings. Maybe because they need it to be very sturdy for their experiments. After opening a path for the test subjects to escape, Alex tells them to get out first. He also asks Altair to follow them getting out of this facility. What about you, Alex? There's still a place I need to check. Maybe there are still other test subjects here. I want to save them all. Then I will follow you. I can use my magic now, so I'm sure I can help you. And we promise to get out together. Alex doesn't want to bring other people because it will be difficult for him to move. But he doesn't have time to argue with Altair, so he agrees to take her. The other prisoners can't help though, so they move to get out of the facility while Alex and Altair go to the place Shikaku mentioned. Altair is on Alex's shoulders again because she can't move as fast as him with her short legs. But she really proves herself to be very helpful to Alex. She uses ice make magic to create different objects made of ice to attack the enemies that try to block their way. Her magic is actually more powerful than he thought. Though it's still not strong enough to defeat the enemy mages. So Alex also attacks to finish them. But thanks to Altair's magic attacks that distract the enemies, they can't defend against Alex's attacks. He made metal spears to stab them when they are distracted by Altair's magic, so it becomes easy to kill them. Strangely, Alex is very calm even after killing a lot of people. He thought it would be unpleasant, but maybe thanks to his resentment to them, he doesn't feel a bit of sympathy for these people. They arrive at the place with anti-magic materials surrounding it. Altair says this is where they do experiments on her, so this is not another prison. Alex quickly breaks open the door, just like how he broke the big anti-magic door before. When he steps inside, he sees many people are gathering there. Among them are the researchers who are experimenting on him every day.
So this is where you are, huh?
Good thing I came here first before leaving. I really miss those faces of yours, you know. Alex is grinning like a devil when he sees them. He can finally get his revenge on these scums. Fear fills the researchers' hearts. They never thought their test subjects would actually come to kill them. It's not like this scenario is impossible, but this facility is filled with security measures including anti-magic walls. They even have powerful mages as guards, but those mages are killed so easily by Alex and Altair. Don't come closer. Some researchers are holding children who wear numbered clothes. They are also test subjects just like Alex and Altair. These kids were still being experimented on a while ago. Alex stops and the researchers seem relieved seeing they can use the children as hostages. But their relieved expressions don't last long because then Alex opens his mouth and shoots some small wind bullets. The wind bullets are very fast and they pierce through the heads of those who hold the children as hostages, killing them instantly. Guys! Come here quickly before they capture you again. Altair shouts to the children who then run toward Alex and Altair quickly. Alex's appearance is very scary, but he is not as scary as the researchers for these children. Some children are too weak to move or have disabilities, so Alex uses his metal sand to pick them up while Altair is attacking the researchers with her ice make magic. Alex wants to torture those researchers, but he knows he doesn't have time for it. This place must have more mages as guards, so he can't stay for too long. The children's safety is also his priority now. Well, let's just be satisfied with this. Alex puts his hands on the floor and breaks the floor beneath the researchers apart. Then he uses the small metal scraps to hit the researchers' bodies, giving them a lot of wounds. These researchers are mages, but they are not strong and not proficient in battles. That's why they chose to hide here when the emergency alarm set off. Alex then takes the children out of the lab room without killing the researchers. Their wounds are bad enough and he has a plan for them later. After getting out, Alex makes another path to get out of the facility. Then he escapes with the children. Some mages try to stop them, but Alex and Altair can defeat them quickly. The people of this facility seem to believe in their anti-magic materials too much and don't hire better guards. When they get out, they see that they are in a quite high location. But the outside wall of this facility is curved, so they can slide on it. Alex holds the kids with his big hands and tail before sliding down on the curved wall. It doesn't take long for them to finally reach the ground. The landscape outside the facility is that of a dry and rocky land. They can't even see any plant near this facility. The facility itself is very big now that they can see it from outside. It is also shaped like a standing crescent moon. Alex looks around and sees the other test subjects that have escaped before them. So he runs there with the kids, but then he sees that there are some mage guards that surround the test subjects. Without hesitation, Alex attacks them using wind bullets he shoots from his mouth. Some of them get hit and defeated, but some manage to defend themselves. They try to attack Alex, but then their bodies get pierced from below by sharp sand spikes. Now that they are outside, Shikaku's power can finally shine. Are you guys okay? Why yes, thank you. They attacked us when we tried to run away, but fortunately, no one died. Good, now get away from here. I will take care of this facility and those scums. It will be dangerous, so go quite far and hide behind big rocks or something. What are you trying to do, Alex? Altair is worried that Alex will do something dangerous even after they manage to escape. Don't worry, I will be fine. But you will be in danger if you stay here. Now go. Altair decides to be obedient and goes with the other people to find a hiding place quite far from there. After they find it, they look at Alex that looks very small now and then their eyes widen. Their jaws also drop when they see Alex's body grow bigger and bigger. He transforms into a gigantic creature. Alex is transforming into Shikaku's full form. It's not just the saved people who are shocked. The scums in the facility are also shocked seeing a gigantic beast suddenly appears outside their facility. Then, I'll leave it to you, Shikaku. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me, kid. I will make this place disappear. Shikaku takes control of the body and laughs sinisterly. Then he jumps really high, getting above the big and tall facility. Ha ha ha. Take this, you trash. Shikaku's massive body falls on the facility and crushes it. Even if the facility is very sturdy, it still can't withstand Shikaku's weight. Besides, he can manipulate his weight too, so he is now much heavier than normal. The standing crescent moon building snaps in half before being crushed into pieces by Shikaku. It still hasn't been crushed completely because it's very big. So Shikaku uses his hands and tail to hit the remaining parts of the building to break them down even more. He destroys the building filled with trashy people while laughing like a kid. Shikaku makes sure no one there escapes. He attacks those who escape with his tail, slapping them from above and crushing them easily. It doesn't take long for Shikaku to finish the job. The facility has been destroyed completely now and none of those researchers or guards that stay there survive. Then suddenly, Shikaku's giant body crumbles into sand. The sand covers the remains of that facility, burying them completely. A big seal even appears on the sand cover to prevent anyone from digging the facility. Alex is lying weakly on the sand while panting hard. Transforming into Shikaku's full form took a lot more magic power than he thought. He almost ran out of magic power even though he just transformed for a short time. Altair and the people he saved approach him after making sure that everything is truly over. They cry because they are finally released from that hell. Alright, let's leave this place quickly. I'm sure they have more people out there. The destruction of this facility must have alarmed their people and they must be rushing here now. So we need to leave quickly before they arrive. After Alex says that, everyone starts moving to find the closest civilization. Some of them actually saw a silhouette of a town quite far from here when they jumped out of the facility, so they decided to go there now. Some hours later, just as Alex said, a lot of people are coming to the destroyed facility. They come using some magic vehicles that look like cars. All of them are confused because they can't find any trace of the facility. What remains there is just a big sand square with unknown black writings on it. Also strangely, while they're sure that the square is made out of sand, none of them can dig it. They can't even break it with their magic spells because it's even harder than metal.
Damn, what was happening here? Who attacked this place?
They said the test subjects were escaping their prison cells and rioting.
Maybe it's them. Idiot.
There's no way those test subjects could cause all of these alone. It must be a plot of a powerful organization. Those lab rats must have been just used as distractions. Also, look at this magic. Have you ever seen this kind of magic?
And no. Me neither.
It's possible that the one attacking this place is an organization outside of Ishgar. They are almost sure that the one destroying this facility is a big organization now. Thanks to that, Alex and the test subjects won't be in trouble. These people also don't bother to look for survivors because they are sure no one can survive such an attack that makes that massive building disappear without trace. Alex didn't think that far, but if he knows it, he will be very glad he does all of that. If he doesn't destroy the facility completely, then those people will surely try to track him and the other freed people. But thanks to Shikaku, all of them can truly live freely from now on. Alex too now can truly start his life in this world. Unlike their first plan, the freed people don't go to the town they saw before. Alex thinks that it might be a dangerous town affiliated with that facility. After all, he and some kids here were from orphanages affiliated with them, so it won't be strange for them to have a town under their control, and the closest town to them seems to be the most suspicious. That's why now they go to find another town even though it will take longer. Thankfully, there are some animals they can catch and cook even in this rocky land. Well, it's animals like lizards or snakes, but they're still sources of nutrition. As for water, they use magic to get water to drink. There is a water mage among them and they can also melt Altair's ice magic. Alex used Shikaku's ability to detect through the earth to find civilizations. He keeps checking every once in a while as they walk and they finally find a village after 2 days. It's a small village that doesn't have many people in it. But because it's just a small village, the people there are very kind. They are willing to help the freed people even though none of them has any valuable items. The villagers just see the freed people's very bad condition, especially the children, and immediately move to help. If it's a big city, then they will be questioned too much and maybe won't even get any help. The village chief then talks with an adult man that represents the freed people while the others are eating the food prepared by the villagers. They talk about what happened and the man just tells the village chief their true story. Alex doesn't stop him because it will be harder to lie about this thing with all these children here. The kids might reveal the truth anyway, so it's better for them to be honest. It must be hard to believe, but I am saying the truth, sir. No, I believe you. At the very least, I can tell that these children have suffered a lot. So, what will you do after this? Honestly, I don't know. Some of us want to return to our families, but we don't know how to find them. Those who don't have places to return to also don't know what to do. Then I suggest you go to the city of Nira. There, you can find information about their hometowns and finding transportation is easier there. Also, you said that all of you can use magic, right?
Yes, to some extent.
Then those who don't know where to go can join a magic guild in that city. It's not a big magic guild, but they are legal and you can make a living by taking jobs in the guild at least.
Really?
Yeah, I was a member there. My magic is not strong, but even I could take jobs and live decently before moving here. The man looks at the other freed people and they all nod, agreeing with the suggestion. Thank you very much for your help, village chief.
Haha, it's okay.
I just want you to quickly make money yourself and maybe you will repay us in the future when you become rich, ha ha ha. Everyone laughs because they know the old chief is just joking. The village's atmosphere is good despite having all these refugees. Though Alex is actually suspicious of the villagers, or more like he just can't fully trust them yet. Maybe it's because of his bad experience, but he just can't believe other people that easily. Thankfully, the villagers seem sincere in helping the freed people. They don't do anything bad even until the freed people leave for the city of Nira the next day. The villagers even help them go to the city of Nira with their horse carriages so they will arrive quickly. They really arrive in Nira after 5 hours, thanks to the villagers' help. Some of the villagers that come with them even help them talk with the local authority to help some of them find their families. Alex can finally feel relieved now after knowing that they will be safe. Altair actually already knows the way to go back to her home. But Alex just couldn't leave the freed people on their own until he knows they will be fine. They are now in front of the magic guild that the chief mentioned. The freed people decide to join and take jobs to get money for now. Even those who want to go home also need money, after all. Alright then guys, we'll take our leave. Alex finally decides to leave with Altair now that the freed people know what they need to do. Are you really leaving now, big brother Alex? The kids have gotten attached to Alex who has saved them. Yeah, I need to send Altair back and I also have things I want to do. Listen to the uncles and aunties, alright? I will come here to see you in the future. He pats their heads before saying farewell to everyone and leaves with Altair. Everyone says their farewell and gratitude to Alex and Altair as they leave. Alex and Altair leave the city and go to her hometown. They go there by foot because they don't have money to ride a carriage. They follow the map Alex drew on a small paper when they were looking at the map in the city. It takes them around 3 days to reach the town close to Altair's house. This place is very different from the previous places they've visited because the whole region is covered with snow as it is located quite high on the mountain. Altair doesn't seem to struggle in this cold and snowy place while Alex keeps shivering as they walk. His teeth are chattering and he can't walk properly, so Altair needs to help him. IP probably will turn into an ice statue before we even reach your house.
Come on.
Don't say silly things, Alex.
You will be fine.
It's just a little chilly. A little chilly my ass. Ugh. Wait a minute, I will do something. Help me dig the snow. Altair sighs, not knowing what Alex wants, but she still helps him dig the snow until they find the soil. Alex puts his hands on the soil and soon it turns into sand. The sand then climbs up his body and starts covering his whole body. He is now completely covered with a rather thick layer of sand and looks like a statue. But then the sand that covers himself starts turning to look like his skin, which makes Altair's jaw drop. Good, I feel better now. The sand layer is blocking the cold from outside and isolating his body heat to keep him warm. He remembers Gara was using this skill as armor, but Alex thinks that it can be used like this and he is right. They continue their way up the snowy mountain to Altair's house. She walks happily while pulling Alex's hand impatiently. It doesn't take long for them to finally arrive at her house, which is the only one in this area. That house really looks warm, making Alex want to enter it quickly and sit in front of the fireplace. But Altair suddenly stops as she looks at a woman and 2 little boys training in front of the house only wearing their underwear.
That's your mom.
Why yeah, but who are they? They are not your brothers. And no, I don't have siblings. Don't tell me mom really left me to live with those 2. Altair seems very heartbroken when she sees her mom is happy with 2 kids she doesn't know. She thought her mom was replacing her with those 2 boys. Alex doesn't know how long it has been since the researchers lied to UR that Altair has died. But it seems to be long enough because both Gray and Lion have trained under UR. Most likely, Altair was brought to the room in front of his cell after a few months since UR brought her there to be treated, although it has just been 3 months since he met Altair. The heartbroken Altair wants to run away, making Alex sigh. All those problems would never happen if Altair just approached UR. She could be angry or whatever, but it all would be over once UR saw her still alive. Where are you going? Alex holds Altair's hand and stops her from running away.
Sniff. Anywhere.
My mom doesn't want me anymore. How do you know? Did she tell you she doesn't want you? Just because you see 2 unknown kids with your mom, you think she has left you. Then what is it? Why does she look so happy with them?
How could I know?
I never talked with your mom. If you are so curious about it, ask her.
I am here.
If she really doesn't want you anymore, I will take you with me, so ask her. Alex grabs Altair's body with 2 hands before throwing her toward her mom. UR sees something flying towards her, so she turns around and catches it when she realizes that it's a little girl.
Are
you okay? Gray asks as he and Leon come closer to her.
What?
Why's a little girl ... UR freezes when she sees the little girl she has just caught. Altair turns around to look at her mom with an angry expression. But that angry expression disappears instantly when she sees the tears coming out of UR's eyes.
Altair? Are you really Altair? My Altair.
UR is in disbelief now because she is seeing and holding her dead daughter.
Mom, it's me. Altair.
You are alive.
You are alive. You are alive.
You are hugs Altair as soon as she hears her voice, which makes her sure that she is really Altair. Gray and Lion look at each other with surprised expressions because they also know about Altair that should have died already. Altair herself is the most confused now because her mom seems to think that she has died. But that thinking disappears instantly when she finally feels her mom's hug. She starts crying as she hugs You Are back. Alex watches the reunion with a warm smile from under the tree. Gray and Lion also seem sensible enough to stay aside, letting the mother and daughter enjoy the moment. After hugging each other and crying for minutes, You Are seems to remember something.
Altair, are you fine? You are not hurt anywhere, right?
I'm fine, Mom. That's a relief. They told me you died and didn't even let me take your body home, so I still can't believe you are here now.
Thank God.
Really, thank you. You Are is sobbing while saying that, but it makes Altair frown. Mom, who told you that I die?
Sniff.
The doctors in the Bureau of Magic Development. Do you remember when you had that strong fever? Yeah, you said it was because I had too much magic power and my body couldn't handle it.
That's right.
So I brought you there because they have vast knowledge of magic and I thought they could cure you. Altair now finally understands what happened. Those doctors lied to her mom, saying she had died so they could experiment on her. Mom, I never died, they lied to you. Yeah, I realize it immediately when I see you alive. You Are has a fierce expression even with the tears and snots on her face. She doesn't know why those doctors lied to her, but she knows the reason won't be good. However, she doesn't want to ask Altair, afraid that it might be something traumatizing for the little girl. Besides, she is just happy to see her daughter return. Mom, I will tell you everything later. But I want to ask something. Who are these two?
Ah, right.
Why don't we go inside to talk more while eating? It's not good to talk outside like this. You must be hungry too, Altair. Altair answers that with a growl of her stomach, making You Are smiles warmly. You Are lifts her daughter and enters the house. Gray and Lion also follow them into the house. A moment later, the front door opens again and Altair screams as she looks beneath the tree quite far from the house.
KYLA. Alex.
She sees Alex is freezing under the tree and his body is covered with snow. You Are, Gray, and Lion who come out after Altair finally see that there is a boy freezing under a tree where Altair is running off to.
Oh no. Damn, he is going to die.
Lion, let's save him. All of them then run to take Alex and bring him into the house.
Hee, it's okay, Altair.
You can just forget your friend to freeze. Alex says it with a deadpan expression, while his body can't move because of the cold. The sand armor can't completely block the cold, so he feels the cold again after a long time.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, Alex. Altair apologizes while making a small ice hammer. You Are, Gray, and Lion don't know what she wants to do with the hammer. They surely would never have thought that Altair would use that hammer to hit Alex. The three of them scream when she hits Alex very strongly with the ice hammer. Their screams get even louder when they see Alex is breaking apart. But then they are stunned when they see another Alex appear from the broken Alex.
Ah, Mom, sorry.
I am just helping Alex get out of his sand armor because he can't move. Sand armor. The three of them look at the broken pieces of Alex, and finally realize the dust around it. You Are picks a piece and it crumbles into sand particles. She is an experienced mage, but even she never saw this kind of magic before. After a while, Altair finally finished breaking off Alex's armor. Then she asks Gray and Lion to help her to take Alex to the bath. You Are heats some water and then pours it into the bath for Alex. Phew, I'm alive again. Alex can finally feel his body again as the heat returns to his body. He really never lived in a place as cold as this both in his past life nor his current life. He lived in a tropical country in his past life while both the orphanage and the facility prison were hot all the time. So his tolerance to cold is very low. It won't be strange if he suddenly gets sick after being exposed to low temperature for this long. While Alex is recharging his body heat, Altair tells her mom what actually happened in the facility. She tells You Are everything that happened since she entered it until how she escaped and went home. You Are is very enraged and sad when she knows what her daughter has gone through. Gray and Lion, who can hear it from another room, also can't believe that there is a place like that. But all of them are even more surprised when Altair tells the story of how Alex helped everyone escape and even destroyed that whole facility. Alex has been there for more than 2 years and the experiments they did on him were much more painful than what they did to me. Even the researchers and the adults he saved were amazed that Alex is still sane after everything they did to him for 2 years. Do you want me to go insane then? Alex has come out of the bath and now wears thick clothes that UR has prepared. You know that's not what I mean.
Haha, I know.
But well, even I am amazed by myself for not turning crazy. Ah, thank you for the hospitality, madam. Alex bows like a gentleman at UR, which makes her smile. Then he sits beside Altair and drinks the hot tea that UR has prepared. He has just wanted to talk when his stomach suddenly growls. Everyone laughs a little and then they go to eat the food that has been reheated. Alex, I'm very thankful to you. Thank you very much for saving Altair and bringing her here safely.
It's okay.
I'm sure she can escape and go back safely by herself even if I'm not there. She is strong and smart after all. I know my daughter is strong and smart. But maybe she won't return this fast if not for you. And it's still a fact that you helped her, so please let me thank you. Alright then, I will accept it, so can you give me another plate? Alex shamelessly asks for a second portion, which makes UR giggles. She gladly gives him more and he eats the food happily. For him, having proper food is the biggest blessing he always hopes for when he is being detained, after all. In the end, Alex eats 5 portions by himself and would actually eat more if they have more. Altair, Gray and Lion are dumbfounded while UR is saddened by it. She can't imagine just how hungry he must have been all this time for him to eat like there's no tomorrow. UR can see that it's different from people with big appetites because she can see the small tears in the corners of Alex's eyes. He is very happy to have a proper meal that he is crying when he eats. But he tries to look strong, so UR doesn't say anything and just keeps giving him food. With more mouths to feed, UR knows she needs to work harder from now on to get more money. But it's a small price to pay for having her daughter back. After a few days, UR finally brings the kids to the town. She wants to tell the town people that Altair is alive and has returned. Also, she wants the guild to help her report what the Bureau of Magical Development had done to the Magic Council. She knows even though the facility has been destroyed, there are still those involved in the facility's projects. That's why she needs to report it to the Magic Council so they can punish those people. Alex isn't sure if the Magic Council will help because he thinks that there must be some people in the Magic Council who are involved in it. But UR assures him that they will surely help. More like they can only help solving this case because she has secretly contacted some of the 10 Wizard Saints. She is actually a candidate for the 10 Wizard Saints and people say that she is the strongest in this country. So her influence is actually very big in the Magic Council. If the Magic Council moves, then they can dig the facility and the evidence there will be enough to punish everyone involved, if they are still alive. Alex finally agrees because he also knows that the main culprits that control that facility must still be alive. After all, they would stay in comfortable places instead of in that facility. When UR brings Altair to the town, everyone is shocked because everyone thought that Altair has died. They get even more shocked when they hear what happened to Altair. The guild easily agrees to help UR reporting this case to the Magic Council. To their surprise, the Magic Council also receives the same report from the guild in Nira and some other towns. Alex assumes that the other victims also report it to the Magic Council. Because they report this case, they also hear that the Magic Council is currently investigating the attack on that facility which was suspected to be the doing of a foreign organization. Luckily, none of the victims report that it was Alex who destroyed the building. They only say they escaped together because Alex himself asked them to keep how they escaped as a secret. After all, he is afraid that if people know his power, he will be captured again and be tested again. Even though he can use Shikaku's power, he knows there are still many mages out there who can defeat him. But he never thought they would suspect a foreign country as the culprit. Though now that he thinks about it, suspecting a foreign country is more logical than suspecting a child who couldn't escape for 2 years. Either way, it's a good thing for him, so he asks UR to also not reveal his role in the destruction of that facility, and she obviously agrees because she also wants him to have a peaceful life now. Alex now stays in UR's house because he has nowhere to go. UR and Altair also ask him to stay there with them and he agrees to stay until he finds something he wants to do. Amazingly, just a week after he comes to UR's house, Alex's problem with the low temperature has gone. He now can also walk around in thin clothes like the others. Even he himself is amazed by how great his body's ability to adapt with the environment. Just a week ago, he would need to keep wearing thick clothes and stay close to the fireplace, but now he can even run around naked outside if he has no shame. UR is teaching him many things about the world because she can't teach him magic. She doesn't know how to use takeover magic and he doesn't have affinity with ice make magic. So she can only teach him other things. After all, while he can use powerful takeover magic, he doesn't know much about the world. He can't even read this world's letter, so UR and Altair teach him how to read. Another thing he is focusing on now is increasing his magic power. He still doesn't have enough magic power to utilize Shikaku's full power, and he will need even more when he unseals the other tailed beasts. After all, different from the Jinchuriki in the Naruto world, the power of the tailed beasts here depends on him. In the Naruto world, the tailed beasts are beings that are sealed inside their Jinchurikis and still have their original power. But here, they have become Alex's abilities. Just like other beasts captured with takeover magic, they only have their souls and abilities, but they don't have their own magic power. Their power is Alex's power. So if Alex is weak, they are also weak. If Alex is strong, they are also strong. They are one with Alex, unlike in the Naruto world where they are still separated from their Jinchuriki even though they are sealed. That's why Shikaku said it is just impossible for them to get out of Alex's body because they are bound as one. Though Alex doesn't really understand even after Shikaku explained it very thoroughly. He only understands that everything depends on him. He can't just suddenly become very powerful by activating the tailed beast's power like the Jinchuriki in the Naruto world. Even if he transforms into the tailed beast's full forms, he will still be weak if he doesn't have enough magic power to utilize their abilities. That's why now he is working hard on increasing his magic power. His magic power is already at the level of high-rank mages because of the experiments that were done on him for 2 years. But it's still not enough to utilize the tailed beast's abilities properly. Also, his control over his magic power is still quite low. That's why UR is teaching him to control his magic power. But because she can't teach him takeover magic, she buys the magic books about takeover magic for him to study. Time passes by and Alex's life in UR's house is very enjoyable. They don't live in luxury, but for Alex who has lived a very suffering life, this is like living in heaven already. The Magic Council has already disbanded the Bureau of Magical Development and captured those who are involved in the human experiments after a thorough investigation. They have dug the site where the facility was buried by Shikaku and recovered a lot of evidence of the Bureau's misdeeds. Although the process of digging up the facility was a difficult one. The seal that Shikaku placed on the sand was very hard to break. They even need to call 2 wizard saints and UR, the strongest mage in the country, to destroy the seal. UR, who knows that the seal is the result of Alex's magic, is very impressed. She knows that Alex still can't fully control his beast soul's abilities. That's why she is curious what he can do once he gains full control over it and becomes stronger. Anyway, although the Magic Council has already captured most of the involved people, there are still some who manage to escape. One of them is Brain, the head of the Bureau of Magical Development. Alex thinks he has heard that name somewhere, but he can't remember who it is. So he just notes to himself to be cautious of this Brain guy. Though if they meet, Alex will surely want to rip him apart because he is the main reason why Alex suffered that much. Brain and some of those who escaped are now wanted by the Magic Council. They can't do anything until those guys are found and caught, so there's nothing Alex can do. That's why he decides to just enjoy his life in UR's house while thinking of what he wants to do in the future. Doing nothing and just living like a normal person doesn't seem to be an option for him. At the very least, the tailed beasts won't let him live like that, as even now Shikaku keeps pestering him to get stronger. Also, he knows his life isn't guaranteed if he doesn't have power because there are threats like Xerif and Acnologia that can destroy this whole continent. Normal people can only hope the calamity won't befall upon them. But if he is strong enough, he can decide his own survival when those calamities come. Still, for now, he just wants to enjoy his normal life while also increasing his power in peace. His life in UR's house is something he always wanted when he was detained and tortured for 2 years. He is enjoying his normal life so much that he forgets about something very important that happens around this time, Deliora's attack. One day, Gray suddenly disappears, so everyone in UR's house is looking for him. Then they heard from the town people that Deliora is reported to be seen in the northern continent. UR, who knows that Gray has been looking for Deliora for revenge, is sure he goes to the northern continent to attack the demon. Alex finally remembers this important event in the story where Gray tried to defeat Deliora with the little power he has and it caused UR's death instead. Though he doesn't know that Deliora appears in another continent. It actually makes him wonder how Gray goes from Ishgar to Giltina by himself when he doesn't even have money. Still, it doesn't really matter now because all of them know that Gray will die if they don't save him. There's no way he can even scratch a demon like Deliora with his current power, after all. So they go to chase after him. On the way to Giltina, Alex becomes even more curious about how Gray can go there alone. The distance from UR's house to Giltina is no joke. They need to cross several countries and even cross the vast ocean. It's not a distance that can be covered by walking for a few days. Maybe he's hitchhiking from place to place. It's also possible that he steals money from people to pay for transportation, like the ship going to Giltina. Maybe he even sneaked into the ship without anyone's knowledge. That guy is very slippery, after all. Lion answers Alex's curious question. The others also think the same, as it seems to be the most possible answer. But no matter what Gray did to go there, it doesn't change the fact of how idiotic his action is. Well, he is just 8 years old, so this level of idiocy is quite normal. Or more like they can't expect an 8Y.0 to think logically like adults. Even adults sometimes do irrational things, not to mention an 8Y.0 with a lot of hatred against a demon that killed his beloved parents. It takes almost 2 days for them to reach Giltina and a few hours to reach the town that gets attacked by Deliora Brago. When they arrive, Deliora is still rampaging in the town. A lot of buildings have been destroyed and many people must have died as well. There's no one in the town as the survivors must have fled. However, Deliora still stays there and destroys the remaining structures. It really lives up to the name of the demon of destruction that people give to it. That guy really loves destroying everything he sees, huh? Alex comments while they run to the town to find Gray. They hope they are not too late because if they are late even by a little, then Gray might have become ashes already. Even Alex can't be sure that they will arrive on time because everything might change with him there. He also has made a great change, so he can't think that everything will go like in the story. Luckily, they aren't late. They finally see Gray, who is still running toward the town. This means they can stop Gray before he becomes Deliora's target. Gray, stop! UR shouts, surprising Gray, who looks behind but still running. He doesn't have any intention to stop as his mind is clouded by revenge. Seems like he won't listen. Then let me stop him. Alex gathers his magic power as he says that.
Take over. Beast Soul, Shikaku.
Humanoid mode. A 1 meter wide yellowish-brown magic circle appears under Alex's feet before he starts to transform. Alex transforms into the usual humanoid Shikaku, but the process is different now. Instead of just transforming, he uses a magic circle. He has learned more about takeover magic and found out that it's better to use magic circle to transform. The magic circle makes his transformation easier and more stable. He also uses less magic power to transform when he uses a magic circle. Alex puts his hands on the ground and controls the soil beneath Gray that turns into sand. He catches Gray easily and covers Gray's whole body with sand, only leaving his head outside. With Gray unable to move, they finally can catch up to him. UR seems relieved while Lion seems annoyed by Gray. Alex thinks of what to do with this impulsive kid when Altair suddenly punches Gray in the face. Everyone is surprised by her sudden action that no one expects. She almost punches Gray again, but UR pulls her back before her fist hits him.
You idiot!
Just what do you think you are doing? Do you think you can defeat a monster like that alone, huh? Altair shouts angrily while UR is holding her.
Leave me alone.
This is my revenge. I live to kill Deliora.
You?
Killing that monster? You can't even defeat me. How will you defeat that powerful demon? They are bickering while Deliora is destroying the town. Their loud shouting takes Deliora's attention and the big demon now looks at them. Crap. Alex widens his eyes when he sees Deliora open its mouth. UR realizes that something is wrong from Alex's expression, so she also looks at Deliora. Her eyes also widen as she sees the light in Deliora's mouth. UR moves to the front and quickly uses her magic. She creates a very thick ice wall that angles to the left. Alex puts his hands on the ground, then sand comes out of the ground around the ice wall. He covers UR's ice wall with the sand and even puts Shikaku seals on the sand to strengthen it. Their defense wall is finished right before Deliora shoots a very powerful beam at them. The magic beam hits the defense wall and gets parried to the left because of the angled wall. However, it's still powerful enough to break the sand wall at the front. Luckily, UR's ice wall is powerful enough to block the magic beam.
What a power!
So you think you can stop something like that, huh, Gray? I never knew that you were stronger than me. Alex is being sarcastic to Gray because in the last few months of them living together, no one except UR could defeat Alex in a fight. Deliora's attack just now could break Alex's sand wall easily and even damage UR's ice wall. So it's obvious that Gray can't stop that attack at all, and he would have been killed if that attack was aimed at him without them there. Gray bites his lips and his pupils are shaking because he can't answer that. He finally knows just how big of a gap between his power and Deliora's now. Just like Gray, Lion also seems frustrated as he clenches his fists. He doesn't have any grudge against Deliora, but his goal is to surpass UR. However, he couldn't even react to that attack nor help at all. Alex's sand wall may not be strong enough to stop Deliora's attack. But at least he could react fast enough and help UR defend that beam. The sand wall also reduced the beam's power so UR's ice wall wasn't damaged too much.
What should we do now, Auntie?
That guy has locked its gaze to us. Alex is calling you our auntie because he isn't her disciple. He also doesn't think that it's right to call someone old enough to be his mother by her name. He was taught that it's rude to call those much older than him just by name in his past life. That's why he calls her auntie or aunt you are, and she actually likes it because it makes her feel like Alex is her nephew. Seems like we can't avoid fighting it now. Alex, bring them away from here. I will hold that demon off.
No.
Mom, we can't leave you here.
You are.
This is my fight. Hey, I can also fight him. The three kids don't want to follow her order, even Alex agrees with them. I don't like to say this, but I also think that we can't leave, Auntie. It's not that I don't want us to escape, but we can't. You've seen how far that guy can attack. Even if we run, we will still be in that guy's attack range. Being together with you is actually the safest. That's. Even you can't disagree with what Alex just said. Auntie, I actually have an idea. Do you want to listen? Nods and Alex tells her his idea, which surprises all of them. Alex would rather them just run away from here and leave Deliora to this continent's mage. But Deliora has locked them as his target, so they can't even run away now. Instead, turning their backs against him is more dangerous because they can't see what he will do. That's why facing the giant demon will give them a better chance instead. Is that possible? Seems unsure after hearing Alex's plan, although it certainly seems to have the highest success rate. We need to try to know. But we will race against time because I can't do it for too long. Alex urges to make a decision quickly because they don't have much time to discuss. Finally agrees after thinking for a while, so Alex immediately makes his preparation. Deliora is walking towards them, so Alex can't waste more time. Also gets ready while Altair is holding Lion, who thinks he is included in the plan. Gray is still held by the sand, so they don't need to worry about him.
Take over. Beast Soul, Shikaku. True Body Mode.
A massive yellowish-brown magic circle appears beneath them with Alex as the center. He has learned more about takeover magic, so his transformation looks like proper magic now. The use of a magic circle to transform really shows its worth when transforming into Shikaku's full body mode. His transformation is faster and he uses a lot less magic power than when he didn't use a magic circle. The massive magic circle glows and then the soil beneath them starts to turn into sand. Then the sand moves up and starts covering Alex's body. Even the others are also being covered by the sand, although unlike Alex, who is getting fully covered, they only get their lower bodies covered by it.
Soon, a full-size Shikaku appears.
Shikaku's size is a little bigger than Deliora, maybe because he is fat, unlike the muscular Deliora. Alex releases from Shikaku's sand body while he keeps the three kids buried and only leaves their heads outside. They are on top of Shikaku's head now, so he can protect them anytime.
Are you ready, Auntie?
Why yeah. Is still stunned by Alex's full-body Shikaku transformation. She never saw this kind of take-over magic before, after all. Heck, she doesn't even know what beast this is. I can still only use physical attacks in this form because I don't have enough magic power to use Shikaku's magic spells in this form. So I'll leave the magic attacks to you. Alex doesn't hand over the control to Shikaku because Shikaku will just fight recklessly. Besides, the giant raccoon also prefers Alex to fight by himself to gain experience. After holding feet on his head with his sand body, Alex runs toward Deliora. He needs to use his hands to help him propel himself forward because he has really short legs. Deliora shoots another beam, but Alex dodges it easily even with how big Shikaku's body is. He is very agile and nimble for his size, which surprises because it means Alex has very high physical power in this form. Alex arrives in front of Deliora after a while and sends a punch with his right hand. Deliora counters it with another punch and the clash creates a powerful impact that destroys the already broken buildings around them even further. Unsurprisingly, half of Alex's Shikaku right arm is destroyed. Deliora still has more physical power than even Alex in his full-body Shikaku form.
TCH.
He's really strong. Alex doesn't feel hurt even though his arm is destroyed. After all, this body is made out of sand and he can restore it. Though seeing his arm getting destroyed still scares the others because they really think that Alex is losing his right arm. So they sigh in relief when Alex's Shikaku arm grows again.
Hey kid.
That guy can destroy my arm at the current level, so we can't seal him because he can just destroy the seal too. Our only choice is to kill him even if it's difficult. Shikaku tells Alex that even his seal won't stand a chance against Deliora. The power of Shikaku's abilities depends on Alex's power, after all, and now Alex is still not strong enough to match Deliora's power. Then we can only depend on Auntie UR's magic. But we need to assist her. Alex knows that even UR can't defeat Deliora. This demon is very durable and has high resistance to most magic spells. The most effective magic against Deliora is obviously Devil Slayer magic. But there's no Devil Slayer among them, so it will be difficult. It will be difficult, but it's not impossible. Normal type magic will still damage demons, after all. The examples are how the fairy tale mages defeat the demons in Tartaros. It's just that Devil Slayer magic inflicts more damage to demons than normal magic. So normal type magic still causes damage to demons. The same case also applies to dragons and gods. Alex. I'll bind him, so try punching him again.
Alright.
Ice make, Rose Garden. UR creates massive ice chunks in the shape of roses and thorns that bind Deliora's body. But then Deliora shoots another magic beam towards them. Thankfully, Alex reacts in time. He jumps high to the sky to avoid Deliora's magic beam. Thanks to UR's magic, Deliora is unable to move, so he can't move the magic beam to chase them.
Alex is now high above Deliora.
He plans to drop on Deliora just like Hose Shikaku dropped on that facility to destroy it. UR knows what he wants to do and quickly makes her own move. Ice make nail. UR creates a massive nail above Deliora's head where Alex will fall.
Alex, hit that. Yes, ma'am.
Alex understands what UR wants to do, so he starts spinning himself in the air. Then he slams his massive tail onto the giant nail instead of punching it or simply falling on it. Shikaku has told him that tailed beasts' tail attacks are very strong. Coupled with Shikaku's body weight and the rotation, the tail attack just now becomes even stronger than how it should be. UR also uses her magic power to push the ice nail down after Alex hits it. So now the ice nail's power is very high. The ice nail almost hits Deliora's face, but the demon seems to realize how dangerous it is. So he uses all his power to move his head away from the giant ice nail. Because of that, the giant ice nail hits Deliora's left shoulder instead. It actually pierces through the shoulder deep enough into Deliora's chest. If Deliora is a human, then that nail will already pierce through his heart and kill him. But Alex doesn't know Deliora's body structure and how it's still alive with that giant ice nail piercing him like that. UR and the others also wonder the same thing. Not only Deliora is still alive even with something like that piercing his body, he also doesn't seem to feel pain. Then to Alex's surprise, UR suddenly dispels the ice nail. He wants to ask why, but then he sees blood spraying out of the wound caused by the ice nail and Deliora finally screams in pain. What? The ice nail was blocking the blood from coming out of his wound. Also, the coldness from the ice seems to numb his sense of pain. You remember what I taught you when you had an open wound, right? We need to put pressure on it, and in the case of Ice Mage, we can use our magic to close the wound to prevent blood loss. Alex and the kids finally understand why UR removes the giant ice nail. But they still can't relax yet because even with blood spraying out of such a big wound, Deliora still seems able to continue the fight. Still, now they know that they have a chance to defeat Deliora because their attacks can damage him. It seems physical attacks are more effective against him. I realized that your tail attack on the nail was the biggest reason that Ice Nail could pierce Deliora's body. I also pushed the ice nail with my magic, but it didn't seem to give much effect.
Huh? Wait. Does this mean?
Yeah, I'm counting on you, Alex. Alex's face darkens because now he has more burden. He was supposed to assist UR before, but now their positions are reversed. Deliora becomes more violent after getting injured. He keeps shooting big magic bullets from his mouth now while also chasing them as they keep running away. Alex is focusing on evading Deliora's rapid giant magic bullets while UR is attacking the bullets that almost hit them to change their direction by shooting multiple ice lances. Deliora's mad attacks prevent them from getting closer to Deliora. They can't attack him properly if they can't get closer, so this is a problem. Waiting for Deliora to run out of magic power is also a stupid idea because this demon has an unimaginable amount of magic power. Instead of Deliora, Alex is the one who feels his magic power is getting lower. It's very difficult to maintain Shikaku's full body transformation for a long time with his current amount of magic power. That's why they need to finish this fight quickly, but Deliora's rampage is making it difficult for them to even attack the demon now. Alex, can you move a bit closer? I can't cast a spell from this distance. I'm trying. Alex is really trying to get closer to Deliora, but Deliora's attacks are too fast and he is forced to move back.
No choice then.
I will deflect his attacks, so you need to charge forward.
You sure?
It's our only choice.
TCH. Fine.
Alex charges forward in a zigzag pattern to confuse Deliora and also dodge the magic bullets. UR attacks any magic bullets that Alex can't dodge, but she focuses on deflecting them instead of destroying them. But UR can't deflect every magic bullet. Some manage to pass her attacks, so Alex blocks them with his hands. The magic bullets destroy his sand hand, but he reforms them every time they are destroyed, which depletes his magic power even faster. Although thanks to that, they can finally get closer to Deliora. UR immediately casts a spell to seal Deliora's movement. Ice Make, Ice Geyser. UR creates numerous giant ice spikes on the ground around Deliora. Although the ice spikes can't pierce through Deliora's hard body, they are enough to stop him from moving as they clump around Deliora. Ice Make, Ice Blocks. UR creates some giant ice blocks and forms them into stairs in front of Deliora. Then she tells Alex to use the stairs to jump on Deliora again. But then she sees Deliora's mouth glow again. As if I'll keep letting you do that. Ice Make, Rosencrone. UR creates ice roses and thorny vines from the giant ice spikes. The ice thorny rose vines climb Deliora's body and bind his mouth, closing it so it can't shoot more magic bullets or beams. Alex uses the stair made out of the giant ice blocks and jumps even higher than before. Before Alex jumps, UR creates another giant ice nail on Deliora's wound. She made it sharper and longer than before. Before Alex hits the ice nail with his giant Shikaku body, UR hits the ice nail first using a giant ice hammer. Pushing the ice nail directly with her magic was reducing the power because of Deliora's high magic resistance before. So now she uses her magic to create a strong physical attack by hitting the ice nail that has become a physical object using ice hammer, making her attack fully physical. Her plan works because the giant ice nail pierces through Deliora's body even further. It's not very deep, but their attacks haven't finished yet because now there is a giant sand raccoon falling from a higher location than before.
Take this, you damn demon.
Special attack, Fat Raccoon Tail Drop. This move doesn't really have a name, but Alex just wants to pump his spirit. He rotates his body and slams his giant tail as strong as possible at the giant nail. Once again, the powerful tail attack hits the giant ice nail. This hit is even stronger because now Alex can calculate the momentum better and he also drops from a higher place, so the gravity increases the power of the hit even more now. The giant ice nail pierces Deliora's body even further. It pierces through his chest and hits his stomach. He can't even scream because UR's ice rose vines bind his mouth. But Alex isn't finished yet. After hitting the giant ice nail with his tail, he actually propels himself up once more. So he drops on the giant ice nail again, now on his feet.
Ha ha ha. You think I'm done, huh?
Too bad I won't stop until you die. As if I'll let this chance go, you bitch. Alex keeps jumping and dropping on the ice nail as if he is the hammer. With his weight as Shikaku, the force of his fall is powerful enough to finally make the giant ice nail truly pierces through Deliora's body from up to bottom. UR removes the giant ice nail to make Deliora bleed from the massive wound. Then Alex surprisingly jumps on Deliora again to crush the giant demon's body with his weight. Again, they are surprised by Deliora's durability. He is actually still alive and still tries to move now. But he can't as his body has been damaged too greatly and he lost too much blood. Furthermore, the giant fat raccoon is sitting on his body, so there's no way he can move with how weak he is now. Alex is holding Deliora's mouth, though, to make sure the demon can't shoot another magic beam as a desperate attack while dying. Shikaku suddenly tells Alex something which makes him nod. Alex flips over Deliora's body to make him face the ground. Then Alex sits on Deliora's back and holds his head from behind. Farewell then, Deliora. Alex pulls Deliora's head to the back, snapping the demon's neck. It finally kills the giant demon that has caused a lot of destruction on Earthland and killed numerous people. They have killed a demon without using Devil Slayer magic. Furthermore, it's not just a normal demon, but a demon from the Book of Zeruf. So this is a very impressive feat. As soon as UR confirms Deliora's death, Alex's full-size Shikaku body crumbles into sand that buries Deliora's corpse. Alex is now lying on the sand weakly as he has used almost all of his magic power to keep the transformation for that long. UR is the only one who looks fine. But she actually also has spent a lot of magic power. She spent many times the magic power that Alex used to make her spell strong enough to hold Deliora so Alex could deliver the powerful physical attacks. The three kids are finally released from the sand binding. But they are not in good condition now. Alex's movements made them nauseous and they couldn't do anything about that because they couldn't move. They have been holding the nausea for too long, but now they can't hold it anymore and they finally puke on the sand. It's funny how Altair, Gray, and Lion seemed to be in worse condition than Alex and UR even though they didn't fight at all. But maybe because they couldn't do anything, the fight could finish without any of them being gravely injured or even died. Alex can imagine just how messy the fight would be if these three kids get involved. Their weak magic won't be the problem, it's their judgment, their abilities to make the correct decision. If they get involved in the fight and do something rash, they could endanger themselves and the others. That's why Alex prevented them from getting involved by binding them in Shikaku's body. Being nauseous and vomiting everything they've eaten is better than dying. Anything else can come later, but for now their survival is the most important thing. Are we going home now? Alex asks while still lying weakly on the sand. UR smiles when she hears that question.
Yeah, we are going home. All of us.
Alex also smiles. Good, carry me then.
Huh? What? UR blinks her eyes. Carry me.
I can't move my body. Alex seems to have forced himself too much, so now he can't move his body. UR giggles at that, but she's also very proud of Alex for going to that extent in the fight. Now that everything is over and Deliora is dead, they can finally go home, back to their cozy house where they can sleep comfortably. Alex and the others have returned to UR's house after defeating Deliora. They left Brago Town, the place where they fought Deliora quickly after defeating the demon. Altair is nagging Gray every day for his stupid action because it could kill himself and the others. He tries to argue with his logic, but Altair can break all his arguments as she is much smarter than him. Lion, who ridicules Gray, also gets nagged by Altair because she knows he would also do stupid things if he wasn't restrained by Alex, and he couldn't even argue back because she is right. UR just smiles and laughs seeing her daughter discipline her pupils. Altair has already said everything they need to hear, so she doesn't need to do anything. Meanwhile, Alex is still unable to move even after they arrive at UR's house. UR has brought him to a doctor, and the doctor said he just strained his muscles too much. He will be fine after resting for a few days, so they are very relieved. Alex was transforming into Shikaku's full body form for too long. He used too much magic power, and the fight was also too intense for his underdeveloped body to handle. Now he knows that he can't just train his magic power but also his physical power. His body is the container of his magic power, after all, so he needs it to be stronger to be able to hold more magic power. Because he can't move his body, Alex can only stay in the house while everyone else is moving around. But it doesn't mean he has nothing to do because something surprising happened after Deliora died. Deliora's body and soul were actually being absorbed into Alex's body. To be precise, Shikaku pulls Deliora's soul and body when Alex's transformation was over and Shikaku's sand body covered Deliora after it crumbled. Shikaku did that because he felt that Deliora's body and soul could be useful for them. Now they finally know why Shikaku was feeling that way. Deliora's body disintegrates into ether nano and gets absorbed by a tailed beast orb crystal along with its soul. The absorption process is quite slow, but it still increases the orb's magic power faster than usual. Usually, the crystal orb will absorb some of the magic power that enters Alex's body. The one absorbing it is actually the tailed beast inside the orb. It does that to unseal itself from the orb, but it couldn't absorb too much in normal situation. Seems like we will have another companion soon, kid. Will it be enough break the seal?
I guess so.
And there will even be a little left for the next one to absorb.
Oh, that's great. So who will come first? Who else? It will be that blue cat.
We have decided to break the seal following the number of our tails. And I don't want to see that damn fox too soon. Alex doesn't know what to say to that last sentence, so he just ignores it. He is just excited to see the two-tailed beast, Matatabi, soon.
Wait.
If Deliora's magic power and soul can be used to break the seal, then why don't I absorb the remaining power later? I need more power to utilize your power well, right?
No.
We can't do that. It is fine for us, but if you absorb that demon's power, it will corrupt your mind. I realized it when that demon's body disintegrate into magic power. It is filled with negative emotions that can't be separated from the magic power and the soul at all.
What?
Alex is surprised by that although he can understand that after thinking for a while. Deliora is a demon from the Book of Zerif, created with the purpose of killing Zerif. Also, this demon enjoys destructing everything, so it's obvious that it is filled with negative emotions. Then, will it affect Matatabi? No need to worry about that. It may be dangerous for you, but it won't affect us. We can remove any trace of him easily after absorbing his power.
I see.
That's a relief then. That's why you need to get stronger quickly so you can use our power well, kid. Also, maybe you can kill more demons like this one for my siblings to absorb, ha ha ha. Why don't you just ask me to kill myself? Shikaku is asking something that really can kill Alex. They could kill Deliora because UR was there and she also didn't need to worry too much about the others while fighting, so she could fight better, unlike in the original plot. So if Alex fight another Deliora now, he's sure he will die quickly. But he also knows that Shikaku is just joking, so he doesn't take it seriously, or so he thought. Well, I'm not really joking, kid. I don't ask you to kill something at this guy's level, but I think you need to kill more magical creatures for us to absorb. It doesn't need to be demons, it can be magical beasts you read in the books that woman gave you. You can train yourself by fighting them and we can use their remains to break my siblings' seals. Don't you think it's a good idea? Alex agrees that it certainly is a good idea. If they can absorb any magical creatures, then the options are endless. Also, if he joins a guild and takes subjugation jobs, then he will also get money. Alright, let's do that, but not now. I still need to learn a lot of things before we start. It hasn't been long since Alex escaped from the research facility. He hasn't even finished his reading lesson, so he can't do that yet. Also, he still hasn't recovered from the damage he received when fighting Deliora. It takes a week for Alex to recover, and the first thing he does after being able to move is eating. He couldn't eat properly for a week, so he is very hungry now because he usually eats a lot. After eating, he does some exercise to warm up his body. But he doesn't move around too much because his body still feels sluggish. So he doesn't train that day and just moves around a little to stretch his muscles. How is your body? UR asks while watching over the other 3 kids train in front of the house. Still feel a little weak, but everything is fine.
That's good then.
I was worried that you would have unknown injuries inside your body.
The doctor said I am fine, right? So don't worry. How about you?
I mean, is there any problem after we killed Deliora? Like Giltina looking for us or something?
No, they don't look for us.
Yua, talking about being ungrateful. Well, I don't think it's because they are being ungrateful. Actually, I heard that they were sending a big army to attack Deliora after we left. But strangely, they couldn't find any trace of him. They only found traces of battles and suspected that Deliora had escaped.
Huh?
How is that possible?
I know, right?
They should have found his corpse. It was too big to be missed. Well, they could be lying because they want to use the corpse or want to save face for failing to defend some towns and even get beaten by others to kill the demon. But if they aren't lying, I suspected that someone or an organization took Deliora's body before the army arrived.
What? Who would dash? It was him.
Deliora's corpse disappeared because of Alex, or Shikaku in his body to be exact. But no one needs to know that, so he stays silent about it. Well, it doesn't matter. What's important is that all of us could return safely. Alex agrees with that. There's nothing more important than life. Even when he was tortured inhumanely for 2 years, he still didn't give up because he wanted to live. Maybe he will find something more important than his life in the future. But for now he values his life the most. That's why he wants to enjoy his life to the fullest, because he's not sure whether he will have another life again or not. Matatabi finally gets unsealed after another week. Now Alex has another tailed beast to transform into. But just like the case with Shikaku, he still won't be able to use Matatabi's full power yet because he is not strong enough.
Nice to meet you, Alex.
You may already know me, but let me introduce myself. My name is Matatabi, also known as Two Tails. Matatabi speaks very politely, very different from her fat raccoon brother. Nice to meet you too. My name is Alexander Sterling. Seems like I will like you more than the rude raccoon. What do you mean rude, you damn kid? I'm just so much older than you, so I don't need to speak politely to you. Shikaku seems offended by what Alex says and shouts. Yeah, sure. Anyway, can you tell me more about your abilities?
Of course.
Alex and Matatabi are talking about her abilities while the fat sand raccoon is sulking on the side. It will be an unimaginable sight if they are in the Naruto world. Anyway, Matatabi explains that her main element is fire. As for physical traits, she is confident in her speed, reflex, and agility to be better than her siblings. Truly traits befitting of a cat, except for her being very polite to others. After learning more about Matatabi's abilities, Alex decides to try transforming into her. He goes quite far from the house to avoid any accidents.
Take over. Beast Soul, Matatabi.
Humanoid mode. A 1-meter blue magic circle appears beneath Alex and then his body glows blue too. Blue fire appears on his body and the fire also forms two tails behind him. Then black patterns appear all over his body. Alex has transformed into a humanoid cat beast made out of blue fire with black markings. His body size is still the same as his human form. So it just looks like he wears a blue fire cat costume. Although his body is made out of fire, his clothes aren't being burnt at all. Even the snow around him doesn't melt, indicating that the blue fire isn't hot at all. If you want, you can increase the heat of the fire body. Depending on how much chakra, I mean the magic power you use, you can make the blue fire become even hotter than normal fire. But under normal circumstances, the blue fire that forms my body won't generate heat. So you don't need to worry that it will cause an accident. I see, so it can be manipulated as we please.
Very convenient.
Alex immediately tries to increase his body heat slowly, and the snow around him starts to melt from the radiating heat. He stops after a while and tries creating a fireball on his hands. A red magic circle appears before a red fireball appears on the magic circle. I was always curious about this, but why are your fire-based attacks made out of normal colored fire and not blue like the fire that forms your body? It's just because they have different properties. The blue fire that forms my body has a physical form because they act as my skin, flesh, blood, and bones. Meanwhile, the fire elemental skills that I can make, the red fire is purely energy. You can hold the blue fire like you hold an object, but you can never hold the red fire without a special ability, you can only feel its heat and power. I see, quite complicated, but I see. Alex tries to shoot the fireball at a boulder and it actually flies really fast. It explodes when hitting the boulder and the impact is strong enough to crack the boulder even though he doesn't make it with too much magic power. All in all, now Alex has more options to use when fighting. He can use wind magic and sand magic with Shikaku's power, and now he can use fire magic with Matatabi's power. Shikaku is also great at defense while Matatabi is great at fast attack. He can choose the suitable transformation when fighting different enemies in different conditions. Alex tries using some of Matatabi's abilities to get used to them. The one he likes the most is actually the physical abilities he gets after transforming. He can do a lot of inhumane movements with how flexible his body has become, just like a cat. Although he still needs to get used to his senses that increase so much and disturb him a bit. Alex doesn't transform into Matatabi's full form though. It will take too much magic power after all, and he's sure if a giant blue cat monster suddenly appears, then it will surprise and scare everyone around there. Hey, is it possible for me to use the tailed beast bomb?
Impossible.
Shikaku and Matatabi answer together without any hesitation. Even in humanoid form? Yeah, even in that form. Shikaku is very firm with his answer. We don't say that it is entirely impossible to use tailed beast bomb. It's just impossible for you to use it at your current level, Alex. After all, not only is tailed beast bomb complicated to form, it also needs a lot of chakra, I mean magic power. You need to at least have the amount of power of a transformed Jinchuriki. Matatabi kindly gives an explanation, but there's something that piques Alex's interest. What do you mean by transformed Jinchuriki?
Jinchuriki mode.
The mode where their bodies become like a beast with a dark red color. Ah, like when Naruto lost control, huh?
Yes.
Even so, the tailed beast bomb you can make after reaching that level is not as big and strong as the ones we can make with our full power. But it was strong enough to topple Orochimaru's Rashomon gates. Was Naruto having 4 tails at that time?
I'm not sure.
Well, there's something I'm more curious about. Why is it that I don't feel I can transform into that form? Jinchuriki mode I mean. Shikaku and Matatabi look at each other before the cat answers.
We are not sure either.
But it's probably because we are in a different world, so our power works differently. Although our abilities are essentially the same, the process to use them and their appearances are changing. Maybe it's because the source of power in this world is different from our world. But we can't also be sure yet. You are still weak and there are still 6 of us that haven't been unsealed. So maybe it's just because you haven't met the requirement to do that.
That might be the case.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as we can use your abilities just fine.
It's just appearance after all.
Besides, it's actually cooler this way. I can have different appearances depending on whose power I use. Alex is being honest here. He truly thinks it's better to become different depending on which tailed beast he transformed into. The Jinchuriki modes look so similar to each other, after all. There's just no unique feelings from them. Now he is curious about the other tailed beasts' humanoid forms. They might look cool or weird, but that's not a problem for him. I need to get stronger so I can use their abilities well, and it seems like I really need to hunt magical creatures to help them break the seals faster. Alex gets too excited to try Matatabi's abilities that day and goes home very late. Of course, he gets scolded by Altair. UR rarely scolds them for these kinds of things. It's Altair who is the most strict in the house. The next day, he shows his new transformation to the others. Last night he told them that he was late because he tried another transformation, so they got curious and now he showed it to them.
Ooh, that's an interesting beast.
Its skin looks like it's made out of fire. It is a blue fire.
Eh?
Then why doesn't the snow melt? It doesn't feel hot at all even at this close distance. They have the same questions as Alex, so he just explains that it's the beast's trait. It can control the temperature of its fire body and in normal situations, the blue fire doesn't generate heat.
I see.
But Alex, when and where did you capture this beast? If it's around here, then maybe I will need to inform the guild so we can hunt its species as it looks dangerous. UR is worried about another thing. After all, takeover mages usually fight and capture the creatures they take over. So she is worried that this unknown beast is roaming in this mountain and Alex captured it.
Ah, you don't need to worry about that.
I got this from the facility. There are also some more beast souls they put in me, but currently I can only use 2 of them. Shikaku the sand raccoon and Matatabi the blue fire cat are the only ones I can use for now. Alex has talked with Shikaku and Matatabi about this in case people are wondering how he gets them. Matatabi told him to just use the research facility as the reason. No one will be able to confirm it now that it has been destroyed anyway. However, because he said that, the atmosphere becomes gloomy as everyone looks at him with sad eyes. He can only smile awkwardly at that, but at least now he knows this reason is good. 2 months after Deliora's death, Alex finally tells everyone his intention to leave on a journey. He can't learn magic from UR because he unsurprisingly has no talent for ice magic. There aren't many books to study about magic too in the town, so he can't learn anything anymore if he stays there. He has learned how to read and write the language used in Ishgar. He also has learned many common things and even uncommon things related to mages, so he is sure he will be fine. But Altair is opposed to his plan to leave for a journey. UR, Gray and Lion don't have any problem though because they know there's nothing Alex can learn anymore here, so gaining real-world experience is what he needs the most now. It's really hard to convince Altair who says she wants to follow him if he leaves. So in the end, he agrees to stay for 3 more months to spend time with her before leaving. She is really attached to you. UR smiles seeing Altair sleep while hugging Alex after he agrees to stay for 3 more months. Well, I was her only friend when we were in that place and I even sent her home, then we lived together for a few months. She must have thought of me as her older brother. Seems like Altair will need to work hard in the future.
Isn't that obvious?
The world is dangerous, so she needs to keep working hard and get stronger. Sigh, I hope you will learn a lot of things in your journey. That's the purpose of my journey though. UR doesn't know how to respond to that, so she just giggles while thinking that he is indeed still too young to understand this issue. Then in the next 3 months, Alex spends more time with Altair. More like she doesn't leave him alone even when they bathe. Luckily, Alex's mentality is still that of a child even though he has memories of his past life. Those memories are just like dreams for him, after all, so they don't really affect his mentality. Well, even if that's not the case, he can only see Altair as a kid being attached to her older brother, so there's nothing happening between them. Even if UR gets naked in front of him, Alex won't show any reaction like if he is an adult male. Instead, he will frown seeing how she is showing a bad example to the kids. A cool-looking sword will make him more excited than any sexy woman's naked body. After all, he is just a boy who still doesn't have any interest in the opposite sex and still wants to play like a boy he is. Anyway, for the next 3 months, he underwent more intense training from UR. While UR can't teach him magic, she can teach him real combat skills through battles. She is indeed one of the candidates for the 10 wizard saints. Alex just can't hope to defeat her in their daily battle even after going all out. Through their battles, Alex can familiarize himself more with Shikaku's and Matatabi's abilities. He also starts developing his own battle style that can utilize the different abilities of his tailed beasts. UR doesn't just teach him how to fight, but also how to survive in wilderness. Mages often needs to stay in the wild for days when doing jobs, so survival abilities are important. It will be especially important for Alex who plans to go on a solo journey. He will need to camp and hunt for food in the wild every once in a while, so he needs to learn this kind of thing seriously. 3 months later, the time for Alex to depart has finally come. He has packed a lot of things for his journey. Well, Altair packed a lot of things for him until he carried a backpack bigger than an adult now. Isn't this too much to carry?
No.
You need to have at least this much. All of these are important things to have for a long journey. But don't you think there are too many clothes? You need at least that many to stay clean. I actually wanted to pack more, but Mom said it would be too many. So you need to keep washing your clothes every day to stay clean. Hygiene is important to prevent you from getting sick. Altair keeps telling Alex a lot of things as if she is a mom sending her son to a school trip for the first time. She only stops when UR tells her that it's enough. Then, see you in the future, everyone. I will visit every once in a while. Alex. Next time I will win. I will defeat him first. Gray and Lion are bickering as they send Alex off. Take care of yourself, Alex. Call us using that crystal ball every day. Every day is a bit. Well, I'll contact you often. Alex finally leaves after bidding his farewell to everyone. He descends the snowy mountain and goes to a nearby town as his first destination. Gray and Lion plan to be independent soon too. They would have done it already if everything happened exactly as the story. But things have changed, so now they will stay with UR longer before going their own ways. I wonder if Gray will still go to Fairy Tale and Lion will go to Blue Pegasus.
Oh wait.
Lion didn't join Blue Pegasus until that fight with Gray, right? Well, I'll just see how it goes. I'm also curious about what will Altair do. Rather than them, Alex should be more concerned about himself. He still hasn't had any clear destination and plan except for hunting strong magical creatures to unseal the tailed beasts. This is year X774 and almost X775, so it will be a little more than 2 years before the Dragon Slayers come through the Eclipse Gate. Alex has noted everything he could remember from the story, although he couldn't remember everything.
Eclipse Gate, huh?
It was opened by Lucy's mother, right? But there was a big problem that would endanger her life or something if I'm not wrong. Too bad, Alex can't remember that problem. Why are you thinking hard about it? Do you want to get involved in that scenario, Alex-san? Matatabi asks him with her usual polite tone as he tries to remember what happened during the opening of Eclipse Gate at year X777 while he camps in the forest.
I don't know.
It's just that I know a lot of things that will happen in the future based on the story. But it makes me think if I really need to be involved with those events. Getting involved with Altair and Co. was inevitable because of the circumstances, but now I can make choices. Are you worried about changing the future? Matatabi seems to know Alex's worry. Yeah, if I keep changing the characters' pasts, then the future will change too. But then my knowledge of the future will disappear. Butterfly effects, changes in the future events. Alex is worried if he changes things now, then the future he knows will disappear and he won't know anything that will happen. He won't mind if the changes are good, but if the changes are bad, then the world might perish. After all, the changes he makes will also affect Xerath and Acnologia. Those changes might make Acnologia or Xerath succeed in their plan instead. That's what Alex is worried about if he makes changes. Heh, you are still a kid after all, even with that knowledge. Shikaku looks at Alex while smirking smugly with a mocking gaze.
I am a kid.
Alex doesn't understand Shikaku's mocking gaze and just answers honestly, making Shikaku drop a sweat.
That's not what I mean. Well, whatever.
Anyway, you are thinking of something useless, kid. Just your existence alone has changed this world's fates. You also have changed the story's important events, right? So why afraid of making more chances? It's not like everything will go as it is in the story even if you do nothing.
Shikaku is right.
The future is something we never know. What you know might change even without you doing anything, so why not use that knowledge of the future as your guide? However, you shouldn't rely on them too much because things can be different from what you know. You have already got inside the water, so why not dive deeper? Use what you know to your advantage until you can use them again. Most importantly, just do whatever you want. You just need to get stronger and you won't be afraid of anything that might happen in the future.
Remember, Alex-san. You have us.
We don't know how strong we are compared to dragons because we never even see them, but we believe that you can get stronger than them with us here. Alex's eyes widened as he realizes that he is thinking of something useless.
Right.
If I'm worried about the future problems, then I just need to be strong enough to destroy those problems. Then, let's just do whatever I want to do. His journey finally truly starts with a strong conviction. After making that resolve, Alex decides that he will get actively involved in the plot. He'll change what he wants or just simply observe what he doesn't want to change. The reason is to make use of his knowledge about the plots. If he doesn't get involved with the plots or the characters, then his knowledge from the story will be useless. At first, he thought it would be safer to stay away from the story. But both Shikaku and Matatabi strongly disagree with his thinking. This is the world where power matters and the future calamities involve the whole continent and even the world. However, he knows what will happen, the ones involved, the locations, and more things in the future. So it's better to utilize that knowledge for his advantage as best as he can. That's why the first thing he decides to do is go to Fiori. To get involved in the future important events easily, the best thing to do is obviously by joining the main character's guild, Fairy Tale. Gray should be the one joining around this time, but it becomes me. Joining a magic guild will also help him do many things. He can take jobs to get money and find information about strong magical creatures he can hunt to help the tailed beast break the seals. UR actually offered him to join the guild in the town near her house. She is also registered there, but Alex refused. Even though UR is strong enough to be a 10-wizard saint candidate, the same thing can't be said about her guild. That guild is not a big guild and they don't have many strong mages. Even UR actually joined the guild because she moved there to relax when she was pregnant so that she could focus on raising her child. Alex doesn't look down on them though. He just simply knows that an average guild like that can't give him what he needs. Big guilds like Fairy Tale have much better resources, job ranges, information, knowledge, and other things that will help him as a mage. Of course, there are many other big guilds all over Ishgar. But he has more knowledge of Fairy Tale and the future events he knows revolve around that guild, so it's better if he joins them. Alex goes to Ishgar by foot. He doesn't use transportation modes like carriages or magic vehicles, even though walking is obviously taking more time and energy. It's just that he wants to enjoy his time because he isn't in a rush. Also, he can only enter wilderness by foot as carriages won't enter the dangerous forests or climb the mountains. As he said, this is a journey. He wants to see the world instead of just going to Magnolia as fast as he can. There's nothing urgent around this time anyway, so he can take his time. While walking in the forest, Alex encounters a lot of creatures that are very different from Earth. There are many strange creatures even if they aren't magical creatures. But the magical creatures are surely much more interesting than normal animals. It's obviously because they can use magic, unlike normal animals. Alex meets some weak magical creatures that run away after seeing him. But some are brave enough to attack him. Though maybe because he hasn't gone too deep into the forest, those that attack him are being defeated so easily by him just by using partial transformations. He has learned a lot about his takeover magic and now can transform only a part or some parts of his body like an arm, feet, or even just a finger to use the beast power there. Alex only needs to transform an arm to use Shikaku's or Matatabi's abilities to defeat the magical creatures that attack him so far. Hey kid. Why don't you try fighting on your own? That woman has taught you combat skills, right? Then try fighting without our abilities. That way you can test your own power and skills. I agree with Shikaku. If you become better at fighting without using our abilities, then you can save your magic power when fighting weak enemies and keep your power to fight the stronger ones, Alex-san.
Makes sense.
I also felt that my movements when transforming got better after UR started teaching me combat skills. When training combat skills with UR, she forbade Alex from transforming. She said it's to hone his basic abilities while also saying that having strong basics is very important. He understands it a bit more now, so he starts fighting the magical creatures without transforming, only using his bare hands. It's a good chance while the enemies are still weak. The fights feel very different from when he transforms into Shikaku or Matatabi. Even if it's just partial transformations, the tailed beast's abilities still increases his base power, senses, and reflex. He's basically being buffed when transforming, so now he feels weaker when fighting because he doesn't transform. But he needs to get used to this to understand his power even more. The fights obviously become more difficult now that he doesn't transform. The creatures that he could crush to death with sand if he transforms into Shikaku are actually giving him a hard time now.
Huffed.
Fighting without magic is more tiring than I thought. Alex is now resting under a tree after defeating some four-eyed weasels with brown fur. They have really sharp claws that can shoot small wind blades. The wind blade ranges are short and not really powerful. But they are fast and will still kill him if they cut his throat, so he needs to be careful. If he transforms into Shikaku, then these wind blades won't pose a threat. That's why it's really difficult to defeat these weasels because he needs to be very careful of their attacks without Shikaku's defense. It's almost dark already.
I don't realize that.
Then let's set up a camp here. As usual, Alex makes a shelter using hardened soil after transforming his right arm into Shikaku's arm. Shikaku has earth-nature transformation, so his abilities aren't limited to sand manipulations. It's just that he prefers using sand because it's easier to shape. But if Alex makes the shelter with sand, then it will crumble when he deactivates his Shikaku transformation, so he uses hardened soil that's almost as sturdy as a rock. He even adds Shikaku's seal to strengthen it even further, so he will be safe even if strong creatures attack the shelter when he sleeps. Luckily, there's no attack at night, so he can sleep comfortably and feel fully refreshed when he wakes up. Now he can start his day nicely with full energy. Hey kid, hurry up and hunt stronger creatures. Shikaku suddenly complains while Alex is eating breakfast. What's the rush? These little things are too weak. They can't provide enough power to even weaken the seal. Shikaku and Matatabi have dragged the magical creatures that Alex killed into his body to have their magic power absorbed by the third-tailed beast to break the seal on him. But they don't have that much magic power, so it's like they don't help at all and just waste time. I told you they are for training my skills. We are alone now, so we can't be careless. That's why I need to keep improving myself. We'll eventually find strong magical creatures for you to absorb, so don't worry too much. Fine, let's do as you say. Alex sighs because this fat sand raccoon is very moody like a high school girl. After that, Alex keeps hunting quite weak creatures for his training. He only targets weak creatures because he still needs to get used to fighting without magic. Because he doesn't rely on magic, his physical power increases faster and so are his reflex, senses, and instincts. He increases the difficulty slowly by targeting stronger creatures after he gets better. But he doesn't forget his main objective, so he also keeps moving to Fiori. Then after walking in the forest for days while training, he finally finds a rather troublesome creature, a vulcan. The forest vulcan, also known as Gorian, is a large gorilla-like creature with green fur and a large upper body. Its skin is purple and it has love-shaped marks on its arms. Vulcan is a rather strong creature, especially for the current Alex. Furthermore, Vulcan can use magic, the same type of magic as him, take over magic. However, unlike humans take over magic which takes over magical creatures' power and appearance by absorbing them into the mages' bodies, Vulcans take over magic is used by entering humans' bodies, basically taking over their targets' bodies. Alex isn't worried about the Vulcans take over magic. He's sure his body can't be taken over by the Vulcan no matter how strong they are. After all, there are tailed beasts inside his body that will eat the Vulcan alive if it tries to take over his body.
Nice, you will be a good opponent for me now.
Let's see if I can defeat you without my magic. Alex attacks the Vulcan that's much bigger than him. As usual, he only uses his bare hands to fight. The Vulcan smirks before sending a strong punch at Alex. But Alex dodges it and jumps to punch the Vulcan's body. His punch hits its stomach, but it doesn't deal much damage even though the Vulcan seems to hurt a bit. So it has an effect, but not that much. My physical strength is still lacking it seems. Alex jumps to the front, passing through between the Vulcan's legs to avoid the Vulcan's slap. His senses and reflex are good, so he can react to most attacks, even the unexpected ones. Then Alex kicks the Vulcan's butt, making it fall over to the front face first as it loses balance. The kick and fall don't hurt, but falling face first on the ground makes the Vulcan very embarrassed. Pfft. I never know Vulcan likes to eat soil like a worm. Or maybe you are actually a worm, ha ha ha. Alex mocks the Vulcan because he knows Vulcans understand human languages. The Vulcan gets angry and starts attacking Alex more ferociously with its punches. Alex nimbly dodges all of the Vulcan's attacks. He purposely angered the Vulcan so it would attack him mindlessly like this. He wants to tire the Vulcan by making it using big attacks like these while also using its attacks to train his senses, reflex, agility, and movements by dodging all of its attacks. Alex keeps mocking the Vulcan while dodging to make it attack faster and stronger. It works and Alex starts having a hard time dodging. But it's still doable, so he keeps going even though the dodging gaps keep getting narrower. He is dodging well, but he miscalculated one thing. While the Vulcan is spending a lot of energy, the same thing also happens to him. Instead, he is spending more energy than the Vulcan because he needs to move based on what the Vulcan does while the Vulcan just moves however it wants. So even if he has a lot of stamina, he gets tired quite fast too. It gets more difficult to dodge the Vulcan's attacks with how tired he is.
Damn. I miscalculated.
This guy has more endurance than I thought and I overestimated my stamina. Then why don't you try that, Alex? Matatabi gives a suggestion.
That?
What do you mean by that? Yes, using your magic power to strengthen your body. It's a basic body strengthening technique for mages that you are taught you but you rarely use it.
Ah, right.
Alex only uses that technique during his training with UR. He never uses it in real battles because his body will get much stronger when he transforms into Shikaku or Matatabi, so it's not that useful when he's in those forms. But now he is trying to fight without using his take over magic. So it's a good chance to use that technique in a real battle. Alex makes a distance with the Vulcan and starts flowing magic power all over his body. By doing that, his metabolism will improve, his muscles will get stronger, his bones will be harder, his skin will be tougher, and his senses will be sharper. It's a full body buff that increases all of his stats if this is a game. High-level mages usually have strong bodies because even without using this technique, their magic power that flows naturally in their bodies has strengthened them greatly already. If they also use this technique, then their power will increase so much. Though it isn't always the case because it usually only applies to mages who often fight physically. These kinds of mages train their bodies and also use this technique. Even with strong magic power, if their bodies aren't trained, then the effect won't be great either. That's why mages who use long-range spells and don't fight physically in close combat usually still have weaker bodies even when they have a lot of magic power. Even so, their bodies will still be stronger than low-rank mages, not to mention normal people. Their high amount of magic power will still enhance their physical power to be at least twice of their basic stats even if they don't train their physiques. After Alex uses the technique, he feels energized immediately. His fatigue is gone and his body feels a lot stronger than before. But he needs to keep the flow of his magic power stable and not use too much or he will run out of it too fast. Now it's easier to dodge the Vulcan's attacks although he only uses enough magic power to barely be as fast as the Vulcan. He wants to polish his senses, so he can't strengthen himself too much or it will be too easy to face this Vulcan, and he also wants to use this chance to train his magic power control. Alex plays with the Vulcan by avoiding its attacks at a minimum distance. He always narrowly avoids its attacks even though he knows those attacks are dangerous. But doing that really sharpens his senses, increases his awareness, improving his agility, reflex, judgment, and courage. He knows that he won't die even if he gets hit a few times, so he dares to do all of this. His actions infuriated the Vulcan, but that is what he hopes for because now the Vulcan is using more power and gets faster too. Although in the end, Alex manages to dodge all of its attacks even though some attacks graze him. Some small scratches are worth the result of this real battle training, so he's happy. The Vulcan isn't happy at all though. It now lies on the ground while panting hard as it runs out of energy completely. It can't even move a finger because it's too tired. Now I feel bad for you. Well, I guess I won't kill you then because you've helped me a lot.
Oh wait.
Have you ever hurt or even killed humans before? Alex squints his eyes while looking at the Vulcan's face. He wants to let it go, but it will be a different story if this Vulcan is dangerous to humans. The Vulcan can't move its body, but it suddenly has a lot of cold sweat. Its heartbeat rate also becomes much faster, showing that it's very nervous. I see, so you've either hurt or killed humans before. No wonder you were so determined to fight me. Then I can't let you off or you will endanger more humans. Alex strengthens his right arm and punches the Vulcan's face as hard as he can from above while it still lies on the ground. He doesn't use Shikaku's or Matatabi's power, but his punch is still very powerful with the body strengthening. His punch even cracks the ground around the Vulcan's head. The Vulcan gets knocked out instantly. Then Shikaku pulls the unconscious Vulcan into Alex's body to be absorbed. They found out that absorbing a living magical creature will give them more energy to break the seal than a dead magical creature. But it's not easy to capture strong magical creatures alive. They also need the targets to be weakened and lose their consciousness before they can absorb the target's power. It has more power and a stronger soul than the previous magical creatures. But it's still a small amount needed to break the third seal. Yeah, I thought a Vulcan would give more magic power. Maybe it's because you weakened it too much, so it doesn't have that much magic power left in its body. Then next, let's try to defeat it quickly if we find another Vulcan to see if it's true. We can do that, but no need to force yourself. It doesn't really matter, we have just started and we aren't in a rush. We'll break all the seals eventually, so no need to worry, kid. Alex nods before continuing his way to Fiori. As he continues his way to Fiori, Alex encounters and fights many creatures. Some of them are spared, some are absorbed by the tailed beasts, and some end up in his stomach. But no matter the results of those creatures, Alex ends up gaining a lot of experience. Not only battle experience, he also gains more knowledge about various creatures, survival skills, and other new things he finds on the way. Now he truly thinks that going to Fiori on foot is the correct decision. He won't get this much experience if he just rides carriages or magic vehicles. Those things will take him to Fiori much faster than walking, but he won't experience as many things as he is now. Alex also visits a lot of towns and villages on his way, mostly to sightsee and check if he is in the correct route. He rarely buys anything in those towns and villages because he is low on money. UR gave him money and he also got some from helping out on her jobs, but he doesn't have plenty, so it's better to save up. For food,
He just needs to hunt animals.
It's not so hard for him because he was hunting with UR almost every day, so he has decent experience. That's also why he can always find creatures to fight in the wilderness. He knows how to find them using their traces that aren't noticeable to untrained eyes most of the time. Also, maybe because he is getting stronger and his takeover magic is getting much better as well, he now possesses some beastly traits. All his senses have gotten much stronger, and not at the level of humans. They truly work like beasts' senses now. His sense of smell can even pick up a very faint smell from afar. He can hear a very faint sound or sounds with higher or lower frequencies that normal humans can't hear. What's more, he can see pretty well in the dark and his pupils actually now form into slits. Shikaku is pretty upset by it though because Alex's eyes are like cat eyes, which means they are influenced by Matatabi's power, not his. Alex's beastly characteristics just keep growing on his way to Fiori. His fangs are getting a little bigger and longer than normal. Luckily his other teeth don't change in appearance, although they seem to get much sturdier. His nails also get thicker, harder, and rather narrow on the tips. If he lets them grow, he's sure they will turn into sharp claws, so he needs to make sure to cut them regularly to avoid them disturbing his daily life. His skin also becomes more durable now, seeing how he won't get scratched when moving in the bushes. Shikaku and Matatabi say these traits can appear in Jinchuriki. They also think these beastly traits will get stronger as the other tailed beast seals get broken. So even in his normal form, Alex's body will be powerful enough, at least much more powerful than normal humans. After walking for almost 6 months, Alex finally arrives at the border of Fiori. He could arrive faster if he didn't fight too many creatures and sightsee every town and village he finds along the way. Then even after walking for that long, he has only reached the border, which is a mountain area. He needs to cross this mountain area that spans hundreds of kilometers. Luckily, he has lived on the mountain before. UR's house is located in a high place on a mountain, so he is used to climb a mountain. This mountain, at least this path seems really dangerous, doesn't it? Unlike the mountain where UR's house is located that has a lot of snow, this mountain is full of rocks and steep cliffs, at least in this area that Alex comes across. Other locations might have better ground to climb, but it must be very fat because I can't see such places from here. Just climb on this route. Don't you think it will be a good place to train yourself by climbing the very steep cliffs? Damn raccoon, I know you just want to see me struggle or even fall when climbing the rock cliffs.
Ha ha ha. Of course I am.
Seeing you struggle is always funny.
I see.
As I thought, I don't really like transforming into a fat raccoon. Being a cat is better. What did you say? Alex and Shikaku are bickering in the mind realm, while Matatabi just sleeps, ignoring the boys because this is an everyday thing for them. After he's done bickering with Shikaku, Alex finally starts to climb the barren rocky mountain. He chooses a path that can be walked normally even if they are steeper than average mountain paths. Alex really feels the improvement of his physical power as he climbs the steep mountain. He doesn't struggle as much as he thought he would, and he doesn't get tired even after climbing for hours. Still, he takes a proper rest to have lunch and checks his body condition before climbing again until night. He makes a simple box shelter using the rocks with Shikaku's earth release ability. The next day, Alex encounters a powerful magical creature, a mountain wyvern. There are some types of wyvern, and one of them is this mountain wyvern. Mountain wyverns have gray scales and they are smaller than other types of wyverns like the forest wyverns. They are also generally weaker than other wyverns, but they can fly very fast. The mountain wyvern Alex finds is currently eating a mountain goat. Alex is thinking of hunting this wyvern, but he doesn't want to fight it without magic because this steep mountain is very dangerous. One small mistake can make him fall and kill him because now he has climbed high enough. If he falls on the hard rocks from this height, he's sure he'll at least get all his bones broken even if he survives. Besides, it's better to capture the wyvern alive while it's still in good condition. That way, it will still have a lot of magic power which will be very helpful to help Alex break the seal of the third-tailed beast. Alex partially transforms his arms into Shikaku's arms. He puts his hands on the rocky ground, turning the rocks around him into sand. Then he moves the sand sneakily toward the wyvern that's focused on its meal. He makes sure to not make any voice and disperse his sand thinly to avoid the wyvern noticing it. Wyverns are intelligent and have great senses. They can't be underestimated because they still have close connections with dragons. Their power can't be compared to dragons, but they are still powerful creatures. That's why Alex really wants to capture it in its best condition to help break the third seal because it has a lot of magic power. Luckily, the wyvern is too focused on its meal, so it doesn't realize the moving sand behind it. Alex then grabs its feet with sand very strongly. The surprised wyvern tries to get away, but the sand binding is too strong. Before the wyvern can retaliate more, Alex moves the sand to grab its whole body. Then Alex uses the sand to choke the wyvern until it passes out because of lack of oxygen. After the wyvern passes out, Shikaku pulls the wyvern into Alex's body for 3 tails to absorb. The wyvern's magic power is much higher compared to all the magical creatures Alex has captured, so it gives a lot of power to weaken the seal. Even so, it's still not enough to break the seal. It will still take time for Alex to get another tailed beast's power. The seals are stronger the more the tailed beast's tails are. So it will take longer and longer to break the seals from now on. But Alex doesn't complain because even if he unseals all of them now, he's sure he still can't fully utilize all their powers. Even now, he still can't fully use Shikaku's and Matatabi's power. He needs to keep getting stronger while working to break the seals, so he will be able to fully use their power. Alex-san, do you want to try taking over this wyvern's power for your takeover magic?
Huh? Why so sudden?
Alex never tries to take over any creature's power because he thinks having the tailed beast's power is more than enough to even make him as strong as dragons. Well, I am just curious if you can take over normal beast's power and what will happen after that. Will that beast's soul live in this place like us, or will it lose its soul?
Try it, kid.
I'm curious as well.
Okay.
Alex tries to absorb the remaining power of the wyvern and its soul that hasn't been absorbed. He can feel his power increases a little bit after he finishes. But it doesn't work.
Ha!
I can feel its power entering my body, but it just increases my magic power. I don't get its abilities at all and surely can't transform into a wyvern. They are frowning while thinking quite deeply. Matatabi then says, I have speculation, but I'm not sure if it's true. Next time we find a beast, let's have you try taking over its power instead of using it to weaken the seal to see if my speculation is correct. Alex and Shikaku agree before Alex continues to climb the mountain. Now he has something he needs to find out before joining Fairy Tail. Before reaching the peak, Alex finds a mountain wyvern nest. There are 13 mountain wyverns here and Alex assumes the previous wyvern also lived here before.
That guy looks different. Is it the leader? An alpha?
Alex looks at a mountain wyvern that is bigger than other mountain wyverns. It also has a lot of scars and it exudes a stronger aura compared to the rest. This guy is sleeping on a higher ground than the other wyverns. Alex notices the wyverns don't get too close to it and act very carefully near it even though it looks like it sleeps very soundly. It confirms his suspicion about this wyvern being the flock leader after seeing how respectful and fearful the other wyverns are. Though it doesn't matter for Alex because all of them will be his prey. With 13 wyverns, he's sure the third seal will weaken so much and he can try his takeover magic on one of them, preferably the alpha. While hiding in the distance, Alex transforms into Shikaku's humanoid form. Catching 13 mountain wyverns by just partially transforming his arms will be difficult. He needs more power, so he transforms into Shikaku's humanoid form, which allows him to use more of Shikaku's abilities at higher levels than just when he is partially transformed. Alex sneakily transforms the rocks beneath the wyverns into sand. He doesn't do it on the surface, but a few centimeters below the surface to avoid the wyvern noticing his moves. The normal mountain wyverns don't realize anything and just go on with whatever they do. But the leader seems to notice something as it suddenly wakes up and looks around only to sleep again because it doesn't see anything wrong. Alex is surprised by this because he has made sure to do it slowly and with a small amount of magic power, yet the alpha still can feel something even if it's just for a while. After turning a lot of the rocks under the surface into sand, Alex finally makes his move. While sanding the rocks, he also makes cracks and holes for the sand to come out. He moves his sand through those cracks and holes to grab the wyverns. Then he breaks the rocks on top of the sand, making the wyverns fall into the sand pit, so it becomes easier for him to hold them with the sand. The alpha retaliates stronger than other wyverns, but it can't break free from the sand burial. Alex is glad he uses a sneak attack because the power this alpha uses to try breaking free is great. See? I always told you that using real sand makes your magic stronger than creating sand out of nowhere with magic because you can focus on using your magic power to control the sand. As Shikaku says, controlling what's already available is much easier. Just like how mages create their elements out of nowhere with magic, like water mages create water even in the desert, Alex can also create sands using magic power. But it needs a lot of magic power to create sand from ether nano. Grinding rocks into sand takes a lot less magic power, and just like how water mages will have an easier time using their magic on rivers or sea, using sand magic will also be much easier in sandy areas. It will be much easier to control real water or sand instead of the ones magically created, and the power created with the real physical stuff is much stronger. So now his sand burial technique is very strong and even the alpha can't move in it at all. Though Alex needs to focus because he is holding 13 wyverns including the alpha at once and they are strong magical creatures, so he can't underestimate them. He quickly chokes the 12 normal wyverns until they pass out before letting Shikaku and Matatabi to pull them into his mind realm for the third to absorb. Then he goes toward the alpha who looks at him fearfully now after seeing Alex defeat all of its kin so easily and even absorb them. Alex chokes the alpha until it passes out too, but Shikaku and Matatabi don't pull it into Alex's body. They want to let Alex try takeover magic on this alpha mountain wyvern. After releasing his humanoid Shikaku transformation, Alex touches the unconscious alpha's head. Then he uses his takeover magic to take over this beast's power. The alpha wyvern's body glows and the light enters Alex's body. It takes a while for the process to complete until the whole wyvern's body disappears.
It fails.
Alex has made sure he fulfills all the requirements to take over a wyvern based on the takeover grimoire that you are bought for him, but it still fails. Do you really can't take over that beast's power?
Well, not completely.
Surely I don't get its appearance and abilities, so the takeover has failed. However, my physical and magical power increases quite a lot. It's like instead of taking over the beast, I am absorbing it to strengthen myself, just like getting XP to level up in a game.
I see.
Then maybe my theory is correct. Matatabi seems to have expected this. What is it? Alex-san, I think the reason you can't take over that wyvern is because you have us. Matatabi explains that she thinks the reason Alex fails his takeover magic on the wyvern is because the wyvern's soul and power can't be kept in his body because of the pressure from the tailed beasts. Even if it's just Shikaku and Matatabi that have been unsealed, they still have great power and the wyvern's soul and power must have been crushed under that pressure. Takeover magic is like sealing creatures in the mage's bodies. So their souls are kept alive. If a takeover mage doesn't have enough magic power and mental power, the creatures they take over can take over the mage's body instead. So when Alex uses takeover on the alpha, its soul enters Alex's mind realm where the tailed beasts are because it's a place for the takeover beast souls. But compared to the tailed beasts, the wyvern is much weaker even if it's the strongest in its group. Not to mention the unsealed Shikaku and Matatabi, even the 7-tailed beasts that are still sealed still give the wyvern's soul overwhelming pressures. It must be unable to hold the pressure of our presence here, especially since it's just a soul, so it can't defend itself properly. I see, that makes sense. Then this means I can't take over any other beast souls, right? If my theory is correct, then you still can take over other beasts. However, they need to be at least almost as strong as us. That's the same as saying I can't. Maybe the only beasts that are as strong as you guys are dragons. But it's not like I can find them like candies. And I don't know if it's possible because dragons use a different type of magic than humans. I don't even know if they are considered beasts. Well, Alex doesn't think it's a problem at all even if he can't take over any other beasts. Having the 9-tailed beasts is more than enough to make him one of the strongest mages in the world as long as he works hard to get much stronger. Still, being able to get stronger by absorbing magical creatures' power using takeover magic is nice. I can increase my power easier this way. Yeah, it's good, but don't use it too much, kid. If you use it too much, then there will be side effects. At the very least, your power won't be stable if you grow it too fast without building a strong foundation. Shikaku gives Alex a serious warning.
Shikaku is correct.
If you increase the amount of your magic power too fast, then your magic container might not be able to hold it. Even if your magic container expands, it will be too weak to hold the increasing magic power, just like how balloons get weaker as it expands.
Right.
I'm not a game character that is made of data, after all. Alex swears to use this technique to increase his power in moderation. It will still help him grow stronger faster even if he doesn't do it all the time, so it's not that bad. He continues to climb the mountain and soon reaches the peak. Alex stands on the mountain peak and looks around with amazed eyes because the view is very breathtaking. I know that traveling on foot is the best. Alex smiles happily while admiring the view. Now he is very glad that he held on and survived those years of pain. He won't be able to see this if he dies. This is a nice town. Alex is already in Fiori now. He is in the first town he finds after crossing the mountain range that serves as Fiori border. The town he's at now is Clovertown, a town located in a valley surrounded by the mountain range that Alex climbed before. He could have a much easier time if he just followed the road to this town from the previous country, but he was too obsessed with exploring the wilderness and fighting different creatures to get stronger. Anyway, Alex's first destination in this town is a material store. He has fought and defeated many creatures, so he has a lot of valuable materials too. Every time he visits a town, he always sells what he collected to cover his expenses. Sometimes he is lucky enough to find valuable items other than materials from magical beasts like herbs or even magic crystals that's also known as lacrima. He doesn't find any lacrima mines. It's just that he's lucky enough to find some of them in cracks or caves he finds and checks. There aren't many of them, but even a small lacrima can give him a good amount of money, so he now has enough to live in a town for a while. Ooh, these are some high-quality lacrima crystals. Did you find a new mine? The material store owner is very happy seeing the glowing lacrima crystals. These lacrima crystals have a lot of ether nanos stored in them naturally, which is enough to make them high-quality lacrima crystals. Thanks to that, Alex receives quite a lot of money just from the lacrima crystals. Along with the other materials, he receives 1.5 million jewels, which is quite high. It's mainly because Alex sells materials from rare and high-ranking magical creatures. He doesn't give all the high-ranking creatures to the tailed beasts because he also needs money to live in this world, after all. Besides, they can still absorb the remains of those creatures after Alex takes all the valuable parts. Doing that means they can only absorb a little magic power to break the seal, but it's better than nothing. Alex decides to stay in the town for a few days before continuing. He wants to take a break and enjoy civilization after living in the wild for a rather long time. Also, he needs to buy supplies for his next trip to Magnolia because again, he will go by foot and through wilderness too. There's a train service that can take him to Magnolia faster. But he wants to enjoy his trip before joining a guild. After all, it will be quite difficult to travel as he pleases after joining a guild because of the jobs. There are several towns on the way to Clover to Magnolia. If Alex follows the normal route, he won't go through wilderness that much, so he makes his own route as usual, which will take him longer to reach Magnolia, but he can explore the wild. Alex continues his trip after staying for 3 days in Clover. He follows the route he has decided after buying a map yesterday. The forest here is already different from the ones I saw before. There are creatures and plants I haven't seen in other forests. Being separated by a massive mountain range can create this much difference, huh? Alex is amazed by the difference between this forest and the forests he visits before crossing the mountain range. Normal people might not see the differences, but for Alex, who has been living in the forest and seen many things there, spotting the differences is an easy task.
Even the same species has differences.
Must be because of their adaptations to their environment. As they are unable to get in touch with their kin on the other side of the mountain, they grow and evolve differently. Alex now acts like a scientist even though he only knows a little about evolutions from his past life knowledge. But it's really interesting to see that the same species can be different with his own eyes. He keeps walking toward Magnolia like that. Exploring and seeing new things like this is much more fun than he initially thought.
Of course, he doesn't just look around.
He also fights many creatures for his meal, to weaken the third-tailed beast seal, to learn about them, and to collect valuable materials for money. The trip that can be done in less than a day if he just uses the train, or less than a week even if he walks if he just uses the road, ends up being a month trip because he goes through the forest and takes his time to explore it. Even so, he finally arrives in Magnolia after spending a little more than half a year to walk from Uar's house. He won't even be surprised if Gray is already registered in Fairy Tale, even though Gray hadn't planned to leave Uar's wings yet when Alex left. It's already more than half a year after all, so it won't be strange for Gray and Leon to already finish their study under Uar's teaching. Alex doesn't know how all of them are doing now because although he always sends letters to Uar's house whenever he visits a town, he can never get any reply because he never stays in a town for more than 3 days. Uar actually gave him a communication lacrima, but it was broken a month after he left because he was careless in his fight against a beast that looks like a gorilla. Well, he will now stay in Magnolia, so they can exchange letters, and Alex can buy a new communication lacrima now that he has enough money. Anyway, Alex quickly goes to Fairy Tale's guild building. He just needs to ask around a little to find the guild because it's the only magic guild in this town. So this is Fairy Tale, huh? It looks different from what I imagined how it will look in real life if I compare it to the picture I remembered from manga and anime. But maybe it's because this is still year X775, so the building design is different.
Well, doesn't matter.
It's just a building design. Alex stands in front of the guild for a while before opening the door. Everyone turns to look at who is coming into the guild and he really takes their attention. Dirty appearance, ragged clothes, a big backpack with some sacks tied on it, bare feet, long untrimmed silver hair that looks very contrast with his dark skin, and the thick smell of sweat. His appearance makes everyone wonder if he is a beggar coming to beg for some money. But what he says to them while smiling widely makes their ears twitch a bit. Excuse me, is this Fairy Tale Guild?
I came to join.
Everyone is looking at each other before turning their head at the short old man sitting on the bar. Alex is already looking at this old man since the beginning because he can guess who this Gramps is. He must be Makarov Dreyer, Fairy Tale's third guild master.
Damn.
That's a ridiculous amount of magic power. No wonder he is one of the 10 wizard saints. Alex is surprised by how much magic power Makarov has. His senses have gotten much stronger and now he can sense others' magic power quite accurately. He couldn't do it when he left Ur's house, so he doesn't know how much magic power that Ur has. But she is said to be strong enough to compete for a wizard saint position, so maybe she has a similar amount of magic power with Makarov. You want to join Fairy Tale?
What is your name, boy?
Alex, Alexander Sterling.
Okay, Alex.
Before you join Fairy Tale, there is something you need to do. Makarov looks very serious now.
A test.
Alex doesn't know that there is a test to join Fairy Tale. But he thinks that it really makes sense for a magic guild to test the ones that want to join their guild. After all, they need to at least know that the ones who want to join can use magic. It's a magic guild, so only mages can join. They will also need to know the applicant's power to assign the correct jobs.
Are you ready, boy? Anytime.
Alex smiles excitedly while putting his backpack down and cracks his neck.
Good. Do it.
Makarov snaps his fingers and suddenly 2 women grab Alex's arms from both sides. Clean him thoroughly. Again, Makarov says it very seriously. Alex is surprised by what he hears. But he can't even ask anything because the 2 women already drag him to the bathroom at a very high speed. They even remove his clothes while dragging him until he is fully nude.
Jaya. Stop it.
I can take off my clothes myself.
No.
That scream of shame is the last thing everyone hears from Alex. A boy with dark skin and silver hair is sitting on the chair while leaning on the Fairy Tale Guild's bar table with a dark face. Alex still can't believe they actually remove his clothes in front of everyone just to make him take a bath. It reminds him of how Ur would just strip him during their training so he could get used to the cold. Until when will you sulk? Makarov, who sits on the bar beside Alex, is asking as if he is innocent. You could have just told me to take a bath and I'd do it myself. Alex says with a tick mark appears on his forehead. It was faster that way. Also, look at how you silence all the men here.
Ha.
Alex looks around and sees most of the men seem depressed.
What's with them?
They are defeated by a kid, so obviously they aren't happy. Makarov says while sighing.
Defeated? A kid?
Wow, I never knew there was a kid strong enough to defeat all of them in a short time while I took a bath. I didn't even hear the battle. Alex is genuinely shocked now. He really doesn't know there is a kid that's strong in Fairy Tale around this time. It makes him curious about the kid, so he looks around to find the said kid, but he is the youngest person here now.
No need to look around.
The kid that I mean is you.
Huh? Me?
But I don't fight anyone here. Alex tilts his head in confusion.
You didn't.
They were just comparing themselves with you and felt defeated.
Huh? I don't understand.
It's fine if you don't understand. It's not important, after all. Makarov stops the talk without clear explanations, even though he's the one who starts it. Alex is still confused, but he doesn't pursue it further. It might not be something important if Makarov dismisses it this easily. Though Makarov just can't say that the adult men here are feeling depressed after seeing Alex's lower region. He can't say the adults felt defeated by an 11Y.O's little guy. Anyway, you want to join our Fairy Tale Guild, right?
Yes.
They finally start talking about joining the guild.
All right.
We don't have many requirements for people to join. As long as you are a mage, aren't a wanted criminal, and aren't learning forbidden magic, then you can join Fairy Tale. So, do you have an ID?
Yeah, here.
Alex gives Makarov his ID card that Ur made for him in the town near her house.
Oh?
You are from the land of Isvan?
That's pretty far.
Are you sure you want to join a guild in Fiori? You might need to change citizenship later.
No problem.
I don't care about my nationality. Makarov gives the ID card to the bartender, who then puts it on a device that has a lacrima crystal ball on it. That's a device to check if your ID is real or not. Also, it can be used to check your crime records if you have any.
I see.
Alex isn't worried because the ID is real and he never does any crime. The bartender returns the ID to Makarov while nodding.
Great, you are clean.
Now, regarding magic, can you already use magic or do you plan on learning it here? If you haven't learned it, then we'll need to check if you have enough magic power to start practicing magic. I can already use magic. Do you want to see it?
Of course.
Can you do it here or do you need a bigger space? I can show it here. Alex says it while getting down from the chair. He takes a few steps away from the chair before creating a blue magic circle with black writing under his feet.
Take over. Beast soul, Matatabi. Human form.
Alex's body glows blue as he transforms into Matatabi's humanoid form. He turns into a two-tailed catman with a body made out of blue fire with black marks all over his body.
Oh? Take over magic, huh? I haven't seen it in a while.
Also, it's a beast I've never seen before, how surprising. Makarov is genuinely surprised by Alex's magic, especially the beast he transforms into, because even with his decades of experience as a mage, Makarov has never seen or known this beast. But he doesn't ask where Alex gets this beast because it's personal information. He'd rather wait for Alex to tell it himself in the future when they've gotten much closer. After all, Makarov knows that children who join magic guilds usually have bad experiences. If they have good lives, then they will stay with their parents instead of working through magic guilds like this. So he never questions them too much and always lets them open up to him. After all, Fairy Tale was built as a place to form bonds, to form friendship, not just a place to get money. Should I show my battle skills too? That seems necessary to gauge your power so we can assign the correct job to you. Then let's go to the back. Makarov leads Alex to the back of the building where the training ground is located. Everyone follows them to watch the fight and see how strong Alex is. Alright, come at me with your full power. Makarov stands 20 meters in front of Alex. Alex nods his head while getting ready to fight Makarov. He knows he doesn't need to hold back against the old man who is one of the strongest people in this continent. It's a good chance to test his current level too, so Alex plans to go all out. There's no better opponent to test his limit here other than Makarov, after all. The test starts and Alex immediately charges toward Makarov at a very high speed. He is so fast that most people there can't even see his movements. They only see him again when his punch hits Makarov's enlarged hand. Makarov tries to grab him, but Alex quickly gets away. He is very fast, so Makarov fails to catch him. Fire release. A small red magic circle appears on each of his hands. Alex then stabs the red magic circles with his claws, and now his hands and forearms are covered with hot red fire. Claws of Hellcats. Alex moves at a high speed again, and now he appears on Makarov's left side. He swipes his burning claws in a cross shape from above, but Makarov blocks his attack again, now with the back of his enlarged hand. His attack leaves scorching scratches on Makarov's skin, which surprises everyone including Makarov himself. The scratches aren't deep, but it's still very impressive that Alex manages to break Makarov's high physical and magical defense. It makes Makarov really want to know just how strong Alex really is now. So he tells Alex to keep going and show his true power as Makarov grows into a 2-meter muscular old man. Alex now covers his legs with hot red fire too, just like his arms. Then he starts attacking Makarov with the close combat skills he has learned and polished all these months. Makarov mostly blocks and dodges Alex's attacks, which consist of punches, claw attacks, kicks, and knee attacks. His close combat skills fail to get through Makarov's defense. He manages to injure Makarov when the old man blocks his attacks, but all of them are minor injuries. So Alex tries to use something else. He makes a distance with Makarov while creating a red magic circle in front of his mouth. A fireball forms in front of the magic circle as Alex opens his mouth. Fire release, flaming cat roar. Alex shoots the fireball toward Makarov and it flies at a very high speed. Makarov's eyes twitch as he senses the power inside the flying fireball. It is small, but Makarov can feel that it's a powerful attack that can't be underestimated. So he enlarges his right arm and covers it with light magic as he catches the fireball. Makarov clenches the fireball, making it explode inside his fist. The fire generated from that explosion passes through the gaps between Makarov's fingers, and although its power has reduced a lot, the bursting fire is still strong. Everyone can see how strong it is from the one that passes the gap and hits the ground. The ground that gets hit by the bursting fire is broken and burnt until they glow red like burnt iron.
Ouch! 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 It's so hot.
Makarov reverts his enlarged arms to its original size so he can blow air to cool it down. The fireball is so hot that even with light magic protecting his hand, Makarov still feels his hand is burnt. Phew, that was a very powerful attack, little Alex. But I think you should only use it as the last resort for now, at least until you have a lot more magic power. Makarov says it while looking at Alex, who has returned to his human form and now lies on the ground. That last attack used all of his magic power, so now he runs out of it and can't maintain his transformation.
Huffed. Huffed. It's okay.
I can reduce its power. I just want to see if I have even the slightest chance to win, but it seems my power is still far from enough. Makarov is surprised by Alex's answer.
But then he grins.
Then do your best to surpass me. I will entertain you if I have time. Welcome to Fairy Tale. A big party is held in the Fairy Tale building after Makarov accepts Alex as a new member. Everyone is celebrating his acceptance into the guild, but the main character of this party can't even enjoy it. Alex has run out of magic power and feels very weak now. He still can move, but not excessively, so he just sits while drinking his mango juice. Now he has a silver Fairy Tale guild mark on his left shoulder. He chose silver color to make it matches with his hair color, and silver color looks more vivid on his dark skin.
Aren't they too happy?
They were just feeling so depressed a while ago. Alex already knows Fairy Tale's tendencies to hold parties, but he doesn't know it would be this rowdy. Having a new member is always something to be happy about. A blonde-haired boy with a lightning-like scar on his face that looks a little older than Alex suddenly sits beside Alex. I watched your fight with my Gramps.
It was impressive.
But you would die if that was a real battle. Well, I did that because it wasn't a real battle. Though I would die no matter what if I really fight someone who can stop that last attack anyway, because it means that person is too strong for me.
Well, you're not wrong.
But you need to have other options even if your opponents are too strong for you. So you need to learn how to escape even the worst enemies. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Wait. You're Gramps. Alex fakes his surprise.
Yeah, I'm that midget old man's grandson. My name is Laxus Dreyer, just call me Laxus. Alexander Sterling, I'm called Alex. Both of them shake their hands. Alex feels quite strange seeing the current Laxus, who is still quite the innocent boy. Though Alec can already feel a little arrogance in Laxus's tones, it can't compare to how his adult self talks. How old are you, Alex? 11 this year, what about you?
14.
Oh, am I the youngest here? Nah, there is someone younger than you. She joined 3 years ago.
What?
She joined 3 years ago and is still younger than me now? Just how old is she?
I'm not sure, but she shouldn't be 10 yet.
I see, so she joined when she was really young, huh? I thought I would still be too young to join a magic guild, but there's actually someone even younger than me. Well, if it's that, then I joined at an even younger age than her. But maybe it isn't that impressive because I am the guild master's grandson. Even people might only know me because of him. I don't want to keep staying in his shadow all my life. I'll be really strong that people will know me as myself, as Laxus, not Makarov's grandson. That's great. I also leave my family for a similar purpose. My main reason is independence, but I also want to make a name for myself. Wow, you leave your family home to be independent at this age? Laxus is really surprised to hear that. Yeah, well, they are not my biological family. I am an orphan who doesn't know my parents at all. It hasn't even been that long since I live with them, but they have become my real family.
You know what I mean, right?
Laxus nods at Alex's question. I love them, but I also have things I want to do, so I leave to start a new life. This is something I always want to do before even meeting them. What is it that you want to do? Is joining Fairy Tale helping you to achieve it?
Yeah.
Just like you and maybe all mages, I want to be a very strong mage. Also, I want to explore the world. Joining a powerful magic guild that has a very wide variety of jobs will help me a lot. That's why I joined Fairy Tale, because I heard this guild is the strongest in Fiori and it's led by a wizard saint. I never saw a wizard saint's power, but now I know. Heh, so you actually know about Gramps since the beginning, huh?
Not really.
I only know his name. People said he is as big as a mountain. That's why I actually thought I was in the wrong guild when he said he is the guild master. Turns out his magic can turn him big, that's why people say that.
This is true.
On his way here, he asks people about Fairy Tale just out of curiosity. Those who know always say that Makarov is as big as a mountain, so Alex doesn't lie about this part.
Bahaha.
You must be very confused because he is a midget.
Bam.
Right after he says that, a big and long hand suddenly hits Laxus on the head, sending him flying onto the wall. Makarov hears everything they are talking about, and what Laxus says in the end is pissing him off. That's not a way to talk about your grandpa, Laxus. Everyone laughs at it, and they laugh even louder when Laxus runs to attack his grandpa only to be slammed onto the floor. Seeing that he doesn't have any chance against his grandpa, Laxus changes his target to those who laugh, and the party turns into a fist fight with those who aren't involved betting on who will win as if this is a normal thing. Don't mind them, they always do this. Makarov approaches Alex, who is watching the fist fight with a dumbfounded expression.
By the way, Alex.
Have you already found a place to stay?
No, not yet.
I plan to find a room to rent after joining the guild. Do you have any recommendations, master? I have quite a bit of money from selling materials along the way here, so I think I can afford average rent fees. Selling materials? Yes, I was walking through forests and mountains by foot. So I hunted creatures for my food and I collected their valuable materials. I also gathered things like herbs or minerals I happened to find.
Wait.
You were walking instead of taking carriages or train.
That's right.
I also chose to walk through forests and mountains instead of the road because I want to explore those places. That's why it took more than half a year for me to arrive here from my old place. Makarov is really surprised to hear that. Now he understands why Alex looks that dirty appearance and that big backpack. So, does this mean you have many materials in that big backpack of yours? Do you want to see them? Makarov nods, so Alex takes his backpack and unloads it. Everyone stops whatever they do, including those who fight, and they gather around Alex, who is unloading his big backpack. They are surprised to see him take out a lot of different magical beasts materials. These materials are also dismantled properly, so their qualities are good. This is shadow python skin. You hunted a shadow python. A guild member is surprised when he sees a big shining black snake skin with black spikes on it. It attacked me when I cooked. I realized it was following me through the shadows, so I was prepared for its attack. The shadow python can enter shadows and move freely in it. But it can only move in real shadows. It can't transform into shadow and move freely even if there's no real shadows like Shadow Dragon. That's why Shadow Viper usually moves at night when there's no light, because almost every place has shadow. It also can't be detected easily after it enters the shadow, but Alex could sense its gaze and hostility with his beastly senses. He killed it quite easily by catching it with Shikaku's sand and crushed it to death. The only thing he could take was its skin because he couldn't save its valuable organs for too long or they would rot before he could reach the town. The other materials that he collected are those that can be kept for days because he could walk for weeks. Even the herbs he found are dried so he could keep them until he arrived in town. Alex has learned a lot about material preservation through books he bought when he was in UR's house. He was preparing for his journey and it turned out very well now. Magic guilds rarely give material collecting jobs, but there are many hunting jobs. Sometimes those jobs are to kill magical creatures that endanger people, so their materials aren't needed for the job. Sometimes there would be other creatures involved and killed in the jobs even though they aren't targets. Alex realized he could get more money if he could take those valuable materials and sell them, so he learned this kind of thing. Makarov tears up without realizing it. He is very happy to finally get a member who works hard and seems very responsible when doing jobs. After the party is over, Makarov guides Alex to Fairy Tale's male dormitory. It is where some single male members used to stay because it's cheap and they can stay with their guildmates. The building is located far from other buildings in the town. It's placed on the outskirts because the mages often train their magic there, which can be dangerous for other people if they are too close. Oh, it's nicer than I thought. Alex never knows Fairy Tale has a male dormitory. He thought they only had a female dormitory because it's never shown in the story. Natsu also doesn't live in a dormitory, so he thought they don't have a male dormitory. Currently, Alex is having a tour around the dormitory that's named Fairy House with the dormkeeper, which is a middle-aged man called Joshua. Every male member of Fairy Tale is allowed to live here. But there are rules here, and those who break it will be banned from living here again. Mr. Joshua says it while they walk. So strict. Well, because we don't want the dormitory to be destroyed. Mr. Joshua has a sweat drop on his forehead. Alex is confused until Mr. Joshua explains the rules. They are mostly normal rules used in most boarding houses. Even the no fighting rule and being responsible for their room's cleanliness are normal too. That's until Makarov says that some people in the past were fighting in the dorm using magic, so a big part of the dorm was destroyed. Some people also didn't clean their rooms until they became literal trash bins. Even if they were boys, weren't they being too irresponsible? But those things really happened. That's why now the boy dormitory has very strict rules compared to the girl dormitory. But most of the male members still live here. They've become very obedient after the strict rules were applied. Mr. Joshua smiles while saying the last sentence as if he finally has the peace he always wanted. I guess most of them are single men, right?
It's as you thought.
And well, it might not apply to you now, but when you get older, please don't bring girls to the dorm. It's also stated in the rule, but I just want you to take note of it. It really doesn't concern me now, but well, understood. Alex finishes the necessary paperwork after choosing a room from some remaining rooms. He chose a room on the top floor, the third floor, because he thinks the top floor will be the most peaceful, even though going up and down every day might be a hassle. After paying this month's rent, which is 100,000 jewels. It's the same as the female dormitory, Fairy Hills rent. But it's more expensive than average rooms in the town. Rooms for male are usually cheaper, with the average being just 50,000 jewels. It's just that their rooms are smaller and they don't get food. The reason fairy houses' rent is higher is because they will get breakfast and laundry service every day. Breakfast is one thing, but the laundry service is a deal breaker for most of the boys. Most of them are either too lazy to wash their clothes or they are just very bad at it. That's why most of them still choose to live in the dorm, even if it's twice as expensive as the rented rooms in town. Alex finally can rest now. He immediately goes to sleep after washing himself. Luckily, the dorm keeper always cleans the empty room in case anyone suddenly comes to rent them, so Alex can use the room immediately. The battle with Makarov really exhausted him, and he was just traveling on foot for a long time. The accumulated fatigue finally kicked in now that he is relaxed after deciding to live here for the years to come, so he falls asleep immediately. Although he never thought he would sleep for more than 30 hours. He wakes up in the morning, but it's the second morning since he slept in the dorm. Even the dorm keeper almost thought he was dead in his room.
Ha 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 ha.
It's my first time seeing someone sleep for a day and 2 nights. Laxus laughs loudly when Alex comes to the guild after selling the materials he collected.
TSK. So noisy.
I was just really tired, alright? Alex is very embarrassed now because everyone is laughing at him. After a while, the loud laughs finally die down and Laxus asks what Alex will do now. Do you want to take a job immediately?
Not yet.
I have just arrived in Magnolia and have just joined after going on a 7-month trip, you know. Before taking jobs, I want to relax for a while, and more than that, I need to familiarize myself with the guild in town. Man, I don't even know where the clothing stores are. So you want to tour around the town, right?
Yeah.
I always enjoy sightseeing at the places I visit, so I'm actually eager to walk around the town now. Want me to give you a tour? Laxus gives that offer while smiling smugly, but Alex feels disgusted by it. I don't want to have a date with a boy. What the hell do you mean by a date? It will look like that to other people. Alex and Laxus start quarreling like close friends even though they have just known each other. Maybe it's because their ages are close, so they can feel closer to each other easily.
Stop it.
They're done exploring Magnolia right before dark. It's a big town, so they can't see every place in just a day. That's why Kana only shows general locations and the important places. Alex returns to the guild with Kana on his back. She is too tired after walking around the town for hours, so he gives her a piggyback ride, and everyone who sees it gives them a warm smile. Am I not heavy? This is nothing. I usually carry heavier things than you while walking for days on difficult tracks. And I'm used to carrying someone your size before. Someone my size? Yeah, she's like my little sister. Before I left to be independent, she would always act spoiled and asked for a piggyback ride every day. She must feel very lonely after you leave.
Yeah.
She even cried once, thinking that the reason I left her and went alone was because she is too weak to stay with me. Though there's no way I can bring her since she's still too young to leave her mom. Oh, she still lives with your mom. No, she's not my mom, she's her mom. I'm an orphan, but they are my family. Anyway, her still being weak is never the reason for me to leave her, okay? For me, it doesn't matter whether my family is weak or strong. What matters is that I love them and can spend time with them. But is it really okay for someone so weak to be the family of someone so strong? Kana looks down sadly. Alex now can confirm that she has started being discouraged to tell Gildarts her true identity as his daughter. Why is it a bad thing? Everyone is different, even if they are parent and child or siblings. Even twins can be different, like having different talents, you know. Instead, I think it will be wonderful if they are different.
How so?
Kana can't understand why Alex says it's a wonderful thing. I mean, just imagine it. When your parents or maybe older siblings are very strong but you feel that you are very weak. A family is made of people who love each other, right? Then surely those strong parents or older siblings will be more than happy to teach you until you become as strong as them. I bet they will be even happier if you can surpass them in the future. But the most important thing for me isn't the result. It's the time we spend together.
Time. Yeah.
Training together, studying magic together, walking around the town like we did earlier, going on a trip, and many other things. Don't you think that being together like that is more important than being incredibly powerful? Alex is trying to encourage Kana with this roundabout advice. Then, why did you leave your family? Kana doesn't understand why Alex leave if he thinks that being together is more important than anything else.
Haha, I guess I was stupid after all.
I only realized this after leaving them. During my trip here, I finally realized how lonely it is to be all alone in this world. But knowing that there are people who also miss me always gives me more strength, you know. Even if we are not in the same place, just knowing that there are people worrying about me is enough to ease my worries. Besides, I can always exchange letters with them, and I can meet them when I have time in the future.
Ah.
Sorry, I just keep rambling about this thing. Why, you know, the guild is also your family. I will be your big brother if you want. Alex acts as if he is panicking after making a big mistake. It makes Kana think that he misunderstood her as being lonely for not having a family.
Hee, it's okay. You're right.
Fairy Tale is my family. But you know, I actually still have my own family, so you don't need to worry. Is that so?
I'm glad then.
Alex shows a fake relief, making Kana smile. But he's actually worried inside because he doesn't know if he succeeds in encouraging Kana or not. She doesn't say anything more after all.
Sigh, maybe I'm too hasty.
This is still just our first day knowing each other and someone can't change overnight just because of advice. Seems like I can only keep giving her advice until she opens up to me more so I can help her directly. While being worried over this matter, Alex and Kana finally arrive at the guild. He thought Kana would want to get down before entering the guild, but she actually fell asleep after their talk, so he kept carrying her. The rowdy members want to say something with their loud voices, but Alex tells them to stay quiet by putting his finger on his lips. They now see that Kana is asleep, so all of them stop talking too loudly. Makarov tells Alex to put Kana in their infirmary bed so she can sleep comfortably. After he does that, Alex returns to the hall and enjoys drinks with everyone. For the next few days, Alex stays in Magnolia to familiarize himself with the town and to know more about his guild. He gets along well with his guildmates, especially Laxus and Kana, who are the closest to his age. Alex also buys a lot of books to study different things that seem useful for his job as a mage. He wants to study more about magic too, but magic books are hard to find. When he asks Makarov about it, the old man says that they have a library containing many knowledge about magic. But to access the library, he needs to accumulate guild points by taking jobs. You can't take the original books out of the library, but we can give you the copies if you pay with points. Points are very important to use the library, so you need to clear a lot of jobs to read a lot of books in our library.
So guild points are very important, right?
Are they used for other things as well? They are also used to check your performances, so we can recommend the correct jobs to you. And every year, we are holding an S-class promotional exam. The points you collected are important to help you get chosen for the exam.
S-class.
Alex asks as if he doesn't know what it means because he is a newbie. You know that jobs have ranks, right? We don't specify who can take A-class jobs and below that are now categorized as normal class because we use our own judgment to see if the mages can clear the jobs or not before approving. But for S-class jobs and above, we can't just give them to anybody. Makarov explains that to take S-class jobs, not only do the mages need to have sufficient powers, they also need to have good knowledge, judgment, etc. That's why they need to do an exam to see these qualities in the S-class candidates.
I see.
So newcomers can't be chosen for S-class exams, right?
Basically, yes.
After all, we can't see how good you are in the first year. Even if you somehow show great achievements in the first year, S-class promotion will still be difficult. Because of trust, right?
Makarov nods.
S-class jobs and above are very important. That's why just being strong isn't enough to be an S-class. I understand, that's an obvious thing and I agree with it. But what are the classes above S-class? There are S-class, SS-class, 10-year, and 100-year jobs. 10-year jobs mean those jobs haven't been cleared for more than 10 years, while 100-year jobs mean they haven't been cleared for more than 100 years.
Damn.
They must be very difficult if no one can clear them even after decades and centuries.
You're right.
The survival rate of 100 years jobs are almost zero, that's why even the strongest mages are hesitant to take them.
I see.
Well, it's not my concern now, so I won't crack my brain over this matter. Alex and Makarov talk more about guilds and jobs. Makarov happily explains things Alex needs to be mindful of when taking different types of jobs. The old man is happy to have a new member who will take his job seriously. Alex planned to not take any jobs for a while, but he just can't relax. So he decides to take easy jobs located in the town. Master, are there jobs to do in Magnolia? Maybe jobs that no one takes even after a long time, or urgent jobs. I just can't rest, my body is itchy to move, but I still don't want to go out of town. Will you really take such jobs? Makarov's eyes sparkle while asking that. As long as I can do those jobs.
Great. Show him.
Makarov looks at the bartender with a wide smile. The young male bartender then takes out a rather thick stack of papers and puts it on the bar. Makarov tells Alex to choose any of the jobs in these papers. They are low-paying jobs that no one is interested in, and quite a lot of them are jobs in Magnolia. Sometimes these jobs' pays are too low for the effort, or they don't really need mages' power, so the mages rarely take them. Demolishing an old building and clearing the rubble? Do they really need a mage for this? Not really. That's why they don't just ask us to do it. Some other jobs are like this as well. The clients usually just post their requests in different places that can do the jobs. So even if we don't take them, other places might take them. The clients will recall all the job posts after someone clears their request. So as long as we still have the posts, that means no one has yet to finish the jobs.
I see.
Then I'll take this demolishing job for now.
Are you sure?
You can't burn the building inside the town, you know.
Don't worry.
I have another beast suitable for this job.
Alright then.
The payment isn't high, but if we finish this job, our reputation will get better, so I'm thankful that you take it. Makarov hands the quest paper to Alex, who nods before leaving the guild building. Alex then goes to the client's place to confirm if the job is still available. The client is a fat middle-aged man who cries happily when knowing that someone is taking the job. Why did no one take the job even after this long? If you want to build a new building on that plot of land, then can't you just ask the construction workers to also demolish the old building? I also thought of that, but... The client is hesitating to continue.
What is it?
I can't do the job if I don't know the important details. Alex pressures the man to talk. The building is haunted. The man finally speaks after hesitating a little. People say that the building is haunted and cursed. They say the ones who demolish it will be cursed by the evil spirits living there. So no one dares to even touch that building. And you want to demolish that building even after knowing something like that? Alex is dumbfounded by how this guy dares to order a demolition on said building, but acts timidly when talking about the curse. The man's shoulders drop dispiritedly. I didn't know about it when I received this building from my deceased father. My father bought that building a long time ago, but then he left it unattended to live in another town. He passed it down to me, and I planned to use it for business. But the building is in a very bad condition, so I wanted to rebuild it. Then I found out that it is haunted and cursed. That's why no one took the job. I can't even sell it because people are afraid of buying a cursed building. Alex now understands why this job hasn't been completed for 3 months, even though it's not a difficult job. Alright then, I'll take the job. Curse or ghost, they can come to me if they want.
Really?
The client thought Alex would change his mind, but he actually still accepts the job even after hearing all those things. But before I demolish the building, let me check the building first. I want to see the ghost or maybe find the curse before demolishing it. If I don't remove the ghost and curse, then they will stay there even when you build the new building. Also, I'm curious about those things. If you really can remove them, then I will increase the pay. You should have done that the moment you knew that the building was haunted and cursed. Alex clicks his tongue, making the man scratch the back of his head embarrassedly. After the meeting with the client, Alex goes to the mentioned building. It is quite big, but it really looks abandoned as it is completely covered with moss, dirt, vines, and even some small plants grow on the wall. Some parts of the building, like its roof and windows, are also broken. It looks very contrast with the buildings around it that are still used. They say this is a haunted building, but the ones around it are not affected at all?
How strange.
Alex then enters the building while looking around. There aren't any traces of humans coming in and out from the front of the building, so even the client must have stayed away from this building, which is a good decision because it looks like it can collapse anytime. For now, Alex is investigating the building. He checks every room to find the ghost and curse that the client told him. But he doesn't find anything even with his very sharp senses. I think it's not a ghost, but animals like rats or bats that live here. They must have caused quite a lot of ruckus and people mistook them for ghosts. Matatabi says it after Alex fails to find any ghosts or curses.
That's possible.
Then let's find them. Alex transforms into humanoid Shikaku form and places his hands on the bottom floor. Then he uses Shikaku's ability to sense the earth to find if there are animals here. This building's walls are made of bricks, so Shikaku's earth sensing ability can work through the walls.
Oh?
Now this is surprising. Instead of something like a rat nest, Alex finds a big underground room quite deep under the building. He also senses a lot of footsteps there, so there are people in the underground room. Alex tries to sense the whole underground room and finds out that it's connected to more underground rooms located under the nearby buildings. But there is a very long path that leads to the forest outside the town. Is this area not affected by Gildart's shift, or that mechanism hasn't been built yet? Alex ponders about it because if this area is affected by Gildart's shift, then there's no way they could build these underground rooms. Though this place is quite far from the path from the town gate to the guild. So even if the Gildart's shift has been built, maybe this area still won't be affected. I probably need to contact the guild. If it's a criminal base, then just destroying it won't be enough. Alex decides to not handle this on his own even though he thinks he is capable of it. It's just that he is worried there are mages among the ones in the underground rooms. If he makes a mistake, then it might endanger the town people. So it's better to consult this to Makarov, who surely has much more experience than him.
What?
Is that true? Makarov is surprised when Alex suddenly returns and reports his findings. Yes, I found the underground rooms in that area, and I'm sure there are people in them because I could sense their footsteps. But I can't confirm who they are, that's why I returned to ask you, Master. You made the correct choice. This is not just a simple job quest anymore. It's not a matter of the town's security. If those people are really criminals, then they must be the ones spreading rumor that the building is haunted and cursed. They might even use magic to fake the ghosts to make it more believable. That way the building won't be demolished and rebuilt. If there is construction there, their hideout might get exposed after all. Also, if they keep using this rumor, then the land and building price will plummet, so they can buy it later. Thankfully they seem to still wait for the price to get even lower, so they haven't bought it yet when you discovered their hideout today. Makarov quickly orders the ones in the hall to gather all their guild members and sends someone to inform the town guards. They need to settle this quickly and correctly. A big group of fairy tale mages is marching towards the abandoned building, led by Makarov. Alex and Laxus are walking behind the old man, while the other mages are behind them. There are a lot of town guards too behind the mages. They move quickly after getting the report from Fairy Tale. Is this the place? Makarov asks and Alex just nods.
All right.
Let's leave the evacuation to the guards. Makarov looks at the guard leader who nods and quickly orders his men to evacuate the citizens around this area. Alex, where's the building that connects to the underground rooms? That one and that one. Alex points at two buildings on different sides of the road. When he used Shikaku's earth sensing, he found out that only those two buildings are connected to the underground room. That means they built the underground rooms from those places, then expanded them. Makarov then assigns the mages into two groups and orders them to raid the underground room through those two buildings. The guards also move to make sure no one from those two buildings escapes. They don't know which ones are truly involved, so it's better to catch them all and question them later. Master, should I block their escape tunnel that leads to the forest? That's a good suggestion.
Do it.
Makarov approves Alex's suggestion, so Alex nods and uses his magic.
Take over. Beast Soul, Shikaku.
Humanoid form. A yellow magic circle appears under Alex's feet and then his body also glows yellow. The ground beneath him turns into sand that climbs his body to complete his transformation. Makarov is once again surprised by Alex's transformation because he never saw this beast before. It makes him curious about this beast's abilities. Alex puts his hands on the ground and uses Shikaku's earth sensing skill to find the tunnel. He finds it quickly and senses that many people in the underground rooms are trying to escape through the tunnel now.
TSK.
They sure are quick. Master, I'll go. Alex runs without waiting for Makarov's reply. His speed is much slower than when he transforms into Matatabi. But it's still faster than average people even though his running form is very strange. Because he has short legs when transforming into Shikaku, Alex can't run normally with just 2 legs or he'll be too slow. So he also uses his big and long hands to propel himself forward. He now runs like a 4-legged beast, although the sizes of the front and hind legs are too different. But it doesn't matter as long as he can run fast even with his heavy fat sand raccoon body. Alex runs following the underground tunnel that leads to the forest. The path is crossing some buildings, so he needs to move around them a lot, but he still manages to catch up with a person running in the most front inside the tunnel. After catching up to them, Alex quickly casts a spell to stop them. He moves quite far ahead of them until he gets out of the town. There's no building around here, so he can make his move freely. Alex slaps the ground with his big Shikaku hand, creating a yellow magic circle on the ground.
Earth collapse.
The ground in front of Alex crumbles and collapses instantly. He only collapses the ground above the tunnel to block it. But it can damage buildings, that's why he does it in an area without buildings. Alex then jumps into the collapsed tunnel and the ground where he lands suddenly turns into sand. His body suddenly gets sucked into the sand very quickly and he disappears from the surface. The people who run in the tunnel are surprised to see the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapse. They don't know what to do now and get even more panicked when suddenly a part of the collapsed ground that blocks their path turns into sand and a strange beast comes out of the sand. There really are a lot of you here. Alex looks around and sees more than 10 people are already here. Who are you? One of them suddenly asks.
Me?
I'm a mage from Fairy Tale, ordered to stop you from escaping. If you surrender and return with me to the town's law enforcers, then I won't hurt you. But dash. Before Alex can even finish his speech, a man suddenly attacks him by shooting a rather big light bullet. It hits Alex's face and explodes. As if we'll give ourselves up. Half of Alex's Shikaku face gets destroyed and sand falls from the destroyed part. The one who attacked him grins smugly, but then his face scrunches up when Alex's face recovers quickly. I see, I'll take it as a no then. Alex extends his hands to the front and creates a yellow magic circle. Sand coffins. The sand that Alex creates just now moves toward the enemies at a very high speed and captures them, binding their whole bodies, immobilizing them instantly. You better be obedient or I'll kill all of you by crushing your bodies. Alex grins sinisterly, making the captured enemies shiver in fear. He looks really menacing in humanoid Shikaku form, after all. Like a beast ready to eat them anytime. To avoid problems, Alex chokes them until they pass out, just like when he defeats the wyverns. It's easier to make humans pass out than wyverns because their bodies are weaker, but he also needs to be careful or he might kill them. After dealing with this group, Alex moves deeper into the tunnel while dragging the unconscious people behind him. He puts them together in a sand coffin that floats behind him as he runs. As he gets deeper, he encounters more people that he captures immediately with his sand coffin spell. He doesn't give them any chance to fight back and he attacks as soon as they meet.
Catch first, question later.
That's Alex's plan on dealing with these people. There are mages among them, so it's better to not turn this into a kind of war to avoid damaging the town. Luckily, the ones who tried to run away are those who are weak and mostly are not mages. The strong ones stay behind to face the attacks of fairy tale mages. After all, they also need to face a wizard saint over there. Thanks to that, Alex can capture the escapees easily. He is also very decisive in apprehending them, so he can catch them quickly and reach the main battlefield in a short time. In the main battlefield, the underground rooms have collapsed completely along with the buildings above them. There are many battles that happen in this area now. The fairy tale mages are fighting the enemies that also have some mages. But there aren't many mages among them, so fairy tale members are focusing on capturing the ones who try to run away. Alex wants to help, but no one seems to have any problem. He can sense that there are 2 people among the enemies with high amounts of magic power, at least more than him and most of fairy tale mages. Well, what do I expect? Alex looks at those 2 strong mages that have been beaten up quite badly. Now they are being held by Makarov's gigantic hands. They are stronger than Alex, but compared to Makarov, they are still too weak. The others are still fighting, so Alex decides to give them a hand, quite literally. He puts his hands on the ground and creates a yellow magic circle. Sand monster hands. Numerous small Shikaku hands appear on the ground below the enemies. The hands grab their ankles, stopping them from moving. The fairy tale mages grin as they beat up the immobile enemies and finish their battles quickly. It doesn't take long for everyone to defeat all the enemies. Now Alex can see why Fairy Tale is the strongest magic guild in Fiori. Even their normal members are strong. It's just that they don't look that strong in the series because the main characters are just much stronger than the normal members. Well, almost all of those main characters have S-class power, after all. When those people join the guild and grow stronger, Fairy Tale will get even stronger. Now, they are still strong enough. But most of the strong members are quite old, so Alex thinks they will retire soon. Maybe that's why the members outside of the Tenru group aren't that strong in the series. It's because the current strong members have retired and the current S-class that stays until the main story is just guild arts. While he thinks about that, Alex is called by Makarov. They've finished their job here, so they can return to the guild and celebrate their success with a party as usual. Some hours after they destroyed the unknown organization, Fairy Tale is visited by a group of officers from the Magic Council. They come here to investigate the unknown organization and take the captured mages. Because there are mages in that organization, the Magic Council needs to move. After all, it might be a dark guild and not just a normal criminal organization. So this case can't be handled by the town's government alone. Makarov handles the matter alone so the members can enjoy their celebration party. It makes Alex think that being a guild master is really tough. But Laxus says that it's easier if Makarov handles this alone. If the others join in, they will just make things harder because they might say unnecessary things. The Magic Council doesn't really like fairy tale, you know. We often complete our jobs, but we also cause problems often. I'm sure they really want to disband us, but they can't because we are a very strong guild. We are also one of the very few guilds capable of clearing 10 years job quests. So they really can't disband us despite all the problems we've caused. Laxus explains why it's better for Makarov to handle those troublesome things alone, which makes Alex even more impressed by the small old man. Well, usually he will take Mest with him, but that guy is out doing a long-term job.
Mest.
You haven't met him yet. He took a job before you joined and hasn't returned yet. I think he's a year younger than me, but he's good with office work, so Gramps often makes him do paperwork. That old man is just using free labor. Alex almost forgot about Mest. He doesn't know that Mest has joined the guild already and that he's almost as old as Laxus. A.N. I don't know Mest's age and there's no official statement. So I just made it that he is almost as old as Laxus instead of around Natsu's age because he can be a high-rank officer in the Magic Council and Makarov sends him as a spy, so he must have been old enough to do it. Alex continues his talk with Laxus and after a while, Kana suddenly comes. She tells Alex that Makarov is looking for him and asks him to go to the battle site, but he doesn't tell her what he needs Alex for. So Alex just goes there. Laxus and Kana follow him because they are curious about what Makarov needs from Alex. You called me, Master? Alex, I need your help a bit. You can use earth magic, right? No, I can only use takeover. Sorry, I mean one of your beasts can use earth magic, right? Oh yes, I can use earth magic if I transform into Shikaku.
Do you need it?
Yeah, we need to remove the rubble here to investigate the underground rooms that get buried during the fight. There's no one who can use earth magic here, so I called you.
I see. All right then.
Alex then used partial transformation just to transform his arms into Shikaku arms. He puts his Shikaku hands on the ground and a rather big magic circle appears on the ground. Sand comes out of the magic circle and moves toward the rubble. The sand grabs the rubble and lifts them up. Alex moves them to an empty spot so the underground room can be cleared quickly. When the area is cleared, the investigators quickly move to check all the items in the underground room. Many of them have been destroyed when the rooms collapse, but many are still intact too because not all of the rooms are destroyed. Master, these destroyed buildings, we won't be responsible for them, right? No, it was an unavoidable result, after all. The town and kingdom will compensate the owners of these buildings. Usually using the money they get from the captured organization. But because the money and everything else will be used as evidence, the kingdom and town will use their fund first before the Magic Council sends them the compensation money taken from the criminal organization. If we destroy buildings unnecessarily, then we'll be the one responsible to compensate them. But it's not the case here. I see, that's good then.
About your job.
I will discuss it with the client and the town government. But rest assured, you will still get paid as a reward for finding this hideout. Alex is relieved knowing that he will still get paid even if he doesn't do the job. The abandoned building is one of the destroyed buildings. It gets demolished just like what the client asked, but it now involves different things as well, so he isn't sure if it still can be counted as he finishes the job. Anyway, now this matter will be handled by the Magic Council. So Fairy Tail doesn't need to do anything else and can continue their usual activities. The next day, Alex takes another menial job in the town. Because he can use earth magic, Makarov gives him jobs that require the use of earth magic, which is to dig underground tunnels as the town is expanding its underground sewer system. He is working with the architect that shows him where to dig and the size of the tunnels. They will use concrete as the tunnel walls later, but Alex still reinforces the soil to prevent it from collapsing before they build the walls. The town government is so impressed by the quality of his job that they specifically request him to fix the areas that were used by that criminal organization. After investigating everything, the Magic Council found out that the organization they destroyed before was producing illegal drugs. The base in Magnolia is just a branch they use to store ingredients found in the forest around Magnolia. They chose to build the base in the town because fairy tale mages often go to the forest, so the chance of being found is higher there. Surprisingly, they have been operating here for 4 years. It's suspicious that they haven't been exposed for that long, so the Magic Council investigated more and found out that some town officials are involved in it. Well, it's not Alex's job to handle those things. His job now is to bury their underground base so the town can rebuild the destroyed infrastructures. The whole base has been cleaned, so Alex can just break the walls and fill the holes with soil. But because the whole underground facility is big, Alex needs to get soil from outside the town to fully fill them. After that, Alex keeps doing small jobs that haven't been taken by anyone, like cleaning the underground sewer, exterminating rats in the cathedral, digging a basement, finding missing pets, or even just taking a grandma on a stroll around the town because her family is currently in another town and her caretaker is sick. His guild mates even wonder why he takes those jobs even though he is strong enough to take jobs like monster hunting. So he tells them he just wants to enjoy himself for a while. He surely won't keep doing those kinds of jobs forever. Then after joining the guild for 2 months, Alex finally takes a more serious job, hunting a magical creature. The reason is simple: he needs money. He has saved quite a lot of money to live for a while, but if he doesn't take higher paid jobs, then he will run out of money soon. Also, Shikaku has been nagging him so much, telling him to get more magical creatures to break the 3RD's seal, so he doesn't have any choice because it gets annoying to listen to the fat raccoon. For this job, Makarov tells Alex to bring Kana so she can gain experience. The target of this hunt is a creature suspected to be a leopard that has been terrorizing a farm village near Magnolia. The leopard has eaten their livestock for almost a month now. Obviously, the villagers are afraid that the leopard might target them later. Even if it's not, they can't let it eat their livestock or they won't have any source of income soon. After getting a map to the village, Alex and Kana depart to do their job. Alex is quite excited now, not because of the hunt, but because he can finally see how Kana's card magic works in a real battle. Using his hunting experience, Alex tracks the leopard's traces. He uses his hunting experience to find the leopard's traces. Alex even transforms into a normal tiger-sized Matatabi to track the leopard's smell. He carries Kana on his back and asks her to watch over their surroundings in case they suddenly get attacked by wild beasts. They follow the traces slowly because a lot of them have been erased by rain or get covered by other creatures' traces and smells. It's been 2 days since the last attack, so a lot of the traces have gone. But with Alex's sharp senses that he gets from transforming into Matatabi, they can find the leopard's traces even with much difficulties, and it takes a lot of time.
Then, there is a big problem.
Alex finds out that the one they are looking for is not a leopard. It makes him pissed, so he grabs Kana back to the village to confirm something. The villagers see them return and ask them about the hunt, which makes Alex more annoyed. He ignores them who follow him to find the chief. When he finds the chief, Alex immediately grabs his collar.
Oi, old man.
Why are you lying to us? Alex asks with a low, calm, angry voice. What do you mean lying to you? I don't understand. Hey Alex, please calm down.
I am calm, Kana.
Old man, this is a very serious matter, so answer truthfully. Why is the target not a leopard but a were-leopard? The village chief throws his face away, showing that he really knows that it's a were-leopard, not a normal leopard. He truly lied about the job. I am really sorry. We can only do this because we are desperate. The subjugation fee is too high for our current financial situation. The chief then explains that they have just lost most of their money because a dark guild robbed them, leaving them very little money that is barely enough for their daily lives. They actually posted a job for the were-leopard subjugation correctly before. A guild took it and they were happy, thinking the problem would be solved soon. Turned out, the guild is actually a dark guild that instead of subjugating the beast, decided to rob the villagers instead. Unable to fight back, the villagers could only give their money to the dark mages. Luckily, the dark mages only took money and jewelry. They didn't take the livestock and harvest, so the villagers still can eat even though there isn't much supply. But the were-leopard is still a big problem for their safety and daily lives because it keeps eating their livestock. They don't even dare to sell their livestock because they are afraid the were-leopard would eat them instead.
Dark Guild, huh?
You didn't report them to the authorities. We already did. But they said there was nothing they could do without clear information because they couldn't find the Dark Guild's hideout. I'm really sorry for lying. But this is the only thing we can think of to get help. We have scraped every penny we have and could only gather this much. That's why we posted it for a normal leopard subjugation job. Sai, I know you are desperate, but this is not right either. You know that the danger of a normal leopard and a were-leopard is different, right? As you can see, to subjugate a normal leopard, newbies like us would be enough. But we might get killed if we fight an adult were-leopard. You should have asked the authorities or maybe asked our guild to find the best solution. I have asked the authorities and some magic guilds, but they won't help without proper rewards. Have you come to Fairy Tale? And no, I didn't dare to because it's a big magic guild. Even small magic guilds refused without proper reward, not to mention a big magic guild like Fairy Tale.
You should have just asked.
Big magic guilds are more responsible than small magic guilds about the safety of the areas around them because the Magic Council and the Kingdom give them tasks to protect their areas. If you ask, we might find a better solution, like you can pay it in the future or use other kinds of payments. It would be much better than lying about this. The villagers look down in shame and sadness. Alex knows it's not a good time to lecture them about this because they are just desperate. But it's necessary to say it because this kind of negligence is dangerous. Do you say that we can use a different form of payment?
A middle-aged woman asks.
Well, it's just an example. But I heard that sometimes there are jobs that pay with valuables instead of money. Though it depends on the guildmaster to accept it or not. For now, I will still help you subjugate the werleopard because it's urgent. But you need to talk with our guild master about this later. Luckily we are strong enough to fight werleopard even though we are young. So we will still do it because we've taken this job.
Alex takes Kana to continue their hunt.
He has told them everything they need to know, so now he needs to do his job. Even if the reward is not proper, Alex will still help them because this is a very dangerous situation for the villagers. When Alex and Kana leave, the villagers look at them worriedly. Only now did they realize that the job is too dangerous for two kids. Even if Alex and Kana are mages, they are still just kids. Village chief, what should we do?
We.
Q quick.
Theo.
Go to Magnolia. Use our fastest horse and inform Fairy Tale. We can't let those children be in danger. The village chief orders a young man to go to Fairy Tale. They are not mages, so they can't help Alex and Kana. That's why they need to quickly ask for help, and the only one they can ask is Fairy Tale, Alex's and Kana's guild. It's quite far, but it's the only thing they can do now because they don't have a magical communication device. They can only rush there by horse. Meanwhile, Alex and Kana are tracking the werleopard. Kana is worried whether they can defeat a werleopard or not. But she still follows Alex because she believes in him. Alex is using his humanoid Matatabi form to track the werleopard. It actually lives quite far from the village, so it takes a while before they can find it. When they find it, the werleopard is sleeping on a big tree. There's also a cow's butt and hind legs hanging on the tree, which must be the last cow this werleopard took from the village. It already ate most of the cow, only its backside is left. Once it finishes those remaining parts, it will surely come back to the village to take another livestock, most likely another cow. There is also a pile of bones below the tree which must be from the beast's previous meals. Alex doesn't smell or sense other creatures nearby. There are no other traces either except for this wereleopards, so this werleopard must have lived alone here. It must be a young male werleopard, a juvenile. Maybe it has just left its mother not too long ago and claimed this area as its territory, that's why it lives alone here. What should we do now, Alex?
We will subjugate it, of course.
I will attack it because I have experience fighting similar magical beasts. You stay behind to support me. But be careful because it might suddenly charge toward you. Be careful of your surroundings too, just in case there are other beasts that get attracted here by the sound of the battle.
Will you be alright?
Don't worry, I won't fight if I'm unsure of my win. Both of them prepare for the battle. Then Alex suddenly jumps out of the bush with a fireball in his hands. He is obviously still in his humanoid Matatabi form because he thinks it's the most suitable form to fight the werleopard. Alex throws the fireball in his left hand at the sleeping werleopard.
But it truly is a beast.
It senses danger coming towards it and doesn't hesitate to jump down from the tree. The fireball hits the big branch it used to sleep and breaks it. The surprised werleopard turns its head to look at where the fireball came from as it lands on the ground. But when it turns around, another fireball appears right on its face. This one is already too close, so it can't dodge and gets hit by the fireball. It explodes on the wereleopard's face. The beast jumps away, but the explosion still burns its face. It's not a serious injury, though, as it only burns some parts of its fur. A magical creature like this beast is tough and durable, so it won't get injured so easily. The werleopard looks at Alex angrily while Alex just plays with a fireball in his right hand as if it's a real ball.
This should be fun.
Alex throws another fireball at the werleopard, but it avoids the fireball easily. Werleopard is known to be very agile and fast, so it's not strange for it to dodge Alex's fireball. Knowing that using fireballs is useless, Alex decides to fight the werleopard head-on. He charges toward the beast at a high speed and the werleopard also charges toward him. The werleopard jumps, spreading its claws and opening its mouth wide, showing its sharp fangs. It lunges at Alex, who looks similar to the wereleopard, just with blue and black fur made of fire. After jumping, the wereleopard swipes its claws to the front to scratch Alex. But Alex lowers his body to dodge it. Then he jumps up while swinging his claws. His attack hits the wereleopard that can't dodge because it's still in the air. Alex's claws cut the wereleopard's skin from the stomach to its lower jaw, creating not too deep cut wounds. Such hard and thick skin. Its skin is tougher than Alex thought, that's why his claws couldn't cut it deep enough. Those cut wounds only anger the wereleopard that doesn't seem to be bothered by the wounds. It has a high pain tolerance, huh? The wereleopard rushes to attack Alex again using its claws. It swipes its claws wildly like a mindless beast. Werbeasts are known to be intelligent magical creature types. But it seems you are just a beast relying on its instinct. You don't even try to have a better look at your opponent before attacking. Even a normal leopard is smarter than you. Alex smirks while moving around to avoid the wereleopard's attacks. Its attacks are fast, but its movements are big and wide, so it's easy to dodge those attacks. Still, Alex needs to fully concentrate and can't underestimate his opponent even if it attacks mindlessly. He also needs to avoid bringing the beast closer to Kana, who hides in the bush. Alright, let's try the boxing moves that old man Jake taught me a while ago. Alex didn't just take small jobs in Magnolia. He also learned a lot of things from the senior guild members who happily taught him a lot of things. Though he needed to entertain those drunkards and sometimes even play betting games with them to make them teach him things if they lose. He didn't always win, but once he won, he would squeeze their knowledge and experience. Alex knows that their years of experience will be very useful for him, so he always makes them teach him things he doesn't know. A senior mage who will retire soon, Jake actually taught him some boxing skills. It's similar to modern boxing. That's why Alex is very interested to learn it, because it also seems practical. Alex clenches his fists and spreads his legs a little while lowering his body. He puts his fists in front of his face as he dodged the wereleopard's diagonal left claw attack by moving to the side. Then, Alex sends a strong body blow to the wereleopard's left ribs because its left body is wide open. The punch pushes the wereleopard a little to the right and it really hurts it. Alex doesn't stop and chases the wereleopard. He can't miss the chance to send another attack while his opponent is still not ready to counter. That's what the seniors in Fairy Tale taught him, and UR also taught him that. He rushes with his head down, covered by his fists and forearms just in case his opponent attacks him while he charges. But the wereleopard doesn't send any attack, so Alex can get very close to it. Alex then sends his strongest left hook at its stomach, making the wereleopard cough all the air in its lungs. Suddenly, some memories from his blurry past life appear in his mind. Memories about boxing anime scenes. Let's see if those moves really can be used. Alex slides under the wereleopard that bent down after its stomach was hit. He sends a powerful uppercut while also pushing his body up strongly with his legs, making his punch even stronger.
Gazelle punch.
The punch sends the wereleopard's head up and it also spits some blood because of how strong the punch is.
Shit.
I can't get this right. Well, let's improvise the Dempsey roll. Alex tries to swing his body to the left and right in an infinity symbol, but he can't do it well. Besides, this move is used to punch his opponent's face, left and right, back and forth. However, the wereleopard is too tall for him to hit like that. So he needs to improvise it. He needs to bring its head down to his level, so Alex kicks its crotch. The wereleopard feels the miserable pain coursing through all over its body and it falls on its knees. It can't even hold its crotch to ease the pain yet when Alex suddenly starts punching its face from left and right continuously. Alex doesn't even try to roll or swing his body like how it should be and just punch the wereleopard's face however he likes.
Ha ha ha.
This isn't Dempsey roll. It's rock and roll.
Ora ea.
Alex keeps punching the wereleopard and doesn't realize that it has lost consciousness. He just keeps punching until he's tired, finally allowing the poor wereleopard to rest even though it's on the verge of death already. Is it dead? Kana asks while popping her head out of the bush.
Huffed. Huffed. Almost.
Do you want to kill it? Do we need to kill it? That's the easiest option. We can just capture it and release it far from human civilizations. But I doubt it will stay in the forest for long after knowing how easy it is to take food from humans. It's too dangerous to leave it alive. Oh, okay then, but you do it. Kana is still not used to taking lives even if it's a wild creature like this. Alex nods and grabs the wereleopard's neck as Kana turns around. As usual, he lets Shikaku and Matatabi pull the magical creature's soul and power out of its body. They have figured out a way to only take magical creatures' souls and power after learning in the fairy tale library. Its soul and power is too useful to unlock the other tailed beast seals, so they can't waste those.
Alright, it's dead.
Let's return to the village to finish our job. Kana turns the corpse into a card, so it's easy to carry it back to the village. When they arrive, everyone is surprised to see the were leopard's corpse. It's bigger than they thought, after all. The villagers feel very glad that they returned safely and even managed to kill the target. But they feel very guilty for lying about the target of this subjugation job. When the villagers bow to apologize to them, everyone suddenly hears a loud noise from afar. They look at it and see 3 magic cars coming at high speeds to the village. Why are they here? The ones who come are fairy tale mages, including Makarov. Why are you coming here, master? Well, someone from the village came and explained everything. We were obviously worried about you too because the target is a were leopard. But it seems you handled it without any problem. Makarov looks at the were leopard's corpse and nods in approval.
I see.
I plan to report this matter to you when we return, but it seems they still have some senses to ask for your help for the worst scenario. That seems to be the case. Now, why don't you rest while I handle everything with the village chief? Alex nods and leaves the scene with Kana to get some drinks. They've finished their job, so they can rest. It's Makarov's duty to handle the formal stuff, so they leave it to him. In the end, they return to Magnolia after a few hours. The village will pay more for the reward, but in installments. The guild will pay the appropriate rewards for Alex and Kana first, so it's like the guild is giving the village a loan. Makarov also tells the village chief that if something like this happens again, they need to tell the guild the truth. Only then can the guild help them find a solution. But through this incident, Alex finally understands that a magic guild isn't just a place for mages to get jobs. They also need to help the communities.
Remember, Alex.
The effects guilds have on communities are the factors that differentiate the great magic guilds and bad magic guilds. Even if their sizes are small, they are great guilds if they are helpful for the people around them and vice versa.
I understand, Master.
But fairy tale often destroys things even though we also help people a lot. So are we a great guild or a bad guild? Makarov doesn't answer Alex's question and just smiles as he proceeds to sleep. Seems like the border between being a great and a bad guild is too narrow. Months pass and it's finally the end of the year. Fairy Tale is about to hold its yearly S-Class exam this month. Many people are trying to do as many job quests as they can before the selection, while many don't even try. The young ones are the most eager to join the S-Class exam, while most of the old ones have already given up, mostly because they haven't gotten stronger for years and have reached their limits, so they know they won't be S-Classes before retiring. You aren't interested in the exam, Laxus? Alex asks Laxus, who seems relaxed while many are busy taking jobs.
Not yet.
I know I'm not strong enough to be an S-Class yet. But it will be different in 2 years. Oh, so you plan to join the exam after 2 more years? Yeah, I'd rather not waste my time by uselessly joining it now when I know I won't pass. It's not as easy as it sounds. We haven't gotten any new S-Class for years, the previous ones retired. Right now, we only have one active S-Class mage.
Who? Guildarts.
Gramps is basically an S-Class, but he is the guild master, so he won't take job quests like normal members.
I see.
The exam must be very hard if no one passes for a few years. It's not just hard, it's impossible for many people. Mest suddenly joins in the talk. Mest is another member whose age is close to Alex. He was away on a long job when Alex joined and has just returned quite a while after that. See those guys who don't even try to complete more jobs? Some of them have actually joined the previous exams. But they said those exams were too hard and impossible to finish, so they've given up on joining another exam. Mest explains while trying to act cool.
It was that bad, huh?
Sounds interesting. I also want to try the exam. Hey, you are a newbie, so let your senior do it first. If you still insist, then I won't hesitate to fight you, you know. Only one person can pass the S-Class exam every year after all. Laxus says it while smirking. Then take it next year while it's still hard for me to accumulate points to even be eligible to join the exam because I'm still a newbie. If you take too long, then I'll get that S-Class title before you, you know. Alex also grins mockingly. You sure have some guts, kid. Laxus bumps his forehead to Alex's forehead angrily. It's just you anyway, why should I be afraid? Alex doesn't want to lose and pushes Laxus's forehead back. They keep bickering and finally get into a brawl that even drags Mest, who is minding his own business. But suddenly, someone comes while shouting panically.
Master! Master!
Guildarts return. Everyone in the guild suddenly freezes and turns pale after hearing that. Hurry and go to the town gate. Don't let him touch anything. Everyone leaves immediately after hearing Makarov's order, leaving only the kids in the guild.
Guildarts? Who?
Alex obviously knows who Guildarts is, but he acts oblivious because he is a new member. Didn't you hear me? He is the only S-class mage we have now.
Oh, okay.
But why are they so scared of him? Isn't he our comrade? We aren't afraid of Guildarts himself. We are afraid of his magic and idiocy. Laxus says it while sighing. Ha. Mest then explains it. Guildarts has powerful magic that is hard to control. His magic can destroy anything he touches. It won't be a problem if he just walks on the street without bumping onto anything or anyone. But as Laxus says, he is an idiot. Don't even mention walking on the street, he will just walk through buildings and say that they get on his way. That's why he always destroys things whenever he returns.
I see.
Alex looks outside while thinking about Guildart's shift. It seems they haven't built it yet, or maybe it hasn't finished yet. But now he can see the chaos that happens before the creation of Guildart's shift. He can hear people's screams and the sound of buildings crumbling. Smoke can be seen far near the town's gate too. Alex never thought the destruction would be this bad. No wonder Guildart's shift is necessary. It's much cheaper in the long term to modify the whole city than repairing the destroyed buildings. His control over his magic must be terrible. Shikaku and Kurama also did it when we were young because they couldn't control their strength. Matatabi suddenly chimes in. Oi, now wait a minute. I didn't destroy. Well, maybe I destroyed a few things, but that fox certainly destroyed more because of his carelessness. Shikaku protests and Alex knows that Kurama would protest too if he isn't sealed now. My point is, being able to control your power is very important. I don't know much yet about this world's magic, so it might be caused by his incredible amount of magic power or his magic is just that hard to control. But I certainly know that you need to keep training your magic control as you grow stronger because the stronger you become, the harder it will be to control your magic.
I see.
But well, even if I can't control my magic that well, it won't be as dangerous as Guildart's case, right? I mean my magic is takeover and I have a good relationship with you, so it's not like I will go on a rampage like Elfman.
Elfman?
Matatabi asks confusedly. Yeah, someone from this world that appears in the story. He and his sisters are also takeover mages. His takeover allows him to turn into beasts. But he can't control this one powerful beast and he hurts his sister when he loses control. That beast always tries to take over the control over his body, that's why it could happen. But we are in a good relationship, so even if I can't control my transformation well, I know you won't just go on a rampage like that.
You are too naive, kid.
If your magic really goes out of control, then you will become a mindless beast. When that happens, it won't be you or us who control your body, but your pure instinct that moves based on your emotions and mood. It will be hard for us to suppress that because it is basically you. We are parts of your power, so we can't suppress you. You will keep being a mindless beast until you regain the control or you run out of magic power. Shikaku is very serious, unlike his usual playful self. You surely know that if you go on a rampage even when you don't have tremendous magic power yet, you still can destroy a whole city just by transforming into our full forms just like when you fought Deliora. So imagine the destruction it will cause when you become much stronger and you will only stop once you run out of magic power. How many cities will be leveled until you run out of magic power? Matatabi makes it clear how dangerous it will be if Alex really loses control. It makes Alex think very seriously all of a sudden. The current him is still not that powerful, but he has the potential to be a top mage. When he has the power to finally use all of the tailed beasts' abilities, then he will have the power to destroy even a country. That's how great the potential he has with his magic. So if he really loses control, then he might really turn into a threat as dangerous as Xerath and Acnologia. Now that I think about it, Acnologia was a human who turned into a dragon and got consumed by his beastly instinct because of rage.
Holy shit.
I really might have the potential to be a dangerous beast like that guy. Alex gets seriously worried now. Shikaku and Matatabi look at each other while scratching their temples. They only wanted to warn Alex so that he wouldn't ignore his magic control level. But it makes him think of other dangerous possibilities that bad magic control can cause. It is good if he becomes more careful about it from now on, but they feel like he is thinking too much. Though a while later, his attention is shifted to Kana who seems nervous while looking outside. Alex can guess what she thinks, but he doesn't know how to handle it. This is more troublesome than the danger of bad magic control. Gildarts finally arrives in the guild building after destroying a few buildings. Makarov needs to grab him with an enlarged hand and carry him to the guild like a stick. The old man reprimands Gildarts, who says sorry but doesn't seem to feel any guilt because he keeps laughing. This is not the first time after all, so he doesn't feel bad that much.
I see.
No wonder he can't control his magic that well. Matatabi suddenly says it while Gildarts reports his job to Makarov.
Huh?
You can sense his magic power? Alex asks curiously. Yeah, it's the same as sensing chakra in our original world. Once you learn how to sense chakra, or magic power in this world, then you will be able to sense other people's magic power easily. But for now, even if you can do it, you still won't sense his chakra because the gap between you and him is too big. Unless he deliberately releases his magic power openly, then you will never sense it until you get stronger.
Wait, Matatabi.
Are you saying that I can learn to sense chakra, I mean magic power? It's not an innate ability. There are those born with talent to sense chakra better than others. They have better sensitivity towards chakra. But everyone can sense chakra if they know how to do it. Of course, it's limited to sensing the source of chakra, so its location and the general amount. You can't see its flow in others' bodies like if you have Sharingan or Byakugan. Well, even without learning the sensing method, once you get better at using your chakra, I mean magic power, you will be able to vaguely sense others' chakra, just not as good as sensor-type ninja, I mean mages.
Damn.
I'm still not used to this magic thing that well.
Shikaku is frustrated. Don't worry, Shikaku. We know what you mean. He is right, Alex.
It's actually correlated with your control and amount of magic power. The stronger you become, the more sensitive you will be to the magic power around you. But using the correct technique will show a much better result. As your skill gets better, your sensory range and effectiveness will get better too. There are people who can hide their power, but if your skill is better than them, then they won't be able to hide from you.
I see.
Then can you teach me how to do it?
Of course. Let's dash dot.
Their conversation is cut by the sudden commotion in the guild. Everyone suddenly starts partying, celebrating Gildart's return and his success. He has just finished an SS class quest that hasn't been completed for 6 years, so it will be a 10 years quest if it's not finished in the next 4 years. It's a very rare occasion, so everyone wants to celebrate it. Alex looks at Kana, who joins the celebration. She is joining the ones who listen to Gildart's story and she seems very happy. So Alex just smiles and enjoys the party too. He has been worried about Kana since Gildart's returns. She is his teammate currently because Makarov always sends them to do jobs together as the youngest in the guild. They have gotten much closer and can be said to be best friends now. That's why he is genuinely worried about her. But she is just happy to see her father after a long time, so it eases his worries a little. However, that night, Kana suddenly calls Alex using her card magic. They meet on the riverbank near the dormitories. Alex can guess what Kana wants to talk about, and he is correct. Sorry to call you this late at night, Alex. But I really want to talk to you about this and ask for your advice.
Don't worry, we are friends, aren't we?
You are also my teammate, so if something troubles you, I will help you as much as I can.
Thanks.
Kana is silent for a long time and Alex just waits for her without saying anything. I actually came to Fairy Tale a few years ago to find my father because my mother told me he was a fairy tale mage before she passed away. When I arrived, I thought it would be easy to tell him because all I needed to say was that he is my father. But it was very difficult. I always feel nervous and worried every time I want to tell him. What if he doesn't want me? What if he doesn't love me? What if I'm not good enough to be his daughter because I'm weak while he is so strong? I never have the courage to tell him. Kana's eyes get wet while looking down on the grass. Alex is still silent because Kana hasn't finished what she wants to say. I kept thinking like that until a few months ago when I showed you around the town. You said things about how great it would be to have a family because you didn't have anyone. It made me feel miserable because I have a father but don't reach out to him. All I need to do is tell him who I am, but I didn't have the courage to just say it. When you said that it would be great if we can learn magic with our parents, I started imagining it right away and even dreamed about it for a few nights. What Alex said to Kana when they walked around the town months ago when he has just joined seems to affect her so much. Everything he said makes her think that she really needs to tell her father and she needs to gather more courage. Alex, you must be thinking that I should just tell my father, right? But once again, I lose the courage to do it, especially after seeing how great he is today. Kana can't even say it with a clear voice. You keep saying that your father is great and even mention about today. Is your father perhaps
Gildarts?
Alex acts oblivious and Kana nods to answer him.
I see.
Then that's the more reason you should tell him quickly.
Eh?
That's the more reason.
Yeah.
I've heard that guildarts always take the most dangerous jobs. Sure, he is powerful, the most powerful in our guild. But Kana, you also need to understand that he is not invincible. I don't want it to happen, but we always need to think of the worst-case scenario. Even our easy jobs can threaten our lives sometimes, not to mention the dangerous jobs that guildarts take. Kana, if you keep hesitating, then you might never have the chance to even say it. Kana's eyes shake when she thinks that guildarts might get killed in one of his jobs. Alex doesn't even need to say anything else, and Kana already runs away from the riverbank with tears in her eyes. I didn't mean to make her cry. Alex is at a loss of words because he doesn't expect such a reaction.
You idiot. Quickly chase her.
Matatabi, who is always calm, suddenly shouts angrily at Alex. So Alex quickly chases after Kana, who surprisingly can run very fast. She runs to the outskirts of the town that still has a lot of trees around. Alex doesn't know where she wants to go until he sees a small house. He doesn't need to check to know whose house it is, and it really makes him feel relieved. After knowing about it, Alex decides to stop chasing Kana and hides behind a tree. He looks at Kana, who hesitates to knock on the door, but he doesn't say anything. After a while, Kana finally knocks the door, but no one answers it. So she knocks again with more power, creating louder knocking sounds that finally wakes up the owner of the house.
What? What is it?
Who's knocking in the middle of the night? Did something happen? Guildarts' shout can be heard very clearly even from Alex's location because of how loud it is. Even his rushed steps as he leaves his bed and runs to the front door are also very loud. He opens the door strongly and looks around in a hurry while expecting some people's panic faces because he thought there was an emergency. But in front of him is just a little girl who plays with her fingers nervously.
Kana, right?
Did something happen? Guildarts lower his voice after seeing how nervous Kana is. Why yeah, I came to Fairy Tale looking for my father.
Okay?
Do you need my help to find him?
No.
I already know who he is. His name is Guildarts. Kana finally says it. But then silence fills the air for a while. Guildarts' eyes widen and he points at himself with a dropped jaw. Kana nods to confirm it, making his jaw drop even lower.
Who?
Guildarts' scream can be heard from every corner of Magnolia.
Guildarts is in shock.
Who wouldn't be if a little girl suddenly comes in the middle of the night and tells you that you are her father? Most people would be suspicious and think that it must be a mistake, but not for Guildarts. Unlike in the story where he says some women's names, Guildarts actually hugs Kana immediately. Even Alex is surprised by this because he thought Guildarts would act similar with the story. Yet he actually just hugs Kana and starts to tear up. Cornelia, are you Cornelia's daughter? Kana just nods slightly while crying, making Guildarts cry too. Alex just smiles while looking at the scene from behind the tree. He has been saying a lot of things about family to Kana on many occasions to push her and give her courage to tell Guildarts. Now it has been paid off even though he seems a bit too forceful about this. Though Alex is a bit surprised by Guildarts' reaction to the news because Guildarts should be a womanizer. So it won't be strange if he wonders who Kana's mother is considering how many women he has slept with, just like in the original story. What Alex doesn't know is that although Guildarts really has relationships with some women since his wife, Kana's mother, left him, those relationships were mostly just one-night stands. He also just gets into relationships with other women in 2 or 3 years after Cornelia leaves him because he really loves her, so he couldn't really be with other women for a while. Then a few years ago, sometime after Kana joined Fairy Tale, he heard the news of Cornelia's death. But he didn't know she had a daughter from her relationship with him. He was actually very saddened by her death because he truly loves him, so he hasn't seen any women for a while again, just like after Cornelia left him. Because it hasn't even been a decade since his separation with Cornelia, and because he didn't touch any women for a while after she left, Guildarts immediately knows that Kana is Cornelia's daughter considering her age. In the original story, he couldn't guess Kana's mother immediately because it has been a long time since Cornelia left him. It has been 18 years in the story, so he couldn't remember immediately, but it hasn't even been a decade now, so he realizes it immediately. Alex leaves the place and returns to his dorm. The father and daughter must have had a lot of things to catch up on. There's no use for him to be there, so he should just leave. The next day, Guildarts tell the whole guild that he is Kana's father while carrying Kana on his shoulder. Everyone is surprised to hear it because only Makarov and Alex know about it beforehand. They hold a big party in the guild to celebrate the father-daughter reunion with Guildarts paying for everything. He's just so happy that he drinks so much until he gets drunk. But a drunk Gildarts is very dangerous because he will destroy everything he touches. So Makarov needs to restrain him and even knocks him out with sleep magic so he won't destroy things in his drunken state. Kana thanks Alex for encouraging and pushing her to tell Gildarts. She realizes she has been worried for nothing. Her father actually loves her, he just didn't know he had a daughter before. Then, will you live with your dad from now on? Only when he is home. It's better to stay in the dormitory when he is away doing his job. There's no way I can stay alone in that cabin. Besides, it's dirty and messy, so we will need to clean and tidy it up. Kana happily tells Alex about the things she plans to do with her dad. It makes him glad he pushed her to tell Gildarts the truth after seeing how happy she is. Then I guess I'll take easier jobs that I can do alone for a while.
Why?
I mean, you will be busy with your dad, so you won't take jobs for a while, right? Then I will be alone, so I think of taking easy jobs like the ones in town again.
I see.
You're right, you still need to take jobs. Yeah, besides, the good-paying jobs are always taken by the ones trying to join the S-class exam. So the only options are the easy jobs that don't pay that high. Oh right, I forgot about the S-class exam. I guess that must be why Gildarts return now, to supervise the exam together with Master.
Gildarts.
I mean D-Dad. I'm still not used to it. Pfft. Ha ha ha, it will surely take time. But Alex knows it's a much better case now because at least she wants to call Gildarts Dad, because it will be harder to do it if she is older and more used to calling him by his name. Anyway, just as Alex said, he is working alone starting tomorrow. Kana is staying with Gildarts almost all the time. It's more of Gildarts not letting her go and keeps taking her somewhere. So Alex just takes jobs in the town because, as he said, the better jobs are taken by those who want to be S-classes. They were trying to show that they are eligible to take the exam by taking as many jobs as they can. Seeing them makes Alex scratch his head. He thinks that they should have taken jobs diligently over the years because Makarov judges their performances all the time, not just before the exam. They are like students who study just the night before the exam instead of studying well all the time. Well, I was like that too. Needless to say, Alex is excited to know who will be chosen to be the S-class candidates. He doesn't know everyone's strength that well yet, but he has some guesses. Though well, he doesn't think anyone will pass the exam this year. Unless something happens in the future to the one who passes this year, then there will be no new S-class this year because the next S-class is Laxus, who doesn't want to join the exam yet. But before Alex can find out who the candidates will be, something big happens to him. Kana suddenly tells him that Gildarts is looking for him and she takes Alex to Gildarts' house. So you are Alex, huh? It hasn't been long since Gildarts returned to Fairy Tale, so Alex hasn't had the time to introduce himself. Besides, Gildarts left with Kana the day after the party to visit Cornelia's grave for a few days, so he hasn't talked with Alex yet. I am Alex, Alexander Sterling. Gildarts look at Alex from head to toe, front and back, as if inspecting something in a store.
So you are Kana's teammate?
Yeah, Master paired us up because we are almost the same age.
I see.
So what's your magic, kid? Gildarts start asking Alex a lot of things as if this is a job interview. Kana sighs on the side while Alex just answers whatever he is asked. Alright, now show me your skills. I'll see what you got.
Sure.
Alex knows this will happen since Gildarts called him here. Gildarts must have wanted to see how good his daughter's teammate is, that's why Alex plays along, because he also wants to ask Gildarts for advice. There's no need to hold back against Gildarts, so Alex transforms into his humanoid Shikaku form. He wants to test all his skills and transformations against Gildarts, so he starts it with Shikaku. Alex takes a deep breath, so deep that his sand raccoon body starts to bloat. Then he slaps his bloating stomach strongly and shoots the compressed air through his mouth. Gildarts is surprised by this technique because he has never seen anything like this before. But surprising Gildarts is all that Alex can do with this technique. The S-class mage simply raises his left hand in front of him and opens his palm to block the air shot. When the compressed air bullet hits Gildarts' palm, it suddenly breaks into pieces and disappears. Alex has expected this, but it's still surprising to see his attack get destroyed that easily. It really shows that the gap between him and Gildarts is still very wide. But it's also a chance for him to learn from one of the strongest wizards on Ishgar. So Alex makes another attack, now using Shikaku's earth control ability, or in this world, it's called earth magic. He can control the soil and rocks, but Shikaku's ability is better for controlling sand. Alex slams his big sand hands onto the ground and a yellow magic circle appears there.
Sand coffin.
A lot of sand comes out from the ground where Alex slams his hands. The sand moves very quickly toward Gildarts. It slides on the ground and then climbs Gildarts' body from his feet. Gildarts' whole body is almost covered by sand in just a few seconds, leaving only his face that will get covered soon. But then, the sand on his body suddenly breaks apart, turning into blocks of sand because he uses his crush magic on his whole body. Surprisingly, Alex still can feel his magic on the blocks of sand. So he raises his hands to control them and the blocks of sand burst. The freed sand covers Gildarts' body again, surprising the S-class mage. I see, sand is already in a broken state, so I can't break it that easily. You can always learn something new every day. Not bad, kid. Again, Gildarts breaks the sand that covers his body. But now, the sand gets pushed far away from him. Not bad, kid. Then, it's my turn now. After saying that, Gildarts punches the air in front of him lightly. Nothing seems to happen, but Alex's beastly instinct screams danger. He trusts his instinct that keeps getting sharper as he grows stronger, so he quickly raises his guard up. Alex raises his big and wide sand raccoon arms in front of his face. Then he wraps his whole body with his sand raccoon tail that gets longer and thicker. Shikaku's body is made of sand, so he can manipulate his size in humanoid form if he has enough magic power. But Alex mostly just manipulates the size of his arms and tail. Still, it's enough to defend himself as his elongated tail can wrap his whole body, forming a sand cocoon. It's very similar to Gaara's absolute defense that creates a sand barrier, but Alex uses Shikaku's power directly. After he is wrapped by the sand tail, a strong impact suddenly hits his sand cocoon. Alex is sent flying a few meters to the back and he rolls on the ground because of his egg-like cocoon-shaped shield.
Oh?
He actually sensed my attack even though it was invisible and defended himself properly. Gildarts is impressed by Alex's sharp sense. That obviously wasn't his serious attack, but it would still be strong enough for a kid mage like Alex. It might even be too strong for most kid mages, proved by how it could send Alex fly. Alex in Shikaku form is actually very heavy because his body is made of sand. He should weigh some 100 kilos, yet that attack could send him to fly a few meters back. So Alex would fly much further if he wasn't in Shikaku form. Gildarts wants to stop this test now because he already knows that Alex is strong enough to protect Kana when they are on missions and Makarov won't give children like them dangerous jobs, so they will be safe. But Alex still wants to continue. He whips his sand tail while unwrapping himself. From his whipped tail, many sand needles come out and fly toward Gildarts at very high speeds. Gildarts smirks and punches the air in front of him again. The flying needles break apart without any resistance and they crumble. Then suddenly, a pair of giant Shikaku hands come out of the ground beside Gildarts. Alex only used the sand needles as a distraction to create this attack. Desert Beast hands. Alex claps his hands and the giant Shikaku hands also do the same. Gildarts just smirks as the giant hands on his sides are trying to crush him. Then as Alex thought, it doesn't work. Gildarts breaks his giant Shikaku hands easily. It doesn't even injure him because the sand hands break apart as soon as they touch Gildarts' body. Alex then transforms into his humanoid Matatabi form. His transformation has gotten much faster now and he can switch from one beast form to another in a moment.
Oh?
Another strange beast that I've never seen too, and it even has 2 tails. Gildarts look at Alex's new form with an interested gaze. He has been going to many places in this world and seen many creatures. But he never saw the 2 beasts that Alex transformed into. It makes him interested to see more of Alex's beast's abilities. Alex runs toward Gildarts and he is really fast in his humanoid Matatabi form. He reaches Gildarts in just a few seconds even though the distance between them is quite far after Alex gets thrown back. The reason Alex transforms into his humanoid Matatabi form is because he wants to engage in close combat with Gildarts. Shikaku form is heavy and he can't move well, so he transformed into the more agile Matatabi form. Alex jumps and sends a kick to Gildarts' face. Gildarts blocks it with his arm, but then Alex swings both of his tails to Gildarts' body. One tail is blocked by another hand, but the other tail manages to hit Gildarts' left stomach. That tail attack manages to push Gildarts a little, but then Alex is thrown to the ground after Gildarts grab one of his tails and slam him down. Alex clicks his tongue before increasing the heat of his tail. His whole body is currently made of blue and black fire that isn't hot normally, but he can raise its temperature if he wants. Matatabi has just taught him how to do it not too long ago and now he already has a chance to try it. His trick works and Gildarts releases his tail that burns the man's hand.
Ouch. Ouch.
Hot. What the hell? I thought your beast body just looked strange. Turns out it is made of fire. Gildarts says it while blowing air onto his hand to cool it down. It's nice, right? Alex smirks before shooting a fireball from his mouth. Gildarts raises his hand to block it, but before the fireball touches Gildarts' hand, it explodes. Alex makes it explode at that time because it will be useless if Gildarts breaks it. The explosion is quite big and it surprises Gildarts, who reflexively jump back to avoid getting engulfed by the explosion. The surprise isn't over yet because suddenly Alex jumps out of the explosion. His arms and legs are covered with a red fire that looks contrast with the blue and black fire body. While Alex can just raise the temperature of his blue and black fire body, it's actually easier for him to just make red fire to cover his arms and legs for now because he needs better magic control to increase the heat of his fire body, while the red fire will always stay hot as long as it still ignites. Alex attacks Gildarts with his close combat skills that have gotten much better now after he experiences a lot of real battles and learns new techniques. However, his skills seem to be useless against Gildarts. Well, compared to Gildarts, who has years of experience, Alex is still just a newbie. Gildarts has fought many people stronger than Alex, so he obviously can handle Alex's attacks easily. Still, Alex's skills actually surprise Gildarts because he is really strong and skillful for his age. He is also not rash, unlike most kids who can't keep their calm in difficult battles. How old are you, kid? Gildarts asks casually while blocking Alex's attacks without much problem. 11, almost 12. Alex actually doesn't know his real age because he doesn't know his real birthday in this world. The first memory he has of this world is being detained and tortured in that damn facility. Those damn researchers obviously won't care about his birthday, so they didn't have any record of it. Altair, who felt saddened by it, decided to choose a date for his birthday. She was the one who gave him a name, and then she also chose his birthday. Altair actually chose the same date as her birthday, only the year is different. A.N. No information of Altair's birthday and age, so I just made it up here for my convenience. Now in his profile, his date of birth is February 14th x 764. So he will be 12 in 2 months because it's already December x 775 now. Well, at least that's his age in this world. Heh, then how long have you been practicing magic? Gildarts still asks nonchalantly while blocking Alex's attacks that have gotten fiercer. Less than 2 years. Alex doesn't lose focus on the battle even though he is talking with Gildarts.
Oh?
Then you are a fast learner, that's good. Gildarts grins before he finally starts countering Alex's attacks. He has just been blocking Alex's attacks for a while, but now Gildarts finally starts attacking too. He uses light attacks that only use a little amount of magic power to fight Alex. Gildarts has approved Alex's skills now. He judges Alex to be good enough to protect his daughter as her teammate. So he decides to keep playing with Alex. He is teaching Alex to fight through this little match. Gildarts knows he can't bring Kana to his jobs, so he thinks the best way to keep her safe is by making her and her team stronger, which means he needs to make Alex stronger too. Your attacks are too obvious. They will work on beasts, but experienced mages will see through your attack patterns quickly.
Try to use feints.
You are fast and agile, so use it. Learn to use your body weight to strengthen your attacks. Gildarts keeps giving advice to Alex while fighting. Then he tells Kana to join too, and it becomes a combat training session for the two kids. Alex trains with Gildarts almost every day until the S-Class exam day arrives. Makarov will finally announce the S-Class candidates today, so everyone comes to the guild. There are only 3 candidates this year and all of them are quite old, even older than Gildarts. Alex doesn't remember them appearing in the main story, so he assumes they will retire before the main story starts. Well, considering their age, it's not strange for them to retire in a few years, especially when they can't even become S-Classes. Their careers have hit the limits, so it's better for them to retire before something dangerous happens to them. The candidates leave the guild with Makarov, Gildarts, and some guild officers. They don't need to bring partners like when Natsu and the others do the exam. The S-Class exam usually changes each year, after all. It's because some people can join the exam a few times before they pass. So the guild always changes the exam to make it fair for everyone, even the first-time participant. It will take at least a few days for the exam to finish, so everyone can only do their usual activities while waiting. Alex just takes some jobs in the town together with Kana because they aren't allowed to take jobs outside the town during the S-Class exam period. As the youngest team, they need Makarov's approval to take jobs outside the town. Now with Makarov gone for a while, they can't get a permit to take those outside jobs, so they take jobs in the town. 2 days after the S-Class exam starts, something surprising happens. Well, at least it's surprising for Alex. Gray actually comes to Fairy Tail and wants to join the guild. What the dash? Gray. Alex is surprised to see Gray in the guild when he returns from his job.
Yo, Alex.
It's been a long time. The shirtless Gray greets Alex.
Oi. Don't strip.
The guild members shout at Gray as he tries to take off his pants too.
Ah. Since when?
Even Gray doesn't realize that he has stripped himself because he does it out of habit. What are you doing here? Where are the others? Alex is not bothered by it because he is used to it. I came here alone to join this guild. You are told me and Lion to join Fairy Tale because you are here. But Lion refused to be in the same guild as me and left to find another guild. As for UR and Altair, it's better for you to read this letter. Gray tries to take a letter out of his jacket, but he forgets that he has stripped himself, so he doesn't wear the jacket. He then picks his jacket that lies on the floor and takes the letter in one of its pockets before giving it to Alex. Alright, I'll read it in my room later. Pick your clothes and wait for me. You can stay in my place for a few days because until Master returns, you can't join the guild, so you can't rent any room in the dorm. I can find a place to stay myself, you know.
Really?
Do you have money? I thought so. Alex reports the job completion to the guild staff with Kana, who is curious about Gray's identity. Hey Alex, who is he? My fellow disciple. Though well, he is one of UR's true disciples, I guess. He and the others learn UR's magic and everything else while I'm not. I couldn't learn UR's ice magic, so I didn't learn as much as them from her. It doesn't change the fact that she is my teacher, but only Gray, Lion and Altair can inherit UR's magic.
I see.
Sorry about this, Kana, but I'll go home first to help that guy. Alex wants to bring Gray back immediately, but the stripping idiot's stomach suddenly grumbles. So Alex buys him some food and drinks while asking how he came here. Gray tells Alex that he was together with Lion until they reach Fiore. But then they split because Lion wanted to find another guild. It was fine when he was with Lion, but after they separated, Gray got into many troubles and lost almost all of his money. Alex's face darkens hearing Gray's story. He can't believe this is the same kid that somehow managed to get all the way to the northern continent just to chase Deliora not too long ago. But now this same kid somehow gets into many troubles just crossing some countries. Furthermore, he actually got some money from UR for this trip while he didn't even bring money when he chased Deliora to another continent. I don't know if I should get impressed or concerned by how your brain works. Anyway, Alex lets Gray stay in his room after getting the permission from the dorm keeper. After arriving in his room, Alex opens the letter from UR. In the letter, UR explains that Altair's magic power is starting to go out of control again. It's not as bad as before because Altair has gotten stronger, but it still causes Altair to get sick quite often. For now, it only causes fever that will go down after some hours. But it becomes more frequent and UR is worried it will keep getting worse. So she wants to find a cure for it quickly. UR already found a clue to solve it. When Altair's magic power was low after she used a lot of it, her magic power would stay stable for quite long, until it suddenly went berserk again. She also could stabilize the out-of-control magic power by releasing a lot of her magic power. But because she needs to release so much of it, the spell she uses will be very strong. When she tried it, she ended up freezing their house and its surrounding area. The ice even almost reached the town. Luckily, UR could protect the kids and no one else was affected by it, so it didn't hurt anyone. UR realized that Altair needs to strengthen her magic container so it can hold her massive amount of magic power properly. She also needs to keep using her magic power to keep her reserve low until then. But UR didn't know how to strengthen Altair's magic container quickly. Then she heard that learning advanced or high-level types of magic can improve one's magic container quicker. It's because advanced magic uses a lot of magic power even for its basic spells. The high magic power usage will temper their containers and strengthen it quickly to support the high magic power output. There is also advanced magic that can affect the mage's bodies directly, but this type of magic is rare. One of the examples is Dragon Slayer magic that can affect its user's physique, giving them dragon features. Anyway, it's a hope for Altair. So UR takes her on a journey to find and learn advanced magic. But it won't be easy because advanced magic is a very valuable treasure and those who have it will keep it for themselves. Advanced magic, huh? The arc of time that Altair uses in the story must be more advanced than even advanced magic. It can even be categorized as a forbidden magic. But I won't let her learn that magic, it's too dangerous for her.
Magic that can affect one's physique, huh?
The Ice Devil Slayer magic that Gray got in the series should be one such magic. But I don't know how to obtain it now. Alex racks his brain to find information about advanced magic in the series that he can obtain to help Altair. But he has forgotten a lot of details and only remembered the rough outline of the story. Sigh, I guess I can only try to ask around. But the only ones that know about such a thing around me are just master and guildarts. I can only wait for them to return before I can ask about this thing. Gray, did UR tell you a way to contact her? Yeah, she has a portable magic communication lacrima with her.
Why?
Do you need to call her? Yeah, not now though, maybe tomorrow.
Ah, alright.
Gray looks for UR's portable magic communication device number in his backpack, then he gives it to Alex. Alex takes and copies it. He needs to call them tomorrow because he knows they need his encouragement, especially Altair. Also, he needs to tell them that Gray has arrived in Fairy Tale and about Lion's unknown destination. The next day, Alex calls UR, but it doesn't connect. This is the problem with portable magic communication devices. They are small, so they are easy to carry, but their signal receivers are bad. Those things are like bad old radio that have bad signal receivers. They need to be in high places or clear areas to get good signals. Things like rain, tall buildings, tall trees, and other things can disrupt the signals. It will be even harder if the distance between the caller and the receiver is really far, which most likely be the case now because UR and Altair might have traveled really far. Fortunately, the magic communication devices can be used to send messages as well. But because UR only carries a small portable communication device, the message she can receive is short. So Alex only sends the code number of his communication device with his name beside it and a sentence that tells them to call him at night to make sure he isn't out working when they call. This way, UR and Altair can call him when they're free at night after receiving the message and when they find a good place where the signal is good for their small portable device. It doesn't take too long for them to call Alex. They call him immediately that night, which means they receive the message not long after he sent it. Hey Alex, can you hear me? UR asks through the Lacrima crystal communication device. Yeah, the video is blurry and the voice is quite low, but it's clear.
Good.
Are you with Gray and Lion? Gray is here, but Lion wanted to do his own thing and decided to find a different guild.
I'm sure he'll be alright.
Don't worry, I will inform you when I get the news about him.
I see. Please look after each other, alright?
So I guess you've read the letter.
Yeah, is she alright? What is it?
Do you miss me? Altair answers it instead. But her voice sounds quite weak. She has a fever again, but it's not that bad because she has used a lot of her magic power today. UR tells Alex about Altair's condition. Where are you now?
We are in 7.
Trading is the life of this country and they sell almost everything. So I hope to find something like advanced magic books in the market. The chance is slim for something like that to be traded publicly, but it's our best chance to get it without relying on big forces like big guilds or nations because they will demand a lot of things. Right, and even if you can't find the magic books, you can try to buy information about them in 7 because they sell almost everything, be they items or information. I didn't even think of that. I see, so we can do that too. Just be careful when buying information because you can't verify the truth immediately. Or rather, you better not try to buy information at all. I don't want to say this, but you are someone that can be fooled easily. You are. Even Gray and Altair agree with Alex. UR is quite naive and easy to fool. It will be even easier now because it involves Altair's well-being, so she will seize every chance even if it's very suspicious. Just focus on looking for advanced magic books because you can verify them immediately with your knowledge and experience. I will try to ask my guild master and our strongest mage about it too, and maybe ask them to help us find information about advanced magic. Master is a wizard saint, so I'm sure he knows a lot more than normal mages like us. Oh right, your guild master is Makarov Dreyer, one of the 10 wizard saints. He really should know a lot more, or at least know people that know about this. But are you sure he will help? While you are his guild member, Altair and I are complete strangers to him. Don't worry, he is a kind person, I'm sure he will help if I ask. That will be great if he really helps. I will forever be indebted to him if he can help us find the cure. They talk about a few more things other than the way to cure Altair, like Alex's improvements and his life in the guild. Altair also talks about how annoying Gray and Lion were, so she's glad they have left now. Fairy Tale's S-Class exam lasts for a week. The candidates, examiners, and the staff finally return now. As Alex thought, no one passes the exam this year and the candidates return with disappointed faces. Master, there's someone who wants to join the guild. Alex brings Gray to Makarov while the guild celebrates the end of the S-Class exam.
Oh? Another child.
But why is he naked? Even the nonchalant Makarov is surprised by Gray's naked habit.
Ah. Since when?
As usual, even Gray himself doesn't realize he has stripped his clothes. Sorry about this, master. He's my fellow disciple who really learned our master's magic, unlike me. His stripping habit comes from our training. We always strip our clothes every day when we train in the snowy mountain, and somehow this guy still does it instinctively here. Well, as long as he keeps his underwear. Makarov finally approves Gray's application and tells Alex to teach Gray the basics. He also puts Gray in Alex's team, so now they have 3 members who are the youngest in the guild. After they're done with Gray's registration, Alex asks Makarov if they can talk privately tomorrow. The old man has just returned, so Alex doesn't want to disturb him today. Alright, let's talk tomorrow morning. Makarov knows it must be something important, so he agrees. The next day, Alex tells Gray and Kana to take a job together in the town. He won't join them because he has something important to do. They agree and take a simple job for Gray's first job in the guild. Meanwhile, Alex meets Makarov in the guild master office. It's the best place to have a private talk and no one will disturb them here. Makarov asks what Alex wants to talk about and he immediately tells the old man about Altair. There's no need to talk about it in a roundabout way. It's better to just tell Makarov the truth and ask for advice. I see, she has more magic power than what her body can handle, huh? Strengthening her magic container and magic circuits seems to be the correct answer. Normally, our magic container and circuits will strengthen automatically as we grow stronger. But it seems her magic power grows too fast so her body can't keep up. Your teacher is right, learning advanced magic can help grow her magic container and circuits, especially ancient magic. Ancient magic? Have you heard something like Dragon Slayer magic? Yeah, Laxus told me he has lightning Dragon Slayer magic. Laxus told you? I don't realize you are that close. Makarov is surprised to know that Alex and Laxus are close. Well, we just talk a lot and often train together. Makarov smiles hearing that. I see, that's good. Anyway, Dragon Slayer magic is an ancient magic. Laxus' body was weak back then, but he has grown much stronger after his father implanted a lightning dragon lacrima in his body. Now don't ask me where to find a dragon lacrima because I don't know. But most ancient magic that we know can affect their users' bodies and make them stronger, so it's worth a try. But if it's too hard to find, then this age's advanced magic should help too. Do you know a way to find any magic that can help, master? My teacher said she will do anything if you can help. Well, maybe not really anything, only good things. Sorry, but I don't know any way to obtain such magic now. I will try to ask my acquaintances to see if they can help though, so don't worry. Alex is clearly disappointed that even Makarov doesn't know how to obtain the needed magic because not any advanced magic will work. But Makarov's help to find information about it is enough for now. Makarov has much better connections than even you are, so the chance of him finding what they need is much higher. Hopefully, they will get good news soon so Altair won't need to suffer again. It's not easy to find advanced level magic that meets the requirement to cure Altair's overflowing magic power. Makarov finds some information about them, but all of them are in the possession of high-ranking people who are unwilling to let an unknown kid learn them. Altair's condition keeps worsening as time passes. Her fever gets more frequent and her magic power still goes rampant even after she releases a lot of her magic power. UR says it's because her magic power now recovers faster than before, so her reserve is full again in a shorter time, which causes it to overflow more often. Altair can't even fully enjoy her birthday that is also chosen as Alex's birthday because of this matter. But celebrating her birthday is the least concern that they have for now. Also, because Altair needs to release her massive amount of magic power every now and then, she and UR can't stay in the towns most of the time. They actually camp in the wild every day to avoid harming people when Altair needs to release her massive amount of magic power by using her ice magic. She can freeze a very large area at once, so if she does it in towns, many people will surely freeze to death and they will become fugitives. That's why they stay in the wild most of the time. Alex also keeps trying to help in his own way. He often takes jobs outside of town and most of his jobs are escorts or bandit subjugation. By escorting, he can go to other towns and try to search for information about advanced magic. As for bandit subjugation, he takes it because of its high reward. If they can find an advanced magic book, Alex knows they will need a lot of money to buy it. So he needs to help UR gather the money because he also knows that UR can't work and collect money now while looking for the cure. For escort jobs, Alex can do it with Kana and Gray. But for bandit subjugation jobs, he always does it with Laxus because it's very dangerous and both Kana and Gray are still not strong enough. Months pass since then and it's July X 776 now. They still can't find suitable advanced magic for Altair. UR found some books before, but all of them were incomplete and some even have defects that can endanger their users, so she tossed them aside. UR and Altair have traveled to many places and still can't find anything. Alex and Gray keeps encouraging them. He calls them using the magic communication device almost every day. As for Lion, they still haven't gotten any news about him and they can't be bothered by it now because finding an advanced magic for Altair is more important than that selfish kid. The current Lion is still just an annoying selfish kid. But he at least knows how to take care of himself, so they know he will be just fine even if they don't know where he is. They are more worried about Altair and UR. But then both of them give Alex and Gray good news. They still can't find proper advanced magic, but they find a way to slow Altair's illness. Celestial Spirit World. Yeah, an acquaintance told me that we could send Altair to the Celestial Spirit World while we look for the cure. She said that a day in the Celestial Spirit World is equal to 3 months in this world. Alex now remembers that there was a part of the original story where Natsu and the others went to the Celestial Spirit World just for a while. But some months have passed in Earthland, though he can't remember how long, and apparently it was 3 months. So you plan to send Altair there while you look for the advanced magic?
That's right.
I have investigated this matter and it's true. It's just that to send someone to the Celestial Spirit World safely, we need a strong Celestial Spirit Mage who has a gold key. But I don't know any Celestial Spirit Mage who has gold keys, and I don't know if I can ask an unknown person's help again. UR has become very cautious of asking others for help after what happened to Altair a few years ago. That's why now she is trying to cure her daughter herself and doesn't want to rely on others except for her disciples. I know a strong Celestial Spirit Mage that we can trust. She is very famous here in Fiore, although she has retired now, and I'm sure we can trust her. But she is a merchant, so she might ask for some payment. I don't mind paying if it means she can be trusted just by giving her money. But are you really sure we can trust her? UR is still wary. Yeah, but if you are still worried, then I can help you keep an eye on her while you look for the advanced magic for Altair. I have confidence in my spying and hiding abilities.
Are you sure?
I can't promise I can find it quickly, you know.
No problem.
I can use this chance to train too, so don't worry about it and just focus on the mission. Alright, I will trust you on this.
So, what's her name?
Layla Heartfilia, the owner of Heartfilia Concern Merchant Group. Alex still remembers Layla because she is an important character in the story. Not only is she Lucy's mother, she's also the one who opens the Eclipse Gate at July 7th x 777 for the Dragon Slayers to pass through. Actually, Alex did an escort job for a merchant affiliated with Heartfilia Concern a few months ago. The merchant he escorted was a blabber who talked about a lot of things including the Heartfilia family. But Alex never thought that they could use celestial spirit magic to help Altair. Certainly, if the time moves much faster in the celestial spirit world, then they will have plenty of time to find what they need while Altair won't need to wait for too long. If a day in the celestial spirit world is 3 months in Earthland, then even if they need a year to find the advanced magic, it will just be 4 days for Altair. Her condition won't worsen that much in 4 days and UR can do what she needs to do without any worries. But UR doesn't know Layla, and truthfully, Alex can't just believe Layla blindly just because she is described as a good person in the story. She is still a complete stranger to him, so he still needs to be cautious of her. UR finally agrees with Alex's plan. They will go to Heartfilia residence and ask for Layla's help. This is their best hope now, so they can't hesitate and waste their time. After UR agrees, Alex goes to meet Makarov. He wants to ask for permission to take a rest from the guild activities until UR finds the advanced magic for Altair. Alex needs to explain his plan to Makarov to make the old man approve his temporary leave. Makarov finally agrees after contemplating it for a bit. He even tells Alex he will ask for his acquaintances' help to also look for an advanced magic book. Gray wants to join him, but Alex forbids it. He tells Gray to stay and keeps working because they will need a lot of money to pay for Layla's help and to buy an advanced magic book. Listen, Gray. If you want to help UR, then help her collect more money. She can't work now, so she can't get more money. But she has expenses, so her savings will keep depleting. We need more money for her to purchase the advanced magic book that won't be cheap. So the best you can do for her is help her collect more money. Gray looks down and clenches his fists while nodding. As Alex says, that's the best he can do now, although he knows the money he can get from his jobs won't be that much because he can't take high-paying jobs yet as they are too dangerous for him. After preparing what he needs, Alex finally leaves Magnolia and goes to Heartfilia Concern. UR and Altair are also on their way there. But they are in another country, so it will take a while for them to arrive. On his way there, Alex is thinking of many things because this might be another chance to change the story. Layla is one of the key characters in the story. Without her, the dragon slayers won't arrive from the past, so changing her fate will also change the future. I already changed Uar's and Altair's future, which will change a lot of things. What difference does it make for changing another person as Alex arrives in Hartfilia Konzern after traveling for 4 days by foot? He is used to walking from town to town, so he chose to walk even though he can use the train to go there because Hartfilia Konzern is known for its railway business. But even though he arrives in 4 days, Uar and Altair still haven't arrived there. So Alex decides to walk around the Hartfilia Konzern, which is almost as big as Magnolia. It can even be said to be a town on its own. Alex can walk around the outer parts that have many buildings where they do their business too. But visitors aren't allowed to go past the grassland that is already a part of the main residence where the Hartfilia family lives. As a good person, Alex is obeying the rules and doesn't go past the grassland. He doesn't go past the grassland, but there's no rule saying he can't look past the grassland. At night, Alex camps in the forest near the Hartfilia Konzern. He doesn't want to waste his money on an expensive hotel room. So he chooses to camp in the forest where he doesn't need to pay. He makes a tent made of earth that can defend against wild animals. Alex is now inside the tent and he is actually in his humanoid Shikaku form. His eyes are closed, but he's not sleeping. Alex is actually looking at the Hartfilia Konzern from the sky now. He watches through an eye made of sand that can float quite high in the air. This is one of Gaara's jutsu and Shikaku can use it too. But because Alex is using Shikaku's ability, the sand eye's appearance is that of Shikaku's eye, not a human eye. It doesn't really matter as long as it works though. Alex just wants to test if he can spy on them from afar without getting caught. This is to check their security level and find the best way to keep an eye on them while Uar leaves Altair in their care. There is still the problem of whether Layla will be willing to help them. But they can think about that later after Uar and Altair arrive. They can only try to ask to know the answer, so Alex just does what he can do now. 5 days later, Uar and Altair finally arrive. They meet with Alex in the forest to avoid being seen together. Both Uar and Altair immediately hug Alex when they meet because it has been a long time since Alex left them. Wow, you've grown taller and now you have more muscles, not bad boy. Uar smiles while ruffling Alex's hair.
Of course I've grown.
I won't stay a kid forever, you know. How are you doing, Altair? My fever just went down yesterday, so I won't get it again anytime soon. Was that why you have just arrived now? Yeah, I got a fever 2 times on the way here, bad luck. They chat for a while before going to Hartfilia Konzern. On their way there, Uar asks Alex about how they will ask for Layla's help.
No, before that, how will we even meet her?
I'm sure it won't be easy to meet the head of such a big merchant group. Well, the head is her husband, but it's basically the same, so yeah, it will be difficult. Don't worry though, I've thought about this problem before coming here. Alex takes out a letter and gives it to Uar.
What is this?
A letter of introduction from Master. From Master Makarov? Yeah, he knew that it would be hard to meet the head of a big merchant group without any connection. While he doesn't know the Hartfilia family personally, his status as Fairy Tales Guild Master and a wizard saint should be helpful enough. Why does he want to help us this far? For him, his guild members are his family, his children. He will help when his family needs it. Also, both of you know each other, right? Why yeah, we've met a few times in the past. Uar was one of Wizard Saint's candidates who might replace one of them if they retire. She is one of the strongest mages in the land of Isvan too. So she has met quite a lot of powerful mages, including Makarov. He said he knows you are a good person and a good mother. So he just wants to help you after knowing how hard you work to find the cure. I've told you I always asked him for advice, right? He is one of the few people who knows about this whole thing, so he sympathizes with you. Uar tears up knowing that Makarov is willing to help this far even though they are strangers. With Makarov's letter, the Hartfilia family will surely be willing to at least hear them and it will help with the negotiation. Anyway, they arrive in the Hartfilia Konzern and ask to meet with Layla. But as they thought, they can't just meet her out of the blue. After all, she is also busy with a lot of things as the owner of a big merchant group.
I see.
Then can you deliver this letter to Mrs. Layla? Uar hands over the letter from Makarov to the Hartfilia family servant. He takes it and gets surprised when he sees the fairy tale symbol in the letter.
I understand.
Please tell me where you will stay. I will inform you when Madam replies.
Thank you.
We will stay in the Hartfilia hotel, but we don't know which room we'll get.
It's all right.
We can just check it with the receptionist. They can't stay in the forest now because then the servants won't be able to find them. So they decided to stay in the hotel owned by Hartfilia Konzern. The next day, some guards really show up in the hotel to find them. Thanks to Makarov's letter, Layla easily agrees to meet them and makes time to meet them today. They go to the big mansion and get escorted to an office. The servants prepare some tea and snacks while telling them that Layla will come soon. Sometime later, a woman with long blonde hair comes. She dresses like a medieval noblewoman with a light blue dress. There's also a little girl with blonde hair that hides behind her. Welcome to the Heartfilia mansion. My name is Layla Heartfilia. Layla greets politely just like a noble. You are Alex, and Altair quickly stand up and try to greet like nobles too. But they don't really know how to do it, so they do it very wrongly. Alex even tries to copy the woman's greeting gesture, not the man's gesture. Layla giggles and tells them to not worry about manners because she knows most mages aren't good with manners. The three scratch their heads before they just greet her normally. This is my daughter Lucy. I hope you don't mind her joining us.
And no, it's fine.
It should be us who apologize for taking your time. UR says it awkwardly. She is not used to talking in polite manners. The three then introduce themselves before Layla asks them to sit. So, what is it that you want to talk to me? The letter from Fairy Tales Guildmaster only asked me to help you. But I don't know what help you need from me. I'm sorry to say, but if it's too much then I'm afraid I can't help you. And no, it's okay if you can't help, but please at least listen to our request first. UR is still nervous because she isn't sure if a wealthy woman like Layla will help her. Altair touches her mother's hand worriedly. It makes UR feel stupid for worrying about something like that. If Layla refuses, then she simply needs to find another way. But now she needs to say what she wants clearly. UR stands up and moves beside where Layla sits. No one knows what she wants to do until she suddenly kneels and bows her head to Layla. It surprises everyone, including Alex and Altair, who don't know that UR will do this. Mrs. Layla, please help us, please help my daughter. MMS. UR, please don't do this. You can ask for my help without kneeling like this. Layla tries to lift UR up to stand. But UR doesn't stand up. Alex suddenly moves beside his teacher and kneels too. But he doesn't bow his head. Meanwhile, Altair copies what her mother does. She kneels and puts her head on the floor. This is. Layla doesn't know what to say about this. Mrs. Layla, please don't worry about us. We are the ones asking for help, so please let us do at least this much. Let me explain on behalf of my teacher. Alex doesn't bow because he needs to explain what they want. Layla gives up and sits again to listen to Alex's explanation. Then Alex starts to explain everything that needs to be told to Layla. Layla is surprised when she hears Alex's explanation about their reason to ask for her help. He tells her Altair's condition, the way to cure it, and what they need from her. So that's how it is. But why me? I'm not the only one who has the gold keys, and I actually have retired. I have given all my gold keys to other people, so I don't have any now. Even if I have them, I only have 3, and I don't know if those 3 spirits can bring someone to the celestial spirit world. The 3 are surprised, especially Alex. Alex thought that Layla had all of the 12 gold keys because she would open the Eclipse Gate with those gold keys except for Aquarius Key, which then forced her to use her life force to replace it. The problem is Alex can't remember everything from the fairy tale story. He forgets that Layla didn't have all the gold keys even when she was still active as a mage. When she wanted to open the Eclipse Gate at X777, she tracked down all the gold keys and borrowed them from their owners just to open the Eclipse Gate. She didn't own all the gold keys, unlike what he thought. But I heard you were a great celestial spirit mage. And I don't know anyone else with gold keys. Alex says it while trembling. He can't believe he made such a big mistake. UR and Altair also feel down because of it. I see, so that's how it is. I'm sorry, it seems we have disturbed you for nothing. Then, we will leave immediately to look for a celestial spirit mage who has gold keys. UR bows her head a few times to apologize. Wait. Layla gets down and grabs UR's dropped shoulders. I'm sorry, it seems I made you misunderstand my words because I haven't finished it. It's true that I have given my keys to other people, but those people are my close aides. Actually, 2 of them are still working here. As I said, I don't know if those celestial spirits can bring someone to their world. So we need to ask first. Even if they can't, at least they should know which spirit can help you. So how is it? Will you at least try to ask them first? Layla explains it quickly, making UR's expression brighten. Really? Will you really help us? Thank you so much. UR tears up when she hears that there's hope. Alex also sighs in relief.
It's okay.
I'm also a mother, so I can understand what you feel. I will also do everything for my child. Layla smiles before telling the servant in the room to call for someone named Spetto and Zoldio. The servant quickly leaves to call the two that Layla means. Layla then tells the three to sit on the sofa again and she won't take a no for an answer. She even threatens to not help them if they still kneel on the floor, so they agree. After a while, a man with curly hair and a short middle-aged woman came. Layla then asks them to call their celestial spirits and they do it without asking why, showing that they really trust her. Then, a humanoid goat and a man with crab legs on his back appear. Alex doesn't even need to ask who they are. Sometimes, it's hard to recognize the characters in real life because he only knew them as pictures in the past, but these two spirits are too easy to recognize. Capricorn and Cancer, long time no see. Layla greets them because they haven't met in a long time. Hello, Madam Layla. Capricorn greets politely. It hasn't been that long for us because time flows differently in our worlds, Abi. Do you need a haircut, Abi? Cancer says it in a cool tone even if he ends his sentence strangely. No, I still like my current hairstyle, Cancer. I asked them to call you because I need to ask something. Layla then gives them a short explanation about Altair before asking them if it's possible to bring someone to the celestial spirit world. Capricorn and Cancer immediately become serious after hearing that. Capricorn decides to answer Layla. I'm very sorry, madam, but humans are forbidden from entering the celestial spirit world. It is the rule enforced by the celestial spirit king and only he can lift this rule. Besides, even without that rule, it is impossible for humans to stay in the celestial spirit world for a long period of time because there is no air there. This is also something that Alex doesn't remember. He only remembers that Natsu and the others entered the celestial spirit world and stayed there for a day. So he doesn't remember that there is a problem like this. I see, so it's impossible, huh? UR seems very dejected after hearing Capricorn. Is it possible to ask the celestial spirit king to lift this rule temporarily for someone? Alex still doesn't want to give up. Asking is probably fine, but I don't think he will agree that easily. After all, you don't have any connection to the celestial spirit king, so I doubt he will lift a rule for you. Capricorn says it politely even though it's quite harsh.
I see.
Yeah, we aren't even celestial spirit mages, so I doubt he will even help us. Then, can you ask him on my behalf? Layla suddenly asks Capricorn with a firm voice.
Madam.
The servants and spirits are surprised by Layla. The Heartfilia family has been a family of celestial spirit mages for generations. We have done many things together with the celestial spirits. So I hope the celestial spirit king can help them on behalf of the Heartfilia family. Everyone is surprised by Layla, who is willing to go this far for strangers, even using her family name to help them. Why are you going this far? UR asks with tears in her eyes. Layla just smiles before answering. As I said, I'm also a mother, so I know your pain. But it could be a lie. Everything we said could be a lie. Ms. UR, I hope you don't look down on me too much. I am a merchant with years of experience. One thing that every merchant should have is discerning eyes. We should be able to see through people even when we have just met. If you lie to me, I would have noticed it immediately and would never help you. But I know you are honest and genuine, that's why I am willing to help you. Alex and Altair are surprised once more. They never thought that this frail-looking woman would be this powerful. Alex especially would never have thought like that because of how her daughter acts in the story.
I understand.
Then I will ask the king about this. Please call me again next week because I need time to talk with the king. Capricorn agrees to ask the celestial spirit king on Layla's behalf.
Thank you, Capricorn.
The spirits then return to their world and now the humans can only wait. I hope you don't mind waiting for a week, Ms. UR, Ms. Altair, and Mr. Alex.
No, it's fine.
We are more grateful to you for helping us this much. We have tried to look for the cure for months, so another week is not a problem. Then, why don't you stay here while waiting for Capricorn? We have a lot of guest rooms.
No.
How could we possibly inconvenience you more than this? Besides, it's actually quite dangerous for us to stay here.
Dangerous?
Yes, I've told you that Altair's magic power isn't stable sometimes, right? It can happen anytime and whenever it happens, it can affect her surroundings. She needs to release a lot of her magic power to keep it under control by using her ice magic. But when she does that, she can freeze a very large area. If that happens here, then this whole mansion can freeze. It's that powerful? Layla is surprised to hear how big the effect of Altair's uncontrollable magic power is. Yes, because she can't control her magic power output. That's why we stay away from towns as much as possible to avoid hurting people before we can find a solution. It would be really bad if her magic goes out of control when we sleep, after all. At day, we can detect the symptom immediately and get away from people to release her magic. But when she sleeps, her magic might suddenly burst without warning. I am an ice mage too, so I can free myself from it even if I'm frozen, but others might not, especially the normal people. Don't worry, we also live quite far from town and often played in the wild before this, so we are used to it. Layla understands and lets them stay in the forest nearby. But she insists they need to come to the mansion during the day. Layla doesn't have many friends her age, especially a fellow mother, so she wants to talk a lot with UR. The same also applies to her daughter Lucy. She wants Lucy to have more friends her age because there aren't many children nearby, so she is lonely. It's her chance to know more kids her age while Alex and Altair are here. Then with that, they finally receive Layla's help even though it's not guaranteed that it will work. They need to wait for a week to know the answer, but at least, they have hope now. As they've promised, Alex, UR, and Altair visit the Heartfilia mansion during the day. They have spent their night in the forest, in a small simple cabin Alex made with rocks and dirt. Altair was fine last night, but they make sure to use a lot of her magic power before going to the mansion. It's to make sure she is low on magic power and it won't go berserk. Layla introduces them to her husband, Jude Heartfilia. He is very warm and seems to love his family so much. He also smiles a lot, probably because his wife is still alive. But he is already busy with work now. He takes all of their work as the owner of the merchant group because his wife is not too healthy to work. So he takes over most of the work, but he still has time for his family. To improve her health, Layla always takes a morning stroll around their mansion. She asks UR to accompany her and asks the kids to play however they want. It's an awkward situation for UR, Altair, and Alex. UR is not used to talk with a noble-like person while Alex and Altair are not used to play like normal children. Their play always involves magic and always ends up with a fight. But they can only do it because Layla has helped them so much. At least, UR just needs to talk with Layla and they actually talk about UR's experience as a mage. It's mostly just about the interesting things that happened in her jobs. But for Alex, this is quite a nightmare. Lucy actually forces him to play with dolls and even play house, which he never did. So he is very awkward with it and doesn't know what to do. Altair seems to enjoy it though because it's more interesting than she thought. Well, she's a girl too, so dolls and all the girly stuff that Lucy shows her are interesting for her. She learns them quickly and she plays everything so well in the end. The first day isn't that bad because Lucy still doesn't know them that well. So they don't play anything too catchy or strange. They still play in moderation on the second day, but Lucy and Altair have become good buddies. Then on the third day, Alex starts to suffer as the only boy in the group. They play dress up and makeup, which is normal for kids. The problem is, Lucy only has girl dresses, so they make Alex wear those girl dresses. Altair seems to enjoy it so much, especially when they put makeup on him. They just do his makeup for fun, not even try to make him pretty. He can't even protest because the girls seem to enjoy it so much, so he needs to endure it as the adult here. Still, it won't be so bad if they just play it in the room. But the girls actually want to go around the mansion to show off their pretty dresses and makeup. Obviously, Alex needs to join them running around the mansion. Everyone seems to pity him, but no one can hold their laugh either. Even Jude, who's working in his office, laughs out loud when he sees Alex. UR has the most laugh among everyone though. At least the others try to hide it, but she just laughs without care. Altair seems to have so much fun bullying him and suggests they go to the town. Alex has enough of her naughtiness and drags the girls back into the mansion by their back collars. They try to resist, but he is just too strong for them even without transforming. The girls finally give up and agree to erase Alex's makeup. But then, Altair suddenly feels dizzy and she falls on the floor. Of course, it surprises Alex and Lucy because she is fine a moment ago. Alex suddenly senses strange pulses from Altair's magic power. He has trained to sense others' magic power with Shikaku and Matatabi for months. Now he can sense the magic power of others who are near him.
Oh no.
Her magic power is starting to go out of control again. Lucy, tell your mother and my teacher about this. Tell them I'll bring Altair to the forest. Alex transforms into his humanoid Matatabi form and quickly brings Altair to the forest. He leaves through the windows and jumps out of the second floor easily. He also jumps over the tall fence and runs very fast to the forest. Lucy, who knows how grave the situation is, quickly goes to find UR and her mother. They are currently enjoying tea on a veranda. When Lucy arrives and explains the situation to them, their relaxed expressions immediately turn into panic. UR quickly jumps down from the veranda and runs out of the mansion to go to the forest too. Layla orders her servants to prepare for a carriage because she also wants to go there to help. But when UR has just come out of the mansion area and Layla has just come out of the building, they suddenly see a very bright flash of light from the forest. Then, they see a massive and tall ice block appear in the forest. It's so big and tall that it looks like an ice mountain. Of course, such a gigantic ice chunk takes everyone's attention because it can be seen from all over the town. Quickly send guards to inform the people that it's nothing to worry about. Tell them that a mage who works for us is testing her new spell in the forest. Layla quickly orders her servants because she knows that people will panic after seeing something like that suddenly appear. The servants nod and quickly leave to do her order. Now they all understand why UR insisted on staying in the forest when Layla offered them to stay in the mansion. If Altair releases her magic here, then the whole mansion and even the garden will freeze. I never thought it would be this bad. She really has too much magic power for her underdeveloped body. Layla finally knows the graveness of Altair's situation.
Mama, will Altair be alright?
Lucy asks worriedly. Yes, sweetheart, don't worry. Do you remember what her mom said? She said Altair will be fine after releasing most of her magic power and rest for a while. Let's go there and check on them. Layla and Lucy then go toward the giant ice chunk in the forest using a carriage with their servants. The closer they get, the bigger it looks and the colder it becomes. But then, they see the giant ice suddenly break apart into tiny pieces and disappear. UR has destroyed the ice using her magic. She always did it as quickly as possible to reduce the damage it caused. Because the ice is destroyed quickly, most of the trees and animals that get frozen will survive. They will feel cold for a while, but they won't die, most of them. Alex is fine too because he transformed into Matatabi. His fire body protected him from the ice's coldness, so he didn't freeze. His quick action to bring Altair to the forest also saved many people. Good job, Alex. UR compliments Alex while checking on her daughter. You never said the symptom would get worse that fast. Her magic power went out of control so fast. It felt like she would burst anytime. But it shouldn't be like that. It usually takes a while for her magic power to even flare up after her body feels uncomfortable. Why does it suddenly change? Even UR is confused because it doesn't usually happen. Was it because she had so much fun that she didn't feel something like a slight fever?
That's possible.
She hasn't been having fun for so long, after all. UR feels very sad now because her daughter has suffered so much. Sometime later, Layla and Lucy arrive with their servants and guards. UR and Alex are surprised to see them entering the forest even though Layla's body is weak.
Mrs.
Layla, I'm so sorry. We almost endanger your daughter and your family. We'll just stay in the forest from now on. UR apologizes to Layla while bowing her head.
Come on, UR.
I told you to just call me Layla. Don't worry, you aren't endangering us. Your disciple was very quick to take action, so everybody is safe. Also, my daughter is very happy to befriend your daughter and disciple. They also seem happy. Won't it be wrong to separate them and make them sad just because of this? But, what if this happens again and we aren't quick enough to take action? Won't it be fine as long as you or Alex Kuhn stay beside Altair? I believe you can always detect it whenever it's about to happen, so we won't need to worry. Don't you want to keep playing with Altair, Lucy? You aren't afraid of her, right?
Yes. I like Altair. I'm not afraid of her. But I'm worried about her.
Is she okay? UR tears up a little after hearing Lucy's genuine concern. Altair doesn't have any girlfriends around her age, so it makes UR happy that she finally has one now.
I understand.
Then we will visit your mansion again after Altair gets better. She is still unstable now and will be stable once her fever goes down. It might take a day for her to recover, so we might not come tomorrow.
That's okay.
As long as you come again after she gets better. They almost had a disaster today. Luckily, everything is fine and no one the next days go normally and the kids are playing together again. But now Altair is more mindful of her condition and makes sure to feel even the slightest change of her body's condition. Thanks to that, when the second burst happens on the day when they are supposed to summon Capricorn, they can take Altair away from the mansion and prepare better for her to release her magic power. But because of that, they need to delay the summon for a day. They finally summon Capricorn the next day to ask for the result, hoping that the Celestial Spirit King will agree to help them.
Sorry, Capricorn.
There was a problem yesterday, so we couldn't summon you.
That's fine, Madam Layla.
It was no problem at all. So, what's the Celestial Spirit King's answer? Everyone is so nervous to hear the answer that they stop breathing at that time. He agrees to lift the rule for this case. Capricorn smiles while answering, making everyone smile and cheer happily too. However, he has some conditions. What Capricorn says makes them silent again. What are the conditions? First, only the person that needs to stay there is allowed to come to the celestial spirit world. Second, she can only stay for at most 4 days in the celestial spirit world, or a year in Earthland. Third, once she leaves, she is not allowed to return even if the 4 days' time hasn't been up. Fourth, during her stay, a zodiac spirit needs to always stay with her all the time. So either me or Cancer needs to stay with her and we can't be summoned before she leaves. You can choose later. Fifth, everyone who knows about this whole matter needs to keep it as a secret and isn't allowed to reveal it. Those are the conditions from the Celestial Spirit King. He said that he only agrees to do this because the Heartfilia family has been working together with the spirits for generations and has treated them well. Everyone is happy because the conditions aren't bad. Unable to call a zodiac spirit for at most a year might be a problem, but it should be fine because they don't really need to fight with the spirit's help for now. You can sign this contract if you agree with these conditions. But you need to choose who will stay with the girl in the celestial spirit world between me and Cancer. Then, you need to sign a contract as a celestial spirit mage again with the chosen spirit before signing the contract. Only Madam Layla is allowed to sign the contract because this is the king's favor for you and the Heartfilia family. So there are more than 5 conditions in the end.
Alex can't help but say it. Basically yes.
But only those 5 conditions are stated in the contract. The rest are conditions to sign the contract, not the conditions of the contract.
Capricorn explains again. Oh, so that's how it is.
Quite confusing, but okay. Alex is really not good with this kind of formal thing. Layla is now thinking of which spirit she'll choose to contract again. Speto, Zoldio, are the two of you alright with me taking the keys back? I've given them to you, so they are yours now. It doesn't feel right for me to take them back.
What are you saying, madam?
I always think that this key is still yours. I'm simply taking care of it for you. Speto, the short middle-aged woman, answers with a smile while handing over Cancer's key to Layla. I feel the same too, Madam Layla. Even Capricorn said that his loyalty is for you and the young miss. We agreed that I will only hold onto his key until young Miss Lucy is old enough to have a contract with him. This key is always yours and young Miss Lucy's key. I simply hold it for you. Zoldio also happily gives the key. This guy will turn evil in the future and even join Grimoire Heart. But that happens because of Layla's death. He is very loyal to Layla and blamed Grammy, the person who holds onto Aquarius Coup, for Layla's death because she can't be found. He starts turning evil after that and even breaks the taboo by possessing Capricorn, a spirit using forbidden magic. But now, he is just someone who is very loyal to Layla and will do whatever she asks. Fufu, I only need 1 key.
No, madam.
You should keep both of them again. If Grammy is here, she will also give you her key. You can use the other key to summon a spirit whenever you want to check on the child. Surprisingly, it's Zoldio who gives this advice, which Speto agrees with. Left with no choice, Layla finally takes back both the keys after Speto and Zoldio terminate their contracts with the spirits. Then, Layla makes a contract with Capricorn and Cancer again. Now, she can finally sign the contract that the Spirit King gives. But she needs to choose a spirit to guard Altair in the celestial spirit world, and she chooses Capricorn. Capricorn, you have been acting as my butler for a long time in the past. So I believe you are the most suitable for this task. Please take care of Altair in the spirit world for me. Layla smiles, but she looks very serious too. Capricorn kneels like a knight. Yes, please leave it to me. Cancer, I will summon you from time to time to keep us updated about Altair's condition. We also still need you to style our hair, so we can't let you stay there for a year.
Don't worry, Abby.
I'm not jealous of not being chosen. No need to be so considerate, Abby.
Fufufu, alright.
Layla then signs the contract with the Spirit King, which makes Uar very happy and hugs Layla while crying. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay all of this, Layla.
Don't worry, Uar. I help because I can help.
Also, this is not over yet. This is just a temporary solution. You need to use this chance well and look for what you need.
You're right.
I need to quickly find a suitable advanced magic for Altair, so she won't need to stay in the celestial spirit world for too long. Sorry to disturb, but I have a question. Alex suddenly interrupts them. What is it, Alex? Layla asks while smiling. Didn't Capricorn say that there's no air in the celestial spirit world? If so, then how will Altair breathe there? Capricorn answers his question. Humans can breathe there by wearing celestial spirit clothes. But this method can't last forever because aside from the lack of air, the celestial spirit world's environment is harmful for humans. That's why the king limits her stay to 4 days because more than that will be too dangerous.
Ah, I see, I understand.
Then, when can Altair go there? She can go now because the contract has been signed. Or you can go later, but don't be too long or the king won't be happy. He has lifted a rule just for you, so it's better to go there as soon as possible to show respect to him. Altair doesn't mind going there now, but Lucy seems very sad. If Altair stays there as long as she is allowed to, then it will just be 4 days for her. But it will be a year for Lucy and the others. Lucy, Altair needs to go there quickly so her mother can go to look for a cure. If she gets healthy, she can play with you again without any worries. I know, but it will be very lonely again. Lucy looks down sadly.
What if I stay here for a week more before going?
It won't be too long, right? Altair asks Capricorn because she feels bad for Lucy. Lucy is younger than her, not that much younger though. But it makes her feel like she has a younger sister, which makes her happy. That's why she feels sad for leaving Lucy and makes her lonely, so she wants to stay for another week for the little girl.
I think that's fine.
I will inform the king about this.
Capricorn agrees.
As Zoldio said, Capricorn's loyalty is for Layla and Lucy who will be his master in the future. So obviously, he doesn't want to make the young Lucy sad. If only a week can make her happy, then he will gladly ask the Spirit King for it. For the next 7 days, Lucy and Altair enjoy their time together. They play a lot while also being mindful of Altair's condition. Her magic power bursts again once during the week, but it's handled well without any problem. Then, the promised time finally arrives. Altair finally goes to the celestial spirit world with Capricorn. Now it's time for them to look for the advanced magic for Altair. Their time limit is only 1 year. In the celestial spirit world, after Altair enters it, the Spirit King himself comes to take a look at her. Altair, who is still amazed by the celestial spirit world, is surprised by the king's sudden appearance. So this is the child. The gigantic Spirit King looks at the stunned Altair. Yes, her name is Altair.
Hello. Ha ha ha.
No need to be so stiff, human child. I simply come here to check on the child that makes Layla use her family name to negotiate. Now I can see why they need time for you. I see. The Spirit King can clearly feel the powerful magic power stored inside Altair's body. She really has too much magic power for her frail body. If she is an adult, then this amount of magic power won't be a problem. But she is still a child and her body hasn't developed well enough to hold such an amount. I heard that your mother has found a solution but needs time. That's why you are sent here where time flows much slower.
Why yes.
Mommy said that I need to learn advanced magic that can affect my body. But it's difficult to find because that kind of magic has been lost from history. Alex's guild master said that some ancient magic books are still preserved, but they are owned by high-ranking people and it's almost impossible to obtain those books. So we need to find another book. Why is it almost impossible? Won't it be fine if you just ask those people to lend their books? Or maybe you can even buy them. Mommy doesn't believe those people. A few years ago, we asked for the help of an important organization when my condition had just started happening. But they deceived us, telling Mommy that I have died while they actually kidnapped me and used me as an experiment. Mommy is afraid those important people would do the same now. That's why she wants to obtain the needed magic herself. Many humans have always been like that, using others for their own benefits. They don't even spare children. A lot of spirits even made contracts with awful mages that abused them so many times.
What?
But don't mages and spirits need to work together and respect each other because they are partners? Did Layla tell you that?
Yes.
She's right, that should be the case and her family has been doing exactly that from many generations ago. We don't care if the mages are evil or kind. It's their business as humans. But they should treat their spirits well. Too bad, there are mages who treat their spirits like tools, not partners.
That's horrible.
Then, what are you doing to those mages? We don't do anything to them.
What?
But they are hurting the spirits. Aren't you the Spirit King? Then you are supposed to protect them, right? My job is upholding the rule of the spirit world. I can't involve my feelings for my job. If I do that, then the whole spirit world will face horrible consequences. The rule stated that spirits must follow the orders of mages that contract them. So we can't do anything about how the mages treat the spirits. If we do something, it means we are breaking the rules and the consequences are unimaginable. Even bending the rules for you to be here is already too dangerous for this world. Altair is smart, so she understands the king's dilemma quickly. He can't help the abused spirits because it will endanger the whole spirit world. But if he doesn't do anything, then those spirits will keep suffering until their contracts end. Well, little human girl, I hope you can treat the spirits nicely.
Enjoy your time here.
Capricorn, make sure she is safe. Yes, your majesty. The spirit king leaves in a flash, leaving Altair alone with Capricorn. Altair is smart, so she knows that there's no way the spirit king comes here just to meet and talk to her. What he says is also too specific to just be a small talk. Hey Capricorn, are there many spirits that get treated badly by their mages?
Yes, quite a lot.
There are some even among the zodiacs. Gold key spirits are treated badly? Are their mages idiots? Unfortunately, not everyone is like Layla Sama. As the king says, some spirit mages only see spirits as tools. Some only use spirits like weapons, some use spirits like playthings and entertainment.
I see.
Say, can I meet those spirits? Meanwhile on Earthland, Uar has finally departed to find the advanced magic for Altair. She plans to go to Alakatasia and Giltina to look for the advanced magic because she can't find anything in Ishgar. Uar leaves, but Alex stays in Hartfilia Konzern. He has promised Uar to watch over the family to make sure that Altair is fine. But it's also to pay Layla's help a little because he won't just stay there, he'll also work to help them. Layla says that Alex doesn't need to help with work and can just stay there normally. But he insists and tells her that it's normal for mages to work. He even tells her that those who don't work don't eat, making her give up. I must tell you that I have quite a lot of experience and my record in the guild is good. You can ask my guild about it if you don't believe it. Alex is talking to Layla and Jude in their office now.
Oh?
Then what's the most dangerous job you've ever done?
Layla asks playfully.
That should be exterminating a small dark guild. Pfft. Jude spits his coffee when he hears that Alex was participating in a dark guild extermination. Well, it was just a small dark guild that didn't have powerful mages and I wasn't alone, so it wasn't that dangerous maybe.
So that's how it is. You almost got me there.
How many people that joined the extermination? Jude asks while wiping his mouth. 2, just me and Laxus. Cough cough. Jude is surprised again. It was just a bandit extermination quest. Turned out, the bandit group was actually a dark guild. The dark mages were luring legal mages to exterminate the bandits. Legal guilds won't send strong mages for such a job, so they have succeeded a few times before. They always changed locations until we finally got them. Those dark mages were kidnapping the legal mages they lured to be sold as experiment subjects for Zerif worshippers. And you defeated them with just 2 people? Yes, they underestimated me and Laxus just because we were young. They just don't know that we are strong like adult mages. Alright, I understand, Alex Kuhn. We will give you some jobs when we need it. So this means until Uar returns, you will be Hartfilia family's personal mage. Layla thinks Alex is just bragging and says it to make him stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Sigh, we don't have any jobs for you now, so go play with Lucy. But I can do easy jobs too if you want. Playing with Lucy is the job I give you for now.
So go.
It's an order.
I see.
Then I'll go to play with her. Alex leaves the office and goes to play with Lucy as ordered. He knows they just don't want to give him any real job yet, but he can't do anything about it. They'll eventually realize his ability and give him real jobs in the future. For now, he can only suffer by playing girly games with Lucy. She hasn't learned magic, so he can't really play magical things with her. He also can't teach her magic because he himself doesn't have much knowledge about it and can't really teach magic to others. But he surely can show off his magic to her who is very curious about his magic. Too bad, his Shikaku transformations seem to be too scary for the young Lucy. She even cries and Shikaku is laughing while Layla tries to calm her daughter. But you were fine when I transformed to carry Altair into the forest 2 weeks ago when her magic power was overflowing. The surprised Alex quickly cancels his transformation. Sniff sniff *, you were turning into a different creature back then. It looked cool and cute, This one looks ugly and scary. Shikaku feels 2 arrows are stabbing his heart. His evil laugh disappears instantly and turns into a depressed sigh. His color even starts to disappear after hearing a child's honesty. I see, so it's scary, huh? But you know, Lucy, takeover mages like me don't choose the creatures we transform into based on their appearances. We choose them based on their power. It doesn't matter if they are ugly or have bad personalities as long as they are strong. There are more creatures that look uglier than the one you saw just now, you know. What Alex says surely makes Lucy understand more that appearance isn't everything. But the sand raccoon looks even more depressed now. Alex unknowingly just adds more insults to the already depressed Shikaku. After waiting for a few days, Alex finally gets a real job befitting of a mage. He is tasked to escort Layla and Lucy to Harjin town. It's a port town where a lot of things are coming in and going out of Fiori. Layla is going there to find a shipping company to export their products. It should be Jude who does this, but he suddenly falls ill because he has been overworking himself. So Layla decides to do it instead and she takes Lucy with her. Alex knows that she takes him there just to be Lucy's playmate because it will be boring for the little girl when Layla is doing her work. He's sure of it because there are some guards who go with them. Layla sure doesn't trust his abilities as a mage yet, but it's not a problem. At least now he is doing a mage job even if it's just a pretense. He surely hopes nothing will happen, but if it does happen, then he'll do his job well. Their trip to Harjin is peaceful and fast because they ride the train. There's not much to do on the train, so Alex just watches the passing scenery. He doesn't remember much of his past life, but he remembers about the trains on Earth that were much more comfortable and faster than this one.
Steam engine, huh?
I wonder how long it will take for the technology to develop and change. Alex just mumbles, but Layla hears it.
Era?
You know about the steam engine?
Eh?
Well, I just heard about its name. I see, but what do you mean by how long it will take for the technology to develop? Do you have something in mind? Layla is interested to know if Alex has a good idea in his mind. Well, I just think that if we can use magic to power up the train, then it would be much quieter and maybe it can move even faster. But I doubt it can happen soon because even our magic vehicles are still not good either. Alex seems to be saying too much.
Oh?
Why are they not good? What he says really piques Layla's interest even more. That's because, you know, they use mage's magic power to move, right? I mean, why can't they just use lacrima? Won't it be bad to use mage's magic power, especially if the mages are in a rush and need to fight? They will run out of magic power before they can even fight. However, I've seen Magic Council's airships. They are actually powered by lacrima. Why don't we just use the same technology in small vehicles? Then even normal people can use them. Also, if it can move airships, it can surely move trains. Those are just Alex's thoughts since he realized how strange Ishgar's technology distribution is. They can use lacrima to fly airships, but they can't use lacrima to move small cars, trains, or even see ships that still move using wind. Well, you know, the lacrima in the airship is enchanted with spells to make them fly. We still haven't found the enchantment suitable for land vehicles that can be installed in a lacrima without using too much energy. I think there were some experiments to do that, but all of them ended up with the lacrima having too little magic power to travel in a long distance. It will need a giant lacrima with full magic power to fuel a small vehicle and make it able to move from town to town. Layla explains the problem to Alex. So the problem is efficiency?
Is there another source of energy?
Maybe you can change coal to oil to make fire? And do we really need to use the fire to make steam just to move the machine? Why can't we just use the though Alex doesn't understand how modern engines work, he surely knows that it's possible to use the oil combustions to move the engines directly. You sure have an interesting idea, young man. A middle-aged man who sits near them suddenly responds to Alex, which makes him frown. Ah, don't worry, I'm not a suspicious person. But you sure look shady.
I won't deny that.
But it's true. I'm just intrigued by what you say about the engine because I'm a scientist who also works on engines and has tried to develop them.
Oh, okay.
Alex isn't interested. Well, I just want to say that your idea isn't new. Many scientists have also thought about that and tried to use that concept. But all of them fail. Their engines always explode because using fire directly to move the engine will make too much power that the engine can't hold for too long. Sigh, then use less fire to make less power. But then the engine won't be able to move the heavy vehicle. Why does it matter? Isn't your first goal should be making the engine work? You can think about making them usable on a vehicle later after you improve it. Just make it work first because then you will understand it more and find out how to make it more powerful. Alex looks at the so-called scientist as if he is looking at an idiot. After all, he thinks that it should be normal for something new to not work as intended. But if it can work, then it's already good for something newly made because they can always improve it later. The middle-aged scientist feels like being slapped in the face by what Alex says. He and the other scientists are always trying to make something that works as good as the steam engine immediately, so they always deem their experiments with direct combustion to be a failure. They forget that it's normal to start from scratch because they make something new. As long as it works, then it's fine because they can always improve it later as they gain more understanding about how it works. Why, you are right, young man. 1,000-mile journey starts with a single step.
Ha ha ha. Thank you, young man.
Now I know what I need to do. The middle-aged man hugs Alex before starting to dance happily. He doesn't care about others' strange gazes and just dances like a kid. Alex thinks that it's a mistake for talking about technology now. Luckily, they arrive in Harjan not long after that and get separated from the happy scientist who wants to quickly do the experiments that he has just thought of. Fire directly to move the machine. Sigh, that sure is more tiring than fighting magical creatures.
Fufufu, you're right.
Even Lucy fell asleep when he started to talk about his ideas. But I really hope he succeeds in his experiments so it will be easier to go from town to town. Transporting goods will be much easier and faster if everyone can use land vehicles. Sigh, you really are a businesswoman. I only think about riding those vehicles for fun. Like racing with other people. Fufufu, everyone thinks differently. Alright, now let's go to find an inn for us to stay before doing our business here. They find a good inn easily and then go to look for shipping companies after putting their luggage. There are quite a lot of shipping companies here, so it will take a while for Layla to find a good one that can be their business partner. Every time she meets and negotiates with the companies, she always does it with just a maid and a guard. Alex and Lucy always wait outside with the other guard. Maybe it will look unprofessional to bring children for serious talks. But now Alex understands that it will surely be very boring for Lucy if he's not there. After all, the guard won't really play with her because his job is protecting her. Besides, he doesn't know how to play with a little girl. Because it's boring to just follow and wait for Layla all the time, Alex decides to take Lucy for a walk around the town. Layla allows it and of course, the guard will follow them, which is not a big deal. So they walk around the town to sightsee and try some cheap local food. Alex always does this kind of thing every time he visits a new place and has time to play around. After all, it's fun to see and try new things. Then after walking for some hours, Alex suddenly senses a familiar presence. He checks on a restaurant where he senses the source of this familiar presence and he finds someone unexpected there.
Master.
Oh Alex, so you are here. The one he finds is none other than Makarov. Lex meets Makarov by coincidence. The old man is in Harjan to meet his friend, Yajima, the owner of this restaurant and a member of the Magic Council. What are you doing here, Alex?
Work.
I'm currently working as a personal mage of the Heartfilia family. Thanks to your letter, everything went really well.
Oh, that's good then.
So this little girl is the one whose magic power sometimes goes berserk? I don't feel anything though. Makarov looks at Lucy, who's the same height as him.
No, it's not her.
This is Lucy, the daughter of the Heartfilia family.
Hello.
Lucy greets Makarov politely while looking at him curiously. Most likely because of how short he is. Anyway, Master, will you be here long?
Alex quickly asks.
No, I'll go back today.
Ah, can you return tomorrow or tonight?
I have something to tell you. Alex looks serious, so Makarov agrees to meet him in this restaurant tonight. Yajima suddenly comes out when Alex and Lucy are about to leave. So he offers them to eat something which they refuse because they've eaten too much. But the old man doesn't like being refused, so he forces them to bring the food back to their inn. Alex doesn't remember Yajima being this kind of character, but maybe it's just because Makarov is here. In the end, they return to their inn with some boxes of food. It's not every day they can enjoy food made by a Magic Council member. Furthermore, it's cooked with magic, which is unusual, though they can't watch it. That night, Alex leaves the inn to meet with Makarov in Yajima's restaurant. Old man Yajima has prepared a room for them to talk on the second floor, so no one will disturb them. So, what is it that you want to tell me? I hope it's something serious. You are told me that she saw a strange tower far south of Fiori, on Selim Kingdom's north coast when she passed by. She couldn't inspect it because it was too far and she didn't have time because of Altair's condition. But it reminded her of the Tower of Heaven.
What?
Makarov is very surprised by what he has just heard. Surely, it surprises him because the Magic Council has banned the construction of the Tower of Heaven. They have even destroyed 7 towers in the past, but now Alex tells him that there might be another tower. Alex also doesn't lie. You really saw that tower. It's really helpful that she found it because Alex couldn't remember where the Tower of Heaven that enslaved Urza was located. Even if he doesn't do anything, Urza would escape that tower if everything goes like in the story. But he has changed a lot of things, so he is worried that it will also affect Urza's escape even though he shouldn't have done anything related to that. In the story, Altair should have manipulated Jalal already. But that was because she misunderstood and chose to continue being experimented on so she could control her magic power well. Most likely, she has also been found by Hades because that Tower of Heaven was planned to be used to resurrect Zeref, which is Hades's plan. Alex even guesses that Hades was involved in the Tower of Heaven's construction considering how he worships Zeref. But maybe it's just his side plan, that's why he left it on Altair's hand in the story. But now, Altair has returned to her mother, so no one will manipulate Jalal and control the construction of that tower. So it might affect Urza's escape, which will ruin a lot of things in the future. That's why Alex was in dilemma. He doesn't know what to do because he doesn't know its location and he couldn't tell anyone without any proof. Searching it was also difficult, especially when he was busy with Altair's case. But by a big stroke of luck, actually saw that tower by coincidence. She was traveling to many places in Ishgar to find advanced magic for Altair, and they were in Selim Kingdom when finding out about the trick to send Altair to Spirit World while she looked for cure. They crossed the sea with a ship and because of bad weather, their ship was carried away by the storm. That was when saw the silhouette of that tower, which gave her a bad feeling because it reminds her of the Tower of Heaven. Is she sure it's the Tower of Heaven? She wasn't sure because she saw it from afar, but it looks really similar to the one she helped to destroy years ago. Was participating in the destruction of a Tower of Heaven years ago. There was one built in the land of Isvan, and as one of the strongest mages there, she was asked to help with the demolition of that tower because it's very sturdy and a finished Tower of Heaven contains lots of magic items that might be dangerous if not handled properly by mages. Though she is sure that is not a normal tower. She felt ominous magic coming from the tower. It was far from towns, so people won't see it. If it's not for the storm that washed away their ship, I doubt it will be found anytime soon. Didn't in fact sense any ominous magic from the tower. She only saw the strange tower far from afar and it gave her a bad feeling because it reminds her of the Tower of Heaven. There's nothing else she saw there, so the other things are just Alex's improvisation. But he's sure that it is the Tower of Heaven because he remembers it being on an island and located near Fiori. This might be a chance to save Urza a bit earlier and also a chance to save the other slaves. Even if it's not true, don't you think it's worth checking upon, Master? After all, I doubt that Zeref worshippers would build something like that with their own hands. I'm sure they would force people to build it for them. Not to mention, they need human sacrifices to use the Tower of Heaven to resurrect someone, which is most likely Zeref. Makarov seems to think very deeply about it because if what Alex says is true, then this is a very big problem. If the Tower of Heaven is finished being constructed, then it will bring a disaster for Ishgar. But if this turns out to be wrong, then they will waste too much energy and the Magic Council will be angry at them. The Council's wrath is something that's too troublesome to handle.
Alright, don't tell anyone about this.
I will check this out myself and confirm it before reporting to the Magic Council. If it's true, then we will destroy that tower, and if there are prisoners there, then we will save them. We need to handle this carefully. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Master. Alex knows he can't handle everything himself.
He is but one person.
No matter how strong he will still need other people's help, and he never has any intention to live alone and does everything by himself. It's especially so for now when he is still weak and inexperienced. Sure, he can transform into the tailed beast's full forms. But he can't control it, and after using it, he won't be able to do anything for days because his body is basically broken, so it's kind of useless. He can't attack the Tower of Heaven and free everyone before destroying it all by himself. So he needs help, and Makarov is the best help he can ask for. Makarov has the power and connections that Alex doesn't have yet. Alex really wants to do something about that tower. After all, he was in the same situation as those slaves in the Tower of Heaven. He was treated inhumanely as an experiment subject for years while they are being enslaved to work, with many of them being children too.
Thanks, Master.
But I'm sorry, I can't help. You know my situation. Your information is enough. If that thing is really the Tower of Heaven, then the current you won't be able to do anything about it anyway. That's why you need to get stronger so you can do many things and protect those who are dear to you. Absolutely. This is the most that Alex can do now. After this, he can only leave it to Makarov to handle. He believes this old man will be able to do something about that Tower of Heaven and save everyone there. Their business in Harjan Town is finally finished after 3 days. Layla has found a good shipping company that gives them good terms and prices. It's a new company, after all, that's why it's cheaper, and Layla is lucky to be the first who finds this company. They return to Hartfilia Konzern using the train again. Nothing bad is happening to them on this trip, which is good. But Alex can't show off his skills because everything is too peaceful. Everything goes normally in the family, and Alex's status has become young Miss Lucy's bodyguard now. Though in reality, he is just tasked to be her playmate because there's no children her age other than him here. By being with Lucy all the time, Alex finally knows how Lucy gets her personality in the series. He was always curious how she can be so different from her parents in terms of personalities. Turns out it's because of the servants. Her parents are always busy with business, so she often does everything alone or with the servants, and it influences her personality. Unlike the noble like Jude and Layla, the servants are surely more rowdy. Jude and Layla are mostly calm and always keep their manners. It's because they are merchants and used to deal with nobles, so they can't act impolitely. But they don't want to force their daughter to be like them, especially when she is still just a child. So they let her do anything she wishes, and they are actually very happy seeing her become a very cheerful girl. Still, Alex thinks Lucy's personality is just too different from her parents. Even if she is influenced by the servants, he thinks that her parents should still influence her more because she really looks up to them. Then one night, Jude tells Alex something unexpected when he is drunk. He asks Alex to accompany him when he drinks on the weekend. It's his usual activity every Sunday night, and he often asks Alex to accompany him even though Alex can't drink alcohol yet. Anyway, Alex asks Jude how Lucy's personality can be so different from both he and Layla. It makes Jude laugh loudly, which confuses Alex because it shouldn't be that funny even though it's not something serious either. Well, little Alex, that's actually wrong, you know. While it's true that her personality is different from mine, it's actually the same as her mother. When I first met Layla, she was exactly the same as Lucy. She was very cheerful, free-spirited, and sometimes acted dumb even though she was smart. It was because she became a merchant that she became like now. We often need to deal with nobles, so we learned manners. Then after becoming a mother, she promised to be a good example for her daughter by being very well-mannered. But it seems Lucy still inherits her younger self's personalities. It's good though because children are supposed to be happy and cheerful like that. Alex is actually more surprised by Jude now. He can't believe this is the same man who becomes a workaholic and neglects his daughter after his wife's death. Right now, he is just a kind and loving father. The death of someone you love can really change you. This is what Alex thinks when he compares the current Jude and the future Jude who neglects Lucy until she decides to run away from home. But it seems like this is his true self. After all, when Lucy disappeared during the S-class exam because of Acnologia's attack, Jude believed that she was still alive even though people said she had died, and he kept sending her gifts on her birthday. Though in the series, Lucy thought that her father never loved her, while he clearly loves her now. Well, he never shows affection to Lucy and just watches her from the side. He almost never plays with her too, it's always her mother who's with her. So it's not strange for her to think her father doesn't love her in the future, especially when he becomes very cold to her after Layla's death. He even tried to force her to marry someone and hired Phantom Lord to attack Fairy Tail to take Lucy back home for the arranged marriage. Hey old man, do you love your daughter? What kind of stupid question is that?
Of course, I love her. Then show her. Play with her or take her somewhere fun.
She often looks at your office but doesn't dare to come because she doesn't want to disturb you, you know.
Really?
Sigh, but I have too much work and I don't know what to do with her. I know work is important, but you'll only have little time with your daughter. Before you know it, she will be an adult and be someone's wife. Kid, do you like my daughter? Jude looks at Alex suspiciously because of his last words.
Me?
Well, I like her but as a little sister. I just said that because I want you to spend time with her, geez. It's not that I want to marry her in the future. So you think my daughter is not worthy to be your wife? Is that it?
Huh? I didn't say that.
What the hell are you saying? So you really want to marry her?
Arg. Enough.
I don't have time for this shit. Alex walks away while stomping his feet and grumbling. Jude understands what Alex means, but it's just hard for him to do it. He just doesn't know how to show affection to his daughter. Maybe he just keeps working because that's the only thing he can do well. Anyway, Alex doesn't expect Jude to change his behavior immediately. He just wants the man to think about it more deeply while he has the chance to. It was heartbreaking when Lucy realized her father's love only when it was too late and he died after all. A month passes with Jude still doing nothing. It makes Alex think that this guy actually just doesn't have guts. But maybe it's more complicated than he thinks, so he leaves it be. But then on the weekend, Jude suddenly takes his wife and daughter for a trip to an amusement park. It's Layla who tells Lucy about the trip though because Jude doesn't know how to say it himself, making Alex give him the bombastic side eyes. Still, it's a good improvement because at least now they have a complete family trip. After all, it's always Layla and Lucy as Jude always stays at home to work. Lucy seems very excited to have a trip with her parents, which makes the servants very happy too. They want to take Alex with them, but he strictly refuses because it's their family time. In the end, only the three of them go to the park while Alex stays to guard the mansion, or at least that's how it should be. Alex just can't remove the feelings that Lucy will always attract trouble as her main character's trait. Nothing happened last time, but he still can't be sure now, so he follows them secretly. He knows that Layla has contracted cancer again now, so they should be fine handling most problems, but it still worries him. Alex follows them very secretly to avoid ruining their holiday. He uses Shikaku's sand eye to monitor them from his hiding spot far away from them. This ability is really good to spy on people, but he needs to be hidden because his appearance as the humanoid Shikaku will attract too much attention. Well, it seems he was just worrying too much. There really are many dangers on Earthland, but they are not everywhere. Most towns and cities are actually safe, especially the big ones because they are protected well. But it's never hurt to be careful of all the possibilities. After all, even Grey's homeland was just a peaceful town too. But then Deliora suddenly attacked and destroyed it, so there's nothing wrong with being careful in this world. The Heartfilia family is getting more harmonious now. Jude now always gives time for his family on the weekend even if it's just a little. He still works like a madman on weekdays, but that's just so he can have enough time on the weekend for his family. Meanwhile, there's still no news from UR. She hasn't found the advanced magic for Altair and they can't contact her because she is too far, so the portable communication magic tool can't reach her because she is on another continent. Without anyone to train with, Alex can only train by himself. On weekdays, he trains in the morning and afternoon. He only does basic training like training his physique and magic control. At noon, he is playing with Lucy because that's supposedly his job. Sometimes he also goes with Layla and Lucy to other towns. Layla usually didn't take Lucy on her business trip because she can't take care of her, but now there's Alex to accompany Lucy while she works. On the weekend, Alex will go to the forest or mountain to hunt or just fight magical creatures. He needs real battles once in a while to train his battle senses. So he chooses the weekend because Lucy will be with her parents and he doesn't need to babysit her. Thanks to his weekly hunt, the Heartfilia family finally knows that he is not weak. After all, he always brings back the result of his hunt. Of course, he only brings back edible animals like wild deer or boars, not something like a Vulcan. Because of that, Jude often asks Alex to protect the deliveries of important goods. It's much cheaper and faster than hiring mages from guilds and Alex is more than happy to do it because he can take a breather every once in a while. Taking care of the child Lucy all day long is very tiresome. She might get bullied a lot in Fairy Tale after she joins them. But now, she is the bully who makes Alex suffer almost every day because she just does whatever she likes and he is basically forced to do whatever she asks because he is her babysitter. So he is happy whenever Jude asks him to escort the deliveries to other towns because then he can escape from Lucy for a few days. He can escape from being dressed like a girl and play girly games all day long. Most of the time, the deliveries he escorts will get in trouble, like being attacked by bandits or wild creatures. It's because these deliveries are passing through dangerous roads, forests, or mountains. That's why they need to be escorted. But with Alex's power, it's easy to handle some normal bandits and wild creatures. Even if the enemies can use magic, he can handle it well too because almost all of them are weak and can't use magic properly. Well, if those mages can use magic properly, they would join guilds instead of being bandits. At the very least, they would be in dark guilds, not the sides of the roads. The strong magical creatures also live deep in the forests or mountains, not near roads. Thanks to these escort jobs too, Alex can improve his battle skills. He can even get some rewards if the bandits are wanted. Though weak bandits like the ones he defeats don't offer much rewards, but it's better than nothing. Then 6 months after he came to the Heartfilia family, something good finally happened to Alex. The seal of the 3 tails finally breaks, freeing the 3rd-tailed beast in his body. Great! I'm finally free from that seal. It was very suffocating there. The 3 tails, Isabu's voice is really not suitable for his appearance. He sounds like a young boy even though he actually looks like a tough guy. Congratulations, Isabu. It was difficult to gather enough power to break the seal and recover your power, but it finally paid off. Matatabi welcomes her brother. TCH, you take too long to come out of that seal. Shikaku has his own way to welcome Isabu. Sorry, the seal was just too strong. Welcome to the team, Isabu. Alex finally can say his welcome to the new team member.
Nice to meet you, Alex.
I've seen everything that happened to you. It's great that you could go through all that and still grow to be a good person like this. Isabu smiles at Alex. So you could see what I did even though you were sealed? Yes, we can see what happens outside the seals. It's just that we can't do anything other than watch. Hasn't Matatabi and Shikaku told you about this?
He must have forgotten.
This guy is smart and witty sometimes, but he's dumb and forgetful most of the time. So don't put too much trust in his brain in the future. Shikaku spits a fact that really hurts Alex's heart, and no one even tries to deny it. Anyway, let's learn more of your abilities. Also, please remember that we use magic power here, not chakra. Alex reminds Isabu about the source of power in this world, which is magic power.
Oh right. I'll keep it in mind.
Magic power, not chakra.
Yeah, magic power.
It's made out of energy particles that spread all over the world called ether nano. Mages store them inside their bodies and use them to activate magic spells. It's basically chakra, but the way we use it is different. Instead of hand seals, we use magic circles. Those skilled mages who understand their spells greatly won't need magic circles sometimes, just like how some jutsu don't need hand seals to use. We never need to use hand seals like shinobi because we are beings made of chakra anyway, so it won't be that different. Isabu already knows about it and isn't really confused by it. Yeah, but somehow those magic circles just appear when we use some techniques. We don't even need to think about them and they'll just appear automatically. It was so strange at first. Shikaku explains the feeling when using his techniques that turn into magic spells. Now I want to see it for myself.
Isabu is intrigued.
Then let's try it. Alex is also eager to try Isabu's skills. He can't try his first transformation into Isabu in the mansion because an accident might happen, so Alex goes to the forest where he can try all of Isabu's skills freely. Alright, let's do it. A gray magic circle appears under Alex's feet before his body lights up in dull gray color. He means to transform into the beast's humanoid form, just like Shikaku's and Matatabi's humanoid forms. However, Alex turns into a mini Isabu instead. He just becomes something like a human-sized turtle instead of a humanoid turtle. So now he is just a big turtle that stands on all four and has 3 tails. Well, at least he has hind legs in this form because Isabu doesn't have hind legs. So if Alex transforms into full-form Isabu, then he won't have hind legs even though he becomes gigantic. Well, this feels strange. Crouching on all four like four-legged beasts, what a strange feeling. It's so strange that it feels so natural too. But why don't you have a humanoid form? Alex asks if Isabu knows something about it. I think it's because of the shells. They are heavy, so I think you'll lose balance if you stand on 2 legs with such heavy shells on your back. Unless you can use Jinchuriki's chakra mode. There won't be any heavy shells in that form, so you can stand on 2 legs just fine.
Makes sense.
But can I use chakra mode like the Jinchuriki in Naruto world? I never feel like I can use it even after I get the 3 of you.
I don't know, kid.
Maybe it's not possible in this world. The law of this world is different from our original world. Like it has a different source of energy. Even if it feels similar, ether nano and chakra are still completely different. Shikaku gives his speculation. Also, don't forget, Alex. We are not the real tailed beasts. We are just clones made by a god who wants to experiment with our power in this new world. That god is also the one who reincarnated you here. A being that can do something like that easily surely can modify our abilities as well. Maybe the god removed chakra mode and changed it into the humanoid or human-sized forms. Matatabi also gives her opinion.
Right, that's possible.
If he can recreate us who were from different worlds and send us here, then modifying your power must be easy too for him. Sigh, but man, I really want to use Jinchuriki chakra mode.
That just looks cool.
Yeah, whatever, just hurry up and try Isabu's skills. We aren't here to talk about this crap.
Shikaku is impatient. Fine.
Then days pass, weeks pass, months pass, and the year finally changes. It's finally year X777 now, but there's still no news from UR. Alex is surely worried, but the only thing he can do now is trust her and wait for her return. He keeps improving himself by training almost every day. Sometimes he also studies the magic theories in Heartfilia Mansion's library. Layla often teaches Lucy the theories of magic and even magic tools creation theories. Alex is also forced to join their studies, but using his brain to study isn't really his strong point. He is eager to learn and study, but his learning speed is like a snail. If Lucy could understand a whole book already, then Alex would have just understood some pages. Luckily for him, he is not alone, he has the tailed beasts. While Shikaku and Isabu are just as helpless as him, Matatabi is much smarter and she can remember almost everything that she sees through Alex. That means Alex can just read books and listen to the lessons that Layla gives him even if he doesn't understand much. He is just a medium for Matatabi to learn everything, and in the future, he can just ask her about things he doesn't understand. Thanks to that, Alex can improve his magic skills even though he still can't use magic other than take over. But knowing more about magic is still important because he might need the knowledge he learns now someday. The easiest example that Matatabi tells him is if he knows more about magic, then he won't be surprised by his opponent's magic. Even if he can't use it, if he knows the magic that his opponent uses, then he'll know how to face it. Though well, most of the books in Heartfilia Mansion are basic theories about magic. They are not magic books that contain spells, but books that tell things about magic like its principles and even research about known magic. These books don't teach them spells, but they teach the theories behind spells, so they are actually more complicated sometimes. But mages often don't read these books even though they are sold in public because they are too complicated and boring. What's important for mages is the magic books that teach them magic spells. They are more useful because they are more practical. Besides, most of the theory books are not proved yet and just full of speculations, so not all of them are correct. Still, they are useful to increase one's knowledge, that's why Layla teaches Lucy and Alex about them. Now Alex knows why Lucy can be that smart despite being dumb too. Anyway, the 1-year time limit that UR has to find the advanced magic for Altair is getting closer. The time for Layla to open the Eclipse Gate is also approaching. Soon, the Dragon Slayers will come from the past and the main story of this world will start. Alex is now worried about two big things: UR's mission to find advanced magic and Layla's task to open the Eclipse Gate. UR needs to find the advanced magic before the deadline and Layla needs to find all the gold keys before July 7th x 777. What UR does depends on UR herself, but Alex can help Layla to find the last gold key that she couldn't find in the story. Luckily, he remembered that the holder of the gold key that Layla couldn't find was Grammy, who now lives in Alakatasia. The problem is, he doesn't know how to tell Layla because it will be very strange for him to know about Grammy. Besides, even if he can tell her, he actually doesn't know Grammy's exact location on Alakatasia. Alakatasia is a whole continent, which is as big as Ishgar. Unless he knows the other person's exact location, it will be almost impossible to find Grammy there while all he knows is she lives in Alakatasia, nothing else.
Wait.
But how did Layla find the other gold key holders? It doesn't take long for Alex to know because Layla quickly starts looking for the gold key holders after the year changes to X777. She uses her connections as a merchant to find them and checks what she'll need to offer so they'll lend their gold keys to them. Layla finds the owners and their locations quite easily. She even finds out what she'll need to give them so they'll lend her their keys. They mostly want money, which she has, fortunately. But just like in the story, she can't find Grammy, who holds the Aquarius key. This one key will be the reason Layla needs to use her life force to open the Eclipse Gate, which led to her death not long after that. Alex Kuhn, can't the spirits communicate with each other? Matatabi suddenly asks while Alex is thinking of how he can help Layla find Grammy.
I think so.
They live in the same world, so I guess they'll meet each other and talk when their mages don't summon them. Then, can't we just ask a spirit to talk with that person's spirit? Like we can ask Cancer to talk with Aquarius so that she can tell Grammy that Layla is looking for her. Alex's jaw drops when he hears Matatabi's idea that he never even thinks of. It's actually brilliant, so he quickly looks for Layla to tell her that idea. Just like Alex, Layla is shocked when she hears that idea. She never even thinks about that too. But then she seems worried. Although that is a good idea, I don't think it will work, Alex. You see, each celestial spirit is contracted to a mage and only follows their commands. Aquarius is now contracted by Grammy, so I can't command her. It's also why the other gold key holders are willing to lend their keys to me. It's because they know I can't order their celestial spirits while they are still in contracts. Can you at least try? Also, try to not think of it as an order, think of it as a request. Besides, it's just delivering a message and Cancer will be the one that tells Aquarius to relay the message, not you.
Ah.
Do you think that's a loophole?
Layla brightens up. Huh? Loophole.
Alex doesn't understand what Layla means because he doesn't think that deeply. Without explaining any further, Layla summons Cancer. Then she starts asking him about Altair's condition in the spirit world as usual before asking about the other spirits, which is kinda unusual of her. She asks things like their conditions, how their life in the spirit world, and how she wishes to meet all of them. Cancer is confused why she asks these things, but he answers what he can answer. I wish I could see Aquarius and Grammy again. It's been a few years since we saw each other, so I really miss them. But I don't know where they are and don't know how to contact them. Aquarius is doing well, Abby. Cancer answers cluelessly. I see, but I still want to see them. Sigh, I hope I can contact them, but I don't know how. If only there was someone who could tell them about this. Cancer finally seems to catch on what Layla wants him to do. He knows that Layla is looking for all 12 gold keys and only needs Aquarius key now. But she can't find the holder even after trying so hard. Abby, I think Aquarius will be happy to hear that you miss her, Abby. Seeing that Cancer has caught on to her intention, Layla nods and sends Cancer back to the spirit world. Now she just needs to wait for Cancer to meet Aquarius and coincidentally tells Aquarius that Layla misses her and Grammy. Then Aquarius will somehow bring it up when Grammy summons her. This way, Layla's message will reach Grammy through Cancer and Aquarius, but she doesn't give an order to Aquarius even if it's through Cancer, she is just saying that she wants to meet them in front of Cancer. Unexpectedly, that afternoon, finally returns after leaving for months. The 1-year time limit is almost up, so everyone has been very worried about her. Luckily, she returns on time and she looks happy, so she must have found the suitable advanced magic for Altair. Ur's return really brings joy to everyone. The 1-year time limit is almost up, so everyone is worried whether has found the suitable advanced magic for Altair or not. But now, she finally returns 2 months before the deadline. You've finally returned. Layla greets happily. She is worried about the gold keys, but Ur's return is a happy occasion, so she is very happy with it. I'm back, everyone.
Do you find it?
Alex asks eagerly. I won't return before finding it. Answers it with a smile. Great. Then we can fix Altair's problem now. Yeah, but not right away. There is still a problem. Altair can't learn it right away because I don't have the advanced magic book with me now. Scratches her head while smiling awkwardly.
Huh? What do you mean?
You said you found it, but you don't have it. Alex is confused, just like Layla and Lucy. Well, that's because it's owned by someone else and she refused to sell it to me no matter what. Seems defeated while looking far to the back. Everyone looks at where she looks and they see a small old lady floating in the air beside a tree. She looks at it very seriously as if she's admiring the gardener's work. Master Giselle, please stop looking at the bugs. You can look for them later, but please introduce yourself first to the owner of the house. Fine, geez, you are such a nagger. Unexpectedly, the small old lady is actually looking at some bugs on the tree instead of looking at the tree itself. She also acts like a kid being reprimanded by her mother when tells her to greet Layla. You must be Layla, the owner of this big mansion, and this must be your daughter. That means this cheeky-looking brat is your disciple, right? You are right, but didn't I tell you to introduce yourself? But you already said my name and they must have heard it. Sighs tiredly while holding her forehead. Just from this short interaction, everyone knows that this small old lady is someone difficult to deal with. Sorry everyone, let me introduce her. She is Master Giselle, the guild master of Mermaid Heel, a female-only magic guild in Fiori. Alex is surprised to know that this small old lady is the guild master of Mermaid Heel. She was never shown in the story, so he doesn't know about her. Though maybe she wasn't the guild master anymore when Mermaid Heel was introduced for the first time in the Grand Magic Games because that was 14 years from now and maybe she has retired or even left this world already. I see, a fairy tale mage, huh? So you are that midget old man's guild member. Master Giselle looks at Alex up and down. But you are also a midget. Alex blurts that out without thinking, making the other's eyes bulge. I see, you really are a fairy tale mage. Every single one of them is really cheeky like you. Master Giselle smiles before she suddenly throws Alex to the pond using her magic. Just slaps her forehead while sighing tiredly. Seems like she has been dealing with this for quite a while, so she isn't even surprised anymore. Meanwhile, Alex is surprised by what has just happened. He isn't even mad. Instead, he is very curious about the magic that Giselle has just used on him because he felt like being grabbed by something when he was thrown. But he can't even ask because everyone is going to the mansion. Layla tells Alex to dry himself first and goes to her study room later. So he dries himself and changes his clothes quickly before going there. Alex arrives in the study right when Layla is about to summon Capricorn, who will bring Altair back from the celestial world. It has been quite a long time since they saw Altair, so they are very excited. It doesn't take long for Capricorn and Altair to arrive. UR immediately hugs her daughter that hasn't changed since she left to find the advanced magic. Altair hasn't even grown because for her, it hasn't even been 4 days since she entered the spirit world, even though it has almost been a year on Earthland. Lucy was shorter than Altair last year, but now they are the same height, while Alex, who was already taller than Altair, has grown even taller now, so the gap has gotten bigger. But it doesn't matter because the most important thing is that Altair's condition doesn't worsen because only 4 days have passed for her in the spirit world.
Mama, I need to tell you something. It's important.
Altair suddenly says that while UR hugs her.
What is it, honey?
Are you sick? What Altair says makes UR very worried, and it seems she realizes she makes a mistake.
No, it's not that.
Sorry, it's important but it's not urgent, so I can tell you about it later. I see, then you can tell me when you want. UR is relieved it's not because her condition has worsened. So this is the child. Old Lady Giselle suddenly approaches Altair and checks her body while nodding. I see, no wonder you were very worried. There is a chance her condition will be cured as she grows up, but the chance is really small because before she can grow up, her high amount of magic power will most likely kill her first. Those evil researchers that kidnapped her in the past must have been very interested in her condition because it is a very rare case. They might find a way to fix her problem, but it would surely be very painful because they'll operate her body like a lab rat. Your solution is right and it's the least painful. We can use advanced magic that can strengthen her body to match her high amount of magic power to solve it. Giselle blabbers about her analysis on Altair's condition. UR has told Giselle a lot about Altair, including the part where she was kidnapped, and the researchers even told UR that she has died. Now Giselle knows clearly why those researchers did that. UR, the other kid that was kidnapped by those researchers, was it him?
Giselle looks at Alex.
Yes, he was also the one who saved my daughter from that place. Giselle looks at Alex up and down again, now with more interest. At least you don't look lecherous like your guildmaster. Alex doesn't know what to say about that, so he just stays silent. He almost talks back to her, but then he remembers how she threw him to the pond, so he shuts his mouth. So, Master Giselle, can you help her?
UR looks worried.
You are asking the wrong question, my dear. It's not whether I can help her or not, it's whether she can help herself or not. As long as you agree with my conditions, I can give you the magic book. But even if you have it, whether your daughter wants and can learn it will depend on herself. After all, it's not some easy and basic magic. She will need a lot of effort to learn it, and she might give up if she doesn't have the will to learn it seriously. Giselle flies to the sofa and sits while closing her eyes. Altair looks at her very seriously. I can learn even the most difficult magic if it means I will be cured, so Mama won't be worried about me all the time.
You don't need to worry about that.
But what conditions are you talking about? Alex and Layla are also curious by the conditions that Giselle means.
Ha ha ha.
No need to be that tense, little girl. I'm not asking for something like human sacrifice or other evil things. As you know, I am Mermaid Heel's guildmaster, so my guild is the most important for me. The magic that you need is also our guild's property. That means we can't give it to outsiders. Are you saying they need to join your guild? Layla catches up quickly. Of course, but it's not just that. This magic is too valuable for just a normal member to learn, you know. So I've told UR that my conditions are for them to join Mermaid Heel forever, and I want her to be my successor.
Eh?
You want Altair to be the next guild master?
Layla is surprised.
No, not the kid, the mother. Giselle smiles slyly as if it's a trap.
What?
UR becomes Mermaid Heel's guild master.
Of course, everyone is surprised.
Why are you so surprised by this? Isn't it normal for me to want someone of her caliber to join my guild and lead it in the future? She is a wizard saint candidate, you know. Maybe by the time I pass down the seat, she will officially become a wizard saint already, and when that happens, Mermaid Heel will be one of the strongest guilds in Ishgar. Alex is surprised by this condition. This old lady is really a guild master that prioritizes her guild above all else, similar to Makarov. But it makes him even more curious about the magic that Giselle promises to UR until she makes such conditions. After hearing the conditions, Layla quickly tells UR to accept. They aren't bad after all. Mermaid Heel is a big magic guild, and being their guild master doesn't sound so bad except for all the busy work she needs to do. I know, it's not a bad deal for me to be a guild master even with all the difficult jobs in exchange for getting a suitable magic for Altair. But I need to repay you first, Layla, for helping us. You even used your family name and reputation to negotiate with the Spirit King to bend some rules which gave us plenty of time. I plan to be your family's personal mage and do a lot of work to repay you. But if I become a guild master, I won't be able to do that because I need to take care of the guild. You don't really need to think about that, you know. I know we started this like doing a business, but now we've become close friends and friends help each other. Besides, if you talk about repaying us, then I think Alex has done enough. I didn't trust his abilities at first, but now I know he is a strong little man and he has helped us with a lot of things, saving us a lot of money by not hiring mages. Their merchant group often hires mages from guilds for a lot of jobs, escort jobs being the most common. Of course, they need to pay those mages, but they don't need to pay Alex because that's their deal, so they can save lots of money. Though they still pay Alex in a way, by feeding him all this time. He always joins their meals when he's in the mansion, and they also often buy him stuff like clothes as if he is a relative being left in their care for a while. They actually spend quite a lot for Alex, but the worth of his help and presence here is higher than that spending. Just him being here is enough help for the family because he plays with Lucy, taking care of her while her parents are working. Lucy even calls him Big Brother Alex now because he always takes care of her like a bog brother does. Well, it's mainly because Lucy wants to have siblings. She even treats a doll as her little sister, so it's more normal to treat Alex as her older brother.
Ain't that a simple problem?
Giselle raises an eyebrow because what holds you back is not something serious in her mind. It's not that simple, Master Giselle. Without her help, Altair's condition might have gotten out of hand before I met you. So I need to repay her family properly. Is serious. That's why I say it's a simple matter with a simple solution. Just think about it, you dummy. You are going to be Mermaid Heel's guild master if you agree with my conditions. That means you will lead the guild. Of course, I will beat you up myself if you don't lead the guild properly and ruin it. But you basically operate the guild and you have a lot of authority over it. I know that, Master Giselle. But it doesn't have any connection with me repaying them. Ur's answer makes Giselle concerned and thinks whether she has chosen the correct person as her successor or not. What I mean is you can use our guild to help you repay them. You can do a lot of things like making them our VIP client, prioritizing their job quests over others, giving discounts, etc. I'm also sure that partnering up with them will benefit both the Heartfilia Concern and Mermaid Heel. Don't you think it's better for all of us? Giselle explains while holding her forehead. We can do that. Has never thought of that idea.
Why not?
Guilds get jobs for their members from people and merchants are the most often. It's a win-win solution, don't you think so, Lady of Heartfilia?
Giselle looks at Layla.
Yes, that's certainly a wonderful idea. Having a personal mage is not bad, but we don't really need one, mainly because just 1 or 2 personal mages isn't enough to cover everything that needs mages' assistance. A big merchant group like them does a lot of things at once. For example, they can transport goods to many places at the same time. Just 1 or 2 mages won't be enough to escort all those transports, so they need to hire a lot of mages. They have their own guards, but they need mages when they need to pass through dangerous roads. Some jobs are also too dangerous for just normal guards, so they often hire mages. I always want to partner up with a magic guild, but we need to spend a lot of money to be a VIP by sponsoring the guild, which is still too expensive for us. So if a magic guild offers a partnership without taking a lot of money from us, then we'll gladly accept it. Layla is already in business mode. Well, normally we'll only receive a client that has used our guild service so many times and spent a lot of money on us as a VIP. But helping us get a wizard saint level mage to join us is more than enough to make you our VIP. Furthermore, if this child learns the magic I'm planning to teach her, then she might be even stronger than her mother. So it's like getting 2 future wizard saints for my guild, which is a great deal, right?
I see.
If you think about it like that, then it certainly is very impressive, Master Giselle. Then if we can work more on this partnership, then I'm sure we will become a considerable force. We will have the power and wealth to be a great force in Fiori, no, even Ishgar.
That's right.
If we can plan and do things properly, then that will be possible. Both Giselle and Layla have turned into a pair of true businesswomen as they talk about what they can achieve with the partnership. They forget about the others who don't even know how to break their conversation.
Cough.
Cough *, let's talk about it later and focus on the present, please. Capricorn is the one who reminds them like a true butler he is. Layla and Giselle get back to their senses and stop talking about the business. They cough shyly before telling that this is the best solution they can think of.
I see.
Then if you don't have any problem with that, I will accept the conditions. My daughter and I will join the mermaid heel.
Looks defeated. Me too. Altair asks dumbly. What? Of course you too, honey.
Gasp. Do you not want to be with me anymore?
Trembles in shock. That's not it.
You said that we will join the same guild as Alex. That's why you sent Gray and Lion there too, although that idiot Lion didn't follow your instructions and joined another guild. Well, we planned that because we didn't know where to go at first. I actually wanted us to stay in our home, but you want to see the outside world, so I could only think of Alex's guild. But now we have another option and it's the best solution for all of our problems. I know you want to stay with the others, but it's not like we can't meet each other again. At least Mermaid Heel is also in Fiori, just like Fairy Tale. Your mother is right, little girl. If you want to meet your friends in Fairy Tale, then you can just use the train. Besides, I don't recommend normal people to join Fairy Tale. You will keep losing your brain cells over time. You are a bright child, so that place isn't suitable for you. As for this kid here, he doesn't seem like someone with a complete brain, anyway, so that place is just right for him. Giselle smirks while looking down on Alex.
It really pissed him off.
Alex wants to deny it, but he also knows that she's not wrong. Compared to everyone here, he surely is the stupidest and strangest. So he can't really refute that granny. He actually doesn't know how to deny it too. Though what saddens him is no one seems to object to what Giselle says. It makes him think that maybe the infection of the idiocy virus in Fairy Tale looks like it has reached the late stage in his brain. Anyway, they seem to have finished the deal. So and Altair will join Mermaid Heel and their guild will partner up with Heartfilia Concern. Now Alex is only curious about the magic that Giselle promises to them, so he asks the old woman.
Oh?
Haven't we told you the magic? Well, seems like we forgot. It's my most valuable collection that I got years ago, but I haven't had the chance to teach it to someone because I couldn't find anyone with good enough talent to learn it. I can't just choose anyone for it, you know. After all, it's a very great magic in my opinion, magic that can kill even gods, the water god slayer magic. Of course, the mention of god slayer magic has surely surprised Alex. Though he knows that god slayer magic is one of the magic types that can affect its user's body just like dragon slayer and devil slayer magic, he never thought that it would be the magic that found for Altair. Furthermore, he has never heard of water god slayer magic in the story. The only god slayer magic variants that he knows from the story are fire, wind, and lightning god slayer magic. Though Alex also understands that it doesn't mean other types of god slayer magic don't exist. It's just that he has never expected to find one this easily and someone close to him will learn it.
God slayer magic, huh?
I must say it's the best we can ask for. Alex rubs his chin while thinking about the god slayer magic. It makes old hag Giselle intrigued.
Oh?
Boy, you know about god slayer magic.
Well, a bit.
It's similar to dragon and devil slayer magic. They are ancient spells and also considered as lost magic. People even consider them as myths because many never saw them anymore. But one of the wizard saints, God Serena, is a dragon slayer, so it must exist. It's just that the methods to learn those three types of slayer magic are almost not known. Well, a few people surely know and keep it as a secret until they find the right opportunity.
You are quite knowledgeable. Yeah, you're right.
Some people know how to learn those ancient spells and lost magic, but decided to hide it. After all, they are very valuable and if revealed can lead to war. Besides, quite a lot of lost magic and ancient spells are defected and have serious problems. Why do you think they disappear from history? Though some of them are considered as being too dangerous or too difficult to learn, so people remove them or stop learning them. For me, God Slayer magic is an advanced magic that doesn't have any serious issues. But it's difficult to learn. This kind of magic needs compatibility. That's my conclusion after researching the Water God Slayer magic book for years. So you think Altair is compatible with it?
Yes.
She has a great affinity with ice magic, so water shouldn't be an issue. Also, the most important factor to learn that magic is age. Magic that can affect the user's body obviously needs to be learned from a young age when the body hasn't matured and still can grow to suit the magic's requirements. The older one becomes, the harder it is for their body to grow according to the magic and adapting to it. That's why I can't learn it myself.
I see.
An old hag like you can't grow anymore after all, and instead your body is deteriorating.
Makes sense.
Alex nods before getting thrown out of the house by Giselle using her magic. The others are sighing at him because he really can't filter his words. It's like he has a personal vendetta against Giselle by constantly annoying her even though they have just met today. Anyway, the involved parties accept the deal, so now Uar and Altair will join Mermaid Heel. Giselle will nurture Uar as the next guild master to raise the guild's prestige and power. She also aims to make Uar a wizard saint, which won't be easy even though she is strong. Ah right, what did you want to say earlier, Altair? The important thing you wanted to mention. Lucy remembers that Altair wanted to say something right after she returned from the spirit world.
Oh right.
Mama, Mrs. Layla, please help the spirits.
Huh? What do you mean?
So when I was there, I met and talked with a lot of spirits. But there was this one spirit who always cried every time she returned from the human world. I asked her what happened and she said nothing happened. I didn't believe her, so I kept asking every time she returned until she finally confessed. She said her contractor always abused her and the other spirits contracted to the same person. That mage often used her as a shield during battles and even used her to attract men. But she and the other spirits can't disobey her because of the contract. Altair mentions more of that celestial spirit mage's evil behavior towards her spirits which make Layla fume in anger. She is also a spirit mage, so she can't understand how someone can do that to her spirit because she really loves her spirits like family. Altair, who is the name of that mage? Layla asks with a warm smile. That they didn't tell me. Telling Altair their contractor might cause harm on that contractor, so the spirits didn't tell Altair because it would violate their contracts.
I understand.
Then who are her contracted spirits? She contracted 2 zodiacs, Aries and Leo.
I see.
Thank you, my dear. See, can you save them? Altair asks hopefully. Yes, but I need to be careful to avoid harming the spirits. Layla knows that the spirits must have been very worried about causing an indirect harm to their contractor by revealing this. But they must be desperate because of the abuse, so they tell Altair they're suffering. Maybe this is also the reason why the Spirit King allowed Altair to stay in the spirit world and bent the rule. He wanted to find help for his people without breaking the rule and contract between mages and spirits. If he blatantly asked for help, then that would disturb the spirit world's harmony and might even cause disaster. Layla can confirm her guess just by looking at Capricorn's expression. She has known Capricorn for many years and can understand him without even talking. The spirits are family and friends to each other even though they will fight each other in the human world for their contractors. But fighting for their contractors doesn't make them hate each other, and seeing the other spirits suffer also makes them sad.
Leave it to me, Altair.
I will find a way to help them. You just need to focus on curing your illness so your mother won't be worried anymore, alright? Why yes, thank you Mrs. Layla. If Alex hears it, he will know who the mage that Altair means. Too bad that he is thrown out of the house by Granny Giselle for having such an unfiltered mouth.
Layla, be careful with it, alright?
If the opponent is too dangerous, you can always ask for my help. I may not be good with other things, but I am confident in my battle skills. UR reminds Layla that she can rely on others.
Fufufu, I know.
I will contact you first if I really need help, so don't worry. The next day, UR and Altair leave the Heartfilia residence with Giselle. They need to hurry because Altair's condition will keep worsening the longer they wait. Besides, they don't know how long it will take for Altair to learn that Water God Slayer magic, so they can't waste their time. Alex still stays there because he has promised to work there for a whole year. Layla told him that he can return to Fairy Tale already, but he refuses, saying that he won't break his promise, so Layla lets him stay while giggling. Well, that 1 year time will end soon, so it doesn't really matter for Layla. Besides, if Alex also leaves now, then her daughter will be very lonely. So the remaining time of his stay will be a good time for the kids to prepare for the separation after being together for a year. That's why for the next month, Alex's job is only to stay with Lucy, be it when she plays, studies, or walks around the town. Lucy knows that Alex will leave soon, so she enjoys the remaining time with him as much as she can. She doesn't have many friends her age and Alex has become someone like her older brother, so she is actually reluctant to separate from him. But she knows he also has his life and doesn't try to make him stay longer than intended. Their days go normally without any problem except for Layla, who still can't find Grammy. But then in June, a few days before Alex's 1 year promise ends, they receive a surprising guest. Grammy suddenly visits the Heartfilia residence with a little girl who has the same hair color as her. Grammy's sudden appearance in Heartfilia Concern obviously surprises everyone. They have thought that the plan to indirectly ask for the spirit's help to relay the message has failed, but Grammy suddenly comes. That means Cancer has successfully told Aquarius Layla's hidden message and Aquarius has relayed it to Grammy. But because of the time difference in the spirit world and also the fact that Grammy doesn't always summon Aquarius, the message took longer to reach her. Grammy. Layla runs toward Grammy happily, but Grammy runs faster than her and they hug each other. Madam Layla, I've missed you so much. Grammy tears up while hugging her former employer. Then you should have visited me more often. Layla jokingly scolds her while smiling happily. Yes, I'm sorry, I should have done that. How are you doing? I am doing great, madam. I even have a daughter now. Grammy points out at the little green-haired girl who was left behind with her luggage after she runs toward Layla.
Era, such a cute girl.
She really looks like you. The young miss also looks a lot like you. Grammy looks at Lucy who hides behind Alex. Seems like we have a lot to talk about, so let's get inside. Layla asks some servants to bring Grammy's luggage even though Grammy says she'll bring them herself. But now she isn't Layla's servant anymore, so Layla tells her to just let the servants do their work because she is a guest now. Grammy smiles as she holds her daughter's hand to enter the mansion with the others. They enter the mansion and go to the living room so the servants can prepare the guest room for Grammy and her daughter. In the living room, Grammy introduces her daughter, Brandish. Alex already knows her name, but obviously he doesn't say anything. He only thinks about how this little girl who doesn't look that dangerous will grow into one of the strongest mages in the Alvarez Empire. You live in Alicatasia now? No wonder I couldn't find you. Layla and Grammy are talking about a lot of things, trying to catch up with each other's lives after being separated for years. Meanwhile, the kids are also having their own conversation. Hey Brandish, how did you cross from Alicatasia to Ishgar? Lucy asks very curiously. By ship, it floated on the sea. You know ships, right? Brandish accuses that Lucy doesn't know ships. Oh, of course I know ships.
I've seen them many times. Humph.
Then do you know about airships?
I've heard about them.
Heh, I've seen an airship once. Brandish says it smugly. What?
Really?
Then, have you rode an air balloon? Lucy doesn't want to lose the argument.
A air balloon?
What's that? It hasn't even been that long since they met, yet they already started bragging about their experience with each other. Alex just stays silent on the side while looking at the two brats having a bratty and useless fight. Seeing Brandish makes Alex think that her mother's death must have been affecting her personality so much. She was shown to be playful like this when she already got along with Lucy in the story. But before she found out the truth about her mother's death, Brandish was known to be cruel and sadistic. She was known as Nation Destroyer for a reason, but it seems all her cruelty was caused by her mother's death. If that's the case, then she shouldn't turn like that as long as her mother stays alive. In the story, Grammy was killed by Zoldio because Layla sacrificed herself to open the Eclipse Gate after being unable to get the Aquarius key that Grammy holds, so Zoldio blamed Grammy and killed her. But now, Grammy is here, so Layla should be able to get all the gold keys to open the Eclipse Gate. She already found the locations of the other gold keys, so she just needs to borrow them from their owners and open the Eclipse Gate at the correct time. Everything has been moving so well that it scares Alex actually. He's afraid that these series of good coincidences are prelude for much bigger problems because that's what usually happens in those fictional stories. A lot of things have changed too from the original story. So Alex is obviously worried about how the future will go. The effects of those changes will surely make everything that Alex knows from the story changes, and he doesn't know how much they will change. But he also knows that it's useless to worry about those changes. Instead, he should be worried if nothing changes after everything he did because that means whatever he does will be useless. And he doesn't want that, he wants to change quite a lot of things. Layla asks the kids to play somewhere else so she and Grammy can have a serious talk. Lucy excitedly takes Brandish to her room to show off her toys. Of course, Alex needs to follow them even though he doesn't like Lucy's toys. They're all girl toys after all. After the kids leave, Layla tells Grammy why she called her through the spirits. She just says that she needs to borrow Aquarius key and Grammy doesn't even ask why before taking out the key to give it to Layla. Just like Zoldio and Spetto. You don't want to know why? I believe you have a very important reason for asking the key, madam. Else, you wouldn't try to contact me so hard that you even need to secretly ask the spirits to relay a message. Besides, for me, this key is always yours. I simply keep it for you until you need it back or until young Miss Lucy is ready to be a celestial spirit mage. Just from how her former servants gladly give their keys back to her without asking the reason has shown how well Layla treated them in the past that they trust her completely. Grammy and Brandish will stay in Heartfilia residence for a while now. So Lucy will still have a playmate after Alex leaves. Alex hopes this will cause a massive change to the future, like maybe without Brandish, Alvarez won't be as strong as in the story, unless they find someone else to match her power or they still manage to recruit her somehow. About opening the Eclipse Gate, Alex is still quite worried that something unexpected might happen even though Layla should be able to get the 12 gold keys now. He just can't relax before it's truly over after all. Hey, what kind of magic are you using? Brandish suddenly asks Alex after Lucy tells her that Alex is a mage. It's takeover magic. I can transform into different creatures. Like animals? Brandish looks very interested all of a sudden. Well, maybe they're some kind of animals, though they aren't normal. Can you show me? Brandish's eyes sparkle as she looks at Alex very closely.
Sure.
Her excitement blinds Alex. Transforming into Shikaku might terrify her, and Isabu might still look scary for a kid. So Alex transforms into Matatabi, a mini Matatabi, not humanoid Matatabi. Still, even though it's a mini Matatabi, it's still as big as a tiger. Alex is worried Brandish will still be scared of his mini Matatabi form because of its size and cries. Fortunately, she isn't scared and even looks amazed. Lucy somehow seems smug even though she isn't the one who uses the magic.
How is it? Cool, right?
It's Lucy who seems proud of the transformation, not Alex. Suddenly, Brandish jumps and hugs Alex's mini Matatabi form. She rubs her face on his big cat chest while smiling happily.
So soft.
Brandish really likes the softness of Matatabi's blue-black fire fur that feels much softer than real fur. From that day on, Alex often transforms into mini Matatabi to play with the girls. Although it's more like he becomes their plaything and they often ride on him in that form. He endures it because it won't keep going for too long because in less than 2 weeks after Grammy and Brandish arrived here, Alex's time to stay and work here is over. Just a few days before July 7th x 777, Alex returns to Fairy Tale. Originally, Alex wanted to follow Layla when she opened the Eclipse Gate. But after knowing her for a year, he knows that she won't let him come with her and instead will ask him to accompany Lucy when she goes to open that gate. So he cancels his plan to follow her there and just leave after a year in Heartfilia residence as he has promised in the beginning. Besides, everything should be fine now because Layla can get all 12 gold keys, so she won't need to sacrifice herself. He bids farewell to everyone in the Heartfilia residence before leaving. Even Jude comes to send him off with his usual awkward behavior because he still doesn't know how to properly talk with others if it's not about business. But Jude has gotten much better now compared to last year. At least now he can show his affection for his family even though his acts are always awkward, especially when talking with his daughter. Are you really leaving, big brother Alex? Lucy looks down with teary eyes when Alex is about to leave. She really has thought of him as her older brother now. Yeah, I need to do my job as a mage in the guild. If I don't work, I won't gain more experience to get stronger.
Don't look so sad.
If you have become a full-fledged celestial mage, then you can join my guild. So study and train seriously or your parents won't allow you to join a magic guild.
All right.
Alex hopes that everything he did in this house can change Lucy's childhood time to be much better. She won't lose her mother, her father can show affection to her, and she can learn to be a celestial mage properly from Layla. Then after he's done with his farewell, Alex leaves the Heartfilia residence. It's finally time to resume his activities as a fairy tale mage. There must be some changes in the guild after he leaves for a year, so he is excited to return. But as usual, Alex chooses to walk all the way from the Heartfilia residence to Magnolia even though there's a train that connects both places. He just enjoys walking and seeing things when he's not in a rush like this. Besides, it's a good chance to hunt some magical creatures in the wild. Hunting magical creatures is important for Alex because he needs to absorb their magic power to break the remaining tailed beast seals. His own magic power also continuously weakens the seals. But the process is slow because the tailed beasts don't want to take all his magic power as he also needs it like for training or even fighting. It will be very dangerous if he doesn't have enough magic power when he is in danger. So they only take a little at a time to weaken the seals. Alex still doesn't have that much magic power, so they really can't get that much from him even if they squeeze him dry. That's why they need to hunt magical creatures and absorb their magic power. But weak ones won't help that much, so they need to hunt the strong ones. Hunting strong magical creatures also can help Alex gain more battle experience, so it's 2 birds with 1 stone. But Alex also prioritizes hunting dangerous magical creatures that often become problems for villages or towns. Creatures like wyverns, were-beasts, vulcans, etc. often become the targets of subjugation because they often attack people. Unfortunately, there aren't many magical creatures he can hunt on his way back. He finds quite a lot of strong ones, but most of them are mothers with cubs. Even if they are beasts or even can be called monsters, Alex wouldn't kill mothers and children unless they are trying to harm him. He has his own standards and he has a line he doesn't want to cross. So his haul is quite low, but he finds something else, a bear cub. It's an unexpected find when he is chasing a giant black serpent that attacks him when he cooks a deer for dinner. The giant black serpent is great at hiding its presence, especially during the night despite having a big size. This one that attacks Alex is an adult with a 2 meters wide and 30 meters long body. Alex almost can't detect it until the last moment when the serpent attacks. It manages to sneak very close to him, but because of the noise it makes when it moves fast to attack, Alex notices it right before getting bitten.
Holy crap.
I almost became a dinner when preparing dinner myself.
This isn't funny, man.
Alex quickly transforms into the mini Matatabi form, which looks like a blue-black tiger. Then he shoots a fireball out of his mouth at the giant black serpent. It flies fast, but the serpent surprisingly can dodge it. Its agility surprises Alex because it should be quite slow for such a creature of that size. Even more surprising, the giant black serpent immediately fled without trying to attack Alex again. It pissed off Alex, who already got his dinner ruined, so he chases the serpent. Then again, it's surprisingly fast and good at hiding its presence at night. So Alex loses it even with his good tracking skill. But he's already too pissed off, so he keeps trying to find that serpent. Luckily, it's a big fella, so it leaves a clear track whenever it goes. Although the track is only visible at day because the night is unusually dark as the sky is very cloudy, so the moon is covered by the clouds. That's why Alex can only track the serpents the next morning, and he finds it quite quickly. He finds it in a cave right when it fights a bear. It actually fights the bear, unlike when it ran away from Alex last night. Seems like this guy is intelligent enough to know which opponent it can handle and not. The serpent ran away from Alex because it knew it couldn't win after Alex attacked it with a fireball. But it can handle this bear, so it stays and fights the bear. Too bad that it has pissed off Alex and he finds it already, so its fate is sealed. Alex now transforms into his humanoid Shikaku form and wraps the serpent's whole body with sand from behind before it even realizes that he has found it. He tightens the sand wrap until the serpent is almost passed out. Then Alex absorbs its magic power before it really dies. He now can absorb others' magic power just by touching them as long as they have been weakened. This is like the chakra absorption technique from the Naruto world. Previously, Alex needed to pull the target's whole bodies into his body like a sealing technique for the tailed beasts to absorb the creature's magic power. But that took a lot of energy and the targets needed to be on their death doors to be pulled or they will resist too much and it might fail. He could only do that before because Shikaku couldn't use the chakra absorption technique. Shikaku is very proficient in sealing techniques though, so they chose to basically seal the defeated creatures into Alex's body. Once inside, the tailed beast seals would automatically absorb the creature's magic power, so they didn't need to do anything. The drawback was, Alex couldn't harvest anything else from those creatures. He couldn't get their materials that can be sold for money. So he lost quite a lot of profit because of that. Unfortunately, Matatabi also doesn't know how to use the chakra absorption technique. So he stuck with that method for a rather long time, until Isabu was unsealed. Luckily for him, Isabu can use the chakra absorption technique and teach Alex how to use it. So now he can just absorb the creature's magic power without taking everything else. He can even do it without killing the creatures if he wants to, but he surely won't let this serpent live after what it did to him. After killing the serpent, Alex checks it to see what he can harvest from it. Then he sees the brown bear that fought this serpent. It's already injured very badly and it's also poisoned. It won't survive with its condition. Alex doesn't really think much of it because this is how nature works. But then he sees a small bear cub hiding behind the dying bear that must be its mother. It's still very small, so it must be very young. The brown bear cub cries to call its dying mother that will never wake up anymore. Alex, who didn't think much about the bear's death, is now feeling really bad. Even if it's an animal, it is still just a baby and it already lost its mother. The bear cub still can't take care of itself or it will die soon and Alex just doesn't have the heart to leave it like that. Sigh, I'm really soft, aren't I?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.